Okay? Sorry? We went to car racing.
Suck my balls, mate.
Yeah, you're really good, man. Keep going.
Come on, let's get on with it. 3, 2, 1, we're almost ready. Are you ready? Go, go, go! Green, and away we go. Summer Series 25 drivers streaming down into turn 1, and already Wilco looks like he's got the jump on Albert and takes the lead, but Albert is not done with yet. He's going to go around the Sexy Rexy, yibbida, folks, down there in 4th, and all the while this is giving Wilco the chance to pull out in front. Themselves up here in the opening lap, but Bob, it's been hectic, but not quite as hectic as what I thought it would be. Down the inside of Sideways, is it going to work, Bob, or is it going to end in tears? I think it's come off. Yes, it has. And it's Wilco with a nose in front as we come through to complete the lap. Sideorg, our winner from last week and championship leader, King in there as well. And don't tell me Wilco could have gone from 1st to 3rd in a matter of corners here, Bob. I reckon he's lost the lead and he could be down to 3rd by the end of the opening lap. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're watching right around the world, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are watching. This is the big one. It is the 6-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps, the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series, round number 2, and it's an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action as we see the drivers very traditionally, as we see also in other endurance races around the world, including the Le Mans 24-hour. Very traditionally, as I welcome my co-commentator for a big afternoon of action, Cameron Nigerian Prince Norris lining up on the grid. They look superb, these cars, and we're in for a huge afternoon today, Voodoo.
Yeah, I do have to agree. It's going to be a very big afternoon, and these drivers, their liveries, they are absolutely popping today. So we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a long 6 hours, but hopefully everyone's going to be with us and enjoying it on the stream and the broadcast.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic now, and I think everybody's, are we still waiting for another couple of cars to line up? And we might go from the back to the front. That sounds, so we're waiting for Sniper, I think, to line up on the grid, but we might go through the grid from row 10 to row 1. Voodoo, what do you say, and get things going here? Race start scheduled for 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Yickety yak, great to see you guys. The parking went quite well, and rain of fire. Problems early for the 500 Shelby acoustic racing entry. A wheel issue means Skate Kike will have to start the race and do the first 3 hours of the race. Car 666 is P20. Thank you for that, Wilco. And none of the blokes have licenses in real life. That parking was horrific. Thank you, Captain Risky. Oh boy, we are in for an absolute cracking afternoon. 6 hours, Voodoo, and we're going to be absolutely losing our minds by the end of it. But yeah, we've got the from row 10 to row 1. We're going to go through the grid as we wait for the final couple of guys on the grid. How are you feeling, Voodoo? The endurance scene is something that's not too foreign to you. You've done plenty of time in the endurance side of things. What are you thinking this afternoon in the commentary box?
Oh, look, it's a completely different side of things, not being in the car for a 6 hour race. So I'm excited to see what kind of challenges it brings to be in the commentary booth. I know the challenges it brings to be in the car for that duration and even longer. So, oh, look, I've got you at the helm with me, so it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a long time, but I'm looking forward to. I think I'm more looking forward to the battles and the racing and all that kind of good stuff that comes with these races.
And you can see there as we wait for the final car. There we go. We can start going through the teams now. And we'll do just that. We might go to a bit of a wider shot of the cars. Go, 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 says Simon. Great to have his company along with us for another afternoon. But we might go through these teams, and let's have a look now as we get the graphics, if you don't mind. We get these graphics going. But starting grid for the Spa 6 hour race. It is on row 10, I should say. We can hit drive as well. We might do that, in fact. There we go. We'll go through the cars as there's one of them still coming to the grid, Voodoo. Exorcist is...
better late than never.
Exorcist is P20. And we'll get to the Exorcist. Here we go. So there we have it. So we've got our first team. The starting grid. We're going to go through the starting grid now. There's a bit happening at the moment. But we might just go change cameras here. Go to a different view. And there we have it. It's looking a bit bunched up at the moment. We'll just go back to the garage. And we'll stick with that wide shot for now. But the starting grid, enough about that, Voodoo. And Exorcist down there in P20. And we've got the starting grid now. We've got Nobby Nuts Racing, OGT. It's the Wolf and Nobby Nuts. And surprised you guys aren't watching Le Mans. We can do that as well. Then we've got on row 9, we've got F1 Sniper Heat XL and Zigzag in the Audi with Glasso. The only Ferrari in the field, if you don't mind. Nigerian Prince, Saint Sim sideways on row 9. Then we're going to go to row number 8. And it's Rain of Fire and Skate and K-Man. And they've had some issues coming into this afternoon's race time. Then it's Burke's Boy, whose PSN looked a bit funny, didn't it, on Friday night. Then it's Heath and Lagoons. And on the starting grid, 2 Audis. Plenty of Audis in the field tonight, along with plenty of BMWs. And we're just going to keep going through the lineup here. Starting grid, Bits, Amissen, Dask, Vert Wheeler, and Rigsy, Andrelli, Burra Dog. And then row 6, we've got Butler, Little Mac, BMW, and then HSV, Low, NZ, and Randall. P11, row 5. We're going to go row 5 here at Sideorg. And Jono, after the controversy in qualifying on Friday night, Voodoo, who could forget that? And then it's Yickety and Sofa, King Bad. And then row 4, the starting grid. We're getting to the business end of things now. Cloquet, Shawnee Fuller, Disco Stew in 8th in the BMW. And then it is the number 16 BMW, Aaron and Harris, Marcus Harris and Shamrock there. And moving right along now, row 3. 6th is Messick, Son of Spawn and Kilroy. And then it's Hyperdrift, HCS Lewis there. That's what we're going to call it this afternoon in the Honda. Both Hondas there on the 3rd row. Then row 2 in 4th, 1.2 seconds off of pole position. These two, Viper, Random, Captain Risky 4th, 3rd for Fly Sky, the crazy man who is going to continue to do the whole race, the whole weekend, in fact, on his own. And that is absolutely fantastic. And then the pole position men on the front row of the grid, it is Binger, Mac, and Jason Wilkinson. And then in first, it is Nemo, Norm, and Keaton. And that is a man, Keaton, who had plenty of pace, didn't he, on Friday night? Nigerian Prince. We're interested to see if he can translate that into this afternoon's race.
Yeah, it will be a good, tough challenge, I think, for all the drivers involved. I believe the Exorcist He's going to be conjuring some demons out on the track, hopefully sending some people to the Shadow Realm this afternoon, because I could be wrong, but I believe he has to run this solo as well. I think his teammates had a last-minute adjustment and couldn't make it. So we've got two solo drivers out here today. But, oh man, these liveries, they look superb. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to unfold.
You can hear the cars. There's 20 engines. Look at that. They are just 10 engines, 20-something drivers. I tell you what, all the best, lads, says Exorcist. Cobb McCool says, let's rock. Good luck, Ruse boys. Be nice if you drop us a follow if you haven't already. And listen to those engines, Voodoo.
Oh, they sound amazing.
Fantastic! And thank you, Cobb McCool, who has followed and is our 160th follower here on the channel, +1. And fantastic. Good luck, Heath, Exorcist, and everybody else, Fuller Boy, Donuts. Let's have a look through the field. We're almost getting ready to go. We are ready to go. We might take a short break and be back for the big one. 6 hours of Spa. Stay tuned. We've got 3 minutes till we go racing. Very exciting. We'll be back right after this. Let's get on with it. 3, 2, 1. We're almost ready. Are you ready? Go, go, go! Green, and away we go. Summer Series 25 drivers streaming down into turn 1, and already Wilco looks like he's got the jump on Albert and takes the lead, but Albert is not done with yet. He's going to go around the sexy Rexy, yibbida, folks, down there in 4th, and all the while this is giving Wilco the chance to pull out in front. Themselves up here in the opening lap, but Bob, it's been hectic, but not quite as hectic as what I thought it would be. Down the inside of Sideways, is it going to work, Bob, or is it going to end in tears? I think it's come off. Yes, it has. And it's Wilco with a nose in front as we come through to complete the lap. Sideorg, our winner from last week and championship leader, King in there as well. And don't tell me Wilco could have gone from 1st to 3rd in a matter of corners here, Bob. I reckon he's lost the lead, and he could be down to 3rd by the end of the opening lap.
For those teams.
Yeah.
Like, we'll just do that instead. Wasn't
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have your company with us as we are getting ready to go racing. The lineup on the grid, Nigerian Prince, it kind of worked. It kind of didn't. I'd like to think that it kind of worked, as we'll just stick with that. As we're waiting for the drivers, they've gone across to the starting grid. It's almost time. How are the nerves as we take a look at everyone who's joined us? A couple of new follows. Good luck to the OSA lads. Sel Ragus, do a skid. Matty Simmons. Good luck everyone in the world. In the words of Nemo, it's a long race. Or in the words of Nemo, it's a long race. And you don't want to be doing anything silly heading down into turn 1. And flying Kiwi 237, first time chatter. First time chatter, he says, do a skid, Lewis. First time chatter. What does that mean, please, Voodoo? What has he got to do?
Oh, look, you know, I'm sure we could do you a deal. If you give us a follow, I'm sure we can get someone to do a skid for you.
And
over the duration of the 6 hour.
Might be a few skids everywhere after the 6 hours, but you can see the timer as Figo. Good luck to all today from Pony Club Racing. Hi, Papa, Hyperdrift. Everybody is in the chat, and we're going to hear these engines screaming throughout the course of the afternoon. The countdown is on, and once they do take off for their formation lap, we've been given strict instructions, Voodoo, to talk about the grid and a bit of background information on all of the teams this afternoon.
Yeah, very strict instructions got handed down to us. So we've got to make sure to comply, otherwise our jobs, our contracts,
our lives
in jeopardy.
Our lives might be in jeopardy. As the Good Vibes says, good luck everyone. Have a good call, Trev and Cam. Thank you. There's Lewis. Gets in there, Lewis. And Keaton, another first-time chatter, says, I am speed. How about I am follow? Click that follow button as we head towards 200 here this afternoon before we completely lose the plot. Good luck, everyone, says Wilco. Yickety yak, good luck. And we are almost ready. The countdown is on. The nerves. How are the nerves this afternoon? If you don't mind. And there's Jono, who missed out, didn't he, in qualifying on Friday night, but his team is still up and about. Don't you worry about that. And it is a long, long race here, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Possum!
Fantastic! Yes, fantastic! And wow, all the buzzers and beepers are going off here, Nigerian Prince. It's incredible. We've got people following. Let's go, go, go! And Wizard now following. Nemo's up and about on the team radio beeps too, Prince. And that's, boy, we are in for a long afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long afternoon. I hope everyone's entertained nice and early, because it is going to be a long one.
And now the whole Ukenbergs are coming in.
Suck my balls, man. Suck my balls.
Oh no! And Princess Fiona's in there as well. Look, check out those emojis, Voodoo. Check out those emojis if you don't mind. They look a bit sinister looking, but thank you, Fiona and Nemo, as well as the sound effects were flooding in there. And might need to turn those notifications down a little. They are very loud, Matt Simmons, and they were absolutely bursting my eardrums, Nigerian Prince. But we might just tone those down a little bit. Somebody test another one. And no, up him surely, he says.
Suck my balls, man.
And that suck my balls from K-Mag was a little bit less than the usual. So fantastic stuff. And we are getting ready to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going off. We are going to have a look through the lineups. Info on the teams in reverse grid order. And oh my goodness, Fiona has cheered. Thank you, Fiona. Wow, how good is that? Prince, this is going off here. I can barely keep up with what's going on.
Yeah, it's definitely getting very busy in the chat, and well, I hope it's going to be getting very busy on the track.
Photo? Yes, it's called a motor race, okay?
Yes.
Sorry? We went to car racing.
Yes. we went car racing. Thank you for that, Toto. Good luck, everyone. Thank you, Simon. And iWizardZZ, have you followed? We don't really take too kindly, do we, Voodoo, to non-followers? You can 30 seconds. Thank you, Race Control. We don't mind non-followers, Voodoo, but we wouldn't endorse them, I would say. Would you?
Oh, look, I think Wizard gets a free pass. I do believe he followed not too long ago. So
I certainly did. Of course he did. That's right. He
but
was
everybody else,
Yep.
everybody else, if you're not following, I swear to God, no.
Sorry about that, Wizard. Fantastic stuff, Wizard, as my headset is falling off. I'm going to get so worked up here. I'm going to almost have to be standing up, and we are ready. Are the drivers pulling away? I think it's happening. It's happening, Voodoo.
It is. We're finally getting underway. The anticipated moment is here.
And we
I'll tell
might...
you what, my nerves though, I haven't had, sorry to jump in. I haven't been nervous for a race, like an endurance race, in a long time. But for some reason, sitting here in the commentary box, I have got more nerves than I have ever had during a race.
That's a good thing. Let us know those car engines. They sound superb. Are they too loud? Are they not loud enough? Maybe I'm too loud. Maybe you'll get sick of our voices. But look, he's calling Captain Risky is calling a 6-car pile up at Eau Rouge on lap 1. And Cobb McCool says Voodoo reminds me of the Sandman, if anyone remembers who that is.
Oh, like the Sandman, bring me a dream.
Oh yes, we've got some song requests coming too. Get in there, Lewis. Says Wizard.
I'm here all day. I'm here for the next 6 hours.
And now, Voodoo, can you please? We might start going through the grid. Exorcist, we're going to start with that. Originally had a team of 3. They had to pull out on Friday. Didn't do quali. Exo said he can race, so he's doing it solo in the Honda. Magnificent effort by that man.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's not an easy one to kind of take up the challenge of doing it solo. I've done a 12-hour solo not long ago, and I sat there at the start going, "Oh, this is wonderful. This is great. I'm having a great time." And then you get to that halfway mark, and you start to regret your decisions. But no, hopefully the Exorcist and our other solo driver have a really good run here today. Yeah, Yep, I agree.
Sorry, we've got 6 hours to get through that information, so we might continue to do that throughout the course of the 6 hours, because this is incredible. I can't believe this is happening, Voodoo.
Yeah, neither can I. I mean, you know, it's one of those races and one of those events that I feel like is personally highly anticipated. I love a good Spa Enduro, and I'm sure all these lads here, there's so many drivers here. Even though there's 20 cars, there is a lot of drivers involved. I believe there's some teams of even 3 and 4, so it's going to be a good 6 hours.
As we see the drivers, we might just recap the grid. So BCG2 on P1, then it's Jason Wilkinson for Kings Racing. And then the man flying solo, Liqui Molly, Fly Sky DHK. And you can see a random 90. We might stick with this. HC Lewis for Hoon Corp. Heat stroke in 6. And we are streaming. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are streaming the whole 6 hours. That's right, 6 hours. We will be here. And it will be like, is it off The Shining, where he slowly loses... slowly loses his sanity.
Yeah, we just start slowly losing the plot line.
And we'll get there eventually. But so here we have it, the cars sounding superb. And let us know, everything sounding good at this end, Voodoo, the audio, the cars, everything in perfect unison. As we take a look at Aaron for Rubbins racing, Clocaid in 8th, Sofa King as well in 9th, and then it's Simon down there. That's going to be an interesting start for these guys after the controversy in qualifying, of course. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys can come through the field this afternoon. Yeah,
there's going to be a lot of pressure, I think. Definitely, I hope there's a lot of patience involved, but yeah, they've got a lot of pressure as we're creeping up towards the start here.
Here we go. We are almost getting ready. After days and weeks of practice, we're finally ready to get going here for the 6 hours of Spa. It's round 2 of the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series with 6 hours ahead of us. And we are almost ready to go. Nemo stating the obvious. Thank you. 6 hours is a very long time. It's a long time to be driving, a long time to be talking. We are almost ready. 54 people. We hope you're ready at home. We're certainly ready here as well in the commentary box. The time for talk is over. It's time to start doing the talking on track. It's ready. We are go. Away. Jason gets a good start for Kings Racing. Slots in behind Norm as they climb Eau Rouge for the first time. Norm leads for BCG2 Racing. Then it's Kings Racing in second. Fly Sky down there side by side with Random, and then it's Hoon Corp. Look at this down Kemmel Straight, Prince, as the team radio beeps are coming in, flying under the radar. Welcome to you, and it's so close. Is there going to be contact at the top of the hill on round one? Still a long, long way to go. The timing screens have got to sort themselves out, but it looks like Voodoo, everybody, at least for now, has got away cleanly.
Oh, this was honestly a magnificent start. I was very worried. But you saw a couple of people single filed on the way up to Eau Rouge. A couple were still too wide. But yeah, it's looking like everyone's filing out now and settling in for a good 6 hours, which is what we like to see.
And Clocade looks like he's got some damage there. He's right at the back of the field behind Exorcist. I'm not sure what happened there, Voodoo. But I've got to say that there's quite a bit of damage to that 572 BMW. And Random is right up there as well. Go Captain Risky. Good luck all from Knox Parker. But that is not good for Clocade. Are they going to come in and get that damage fixed, or are they going to just keep pushing on for the time being?
I think the wise decision, it doesn't look like it's completely undrivable. I mean, ACC things, it might look like a lot of damage, but realistically, you know, it might only be 5 to 10 seconds of damage. So we're unsure about what kind of unfolded to get the damage. But it's good to see that they're still running, and it doesn't look like it's impacting them too much. So hopefully they get it done in the pit stop and don't need to come in early.
Let's have a look here around the bus stop for the first time. This is the end of the opening lap here, ladies and gentlemen. It is BCG2 Racing in the very capable hands of Norm across the line. P1 at the moment, Wilco 1.1 further back. And then it's Random inside the top three. Fly Sky in P4, then it's Simon in P5. So they have gained 5 places already on the opening lap, Prince.
Yeah, it's a very big move. I mean, you touched on it earlier, you know, they started P10 and we were kind of wondering how they were going to progress, and, you know, 5 laps in 1 lap, 5 positions in 1 lap. I'm getting ahead of myself here. That's impressive. And he's right on the bumper of this BMW. Looking like he's going to make a move.
Another move, there we have it. A little bit wide there, but through Melbourne now he comes around, getting towards the end of the down to Rivage now, turn number 8 on this circuit. There's a few of them, 19 corners in all. And have a great race, guys. Kaima B there, the beautiful Kaima B. Hello to you. Donate some money. Don't worry, it'll come out of my paycheck. But it'll look fancy on the stream. Thank you, Kaima. As look at the people here, we've got Simon up to 4th already, and he looks like he's coming up very quickly on Random as well. So that's going to be interesting. I think he's going to be in his mirrors. If he isn't already, Prince, he's going to be up there in the not too distant future.
Yeah, Side Dog's definitely looking the goods at the moment. Those boys are having a really impressive run, and you know, I'm sure they've got 3 teams, I believe, entered here, and their 3 teams are running in the top 4. So I'm sure they're looking to clean sweep the podium. But it's a long 6 hours. Hopefully they don't get ahead of themselves and ruin the tyres. But we'll see. We'll see.
As Kaima has gifted 1 sub to Jono. Look at that, and she's given a total of 2 in this channel. As Simon down the inside of Random, he's just gone a little bit too deep there on that occasion through the bus stop chicane, but he's got the move done. And he is now up into 3rd position and the fastest lap of the race, if you don't mind as well, Prince. And that was ducking and weaving through the traffic. And Coimbra, not sure what she's done there by donating. You've done nothing wrong, I can assure you of that. Absolutely fantastic. Crasher Wake, let's go HSV team. Let's hope you're following too, Crasher, if you're not already. But Simon up to 3rd position. And he's only 2.1 off of Jason Wilkinson at the moment.
Yeah, Wilco's probably sweating in his little boots at the moment. But no, Sidewalk, you can't fault the drive that he's having at the moment. That move, though, that he made at bus stop, that was very, very good. He might have outbraked himself. Could be a brake bias thing they might need to think about for later on so that they don't risk the contact. But, you know, then again, he could have gone a little bit deep. But nonetheless, got a really good move done, and he's making his way forward to Wilco next.
And we're hearing that Rubbins Racing has been around. I think it's Aaron.
Fantastic!
And thank you,
that's,
Crasher Wake, who's now following, and that is fantastic. Thank you. Welcome to the KRL family. And yep, I think it is car number 16 there. Looks like Aaron, who's off the track. Can he get that back to the pit lane and get that damage fixed? That's my next question to you, Nigerian Prince.
Yeah, my hope is they take it a little bit easy in spots where they're struggling. Just get it back to pit lane and get the damage repaired. It is a long race, anything can happen. You know, early on where that damage seems to have occurred might have been Eau Rouge. So, you know, in the opening 10 minutes, anybody can have that mistake over the next 6 hours. So get the damage repaired, get back out there and, you know, give it your all. As we see Rubbins Racing in the hands of Aaron there, getting back to the pit lane. Thank you for the follow, Crasher Wake. You're welcome, Trev. It's Alex A. And I'm pretty sure that, does that mean Alex Albon? Or is that Alex Adams up there, one of Dino's good friends, one of my good friends too, up there in Parramatta in New South Wales. Fantastic to have you along.
Fantastic!
And Dustin Smith 12 is now following. Let's get back to the sharp end of the grid if you don't mind. We'll just recap. There's so much happening. It is Norm with a 2.1 second lead. It is Alex. There he is, not Alex Albon, Alex Adams from New South Wales is joining us. The big question is...
Fantastic!
And Mrs. Nismo! There's a Mrs. Nismo, Nigerian Prince.
Oh, that's what we like to see. Thank you guys so much for the follows and welcome to the community.
Thank you for joining the community. Wow, this is fantastic. Thank you for that, Murray, but we're going to recap. We're only 3 laps in, and there's plenty happening. Flying under the radar now following the channel. We might hit 200 before the first hour. That's how well it's going so far. But I'm going to get to some of the questions in a minute, Prince. Questions without notice. And that is the big question. How is the tyre wear going to be as they seem to be pushing hard? How are we going to go on tyre wear here?
Oh, look, given it's a 35-degree track temp, you're going to be scrubbing your tyres quite a bit. You know, at the end of the day, I haven't driven the console release and I haven't driven the 1.8 in a while as we've got 1.9 on PC, but the tyres overall, I'd be conserving, I'd be looking after them. These guys at the front are really pushing, but I mean, they might have done the laps already and they might know they can push like this, but one small mistake, those tyres are cooked.
And that's all it takes, as I think we saw Fly Sky there, right up behind Random. So BCG3 Racing, they made a good start to this one, and now they're under pressure. Kart Dude, all the way from Tasmania, has joined us. Big shout out to Kart Dude down there and everybody down there at the Launceston Karting Club. And this is getting a little bit too close for comfort here, I reckon. As we come down to the bus stop chicane, is Fly Sky going to make a move? I think he's a little bit too far back on this occasion, but still, he is getting very racy indeed. And Cobb McCool wants to know any word of when we get 1.9, version 1.9 of ACC on the PS5. Cam, have you heard anything?
I mean, traditionally with these major updates from PC, it tends to be towards, you know, your 6-month range, but I believe it's rumored to be somewhere closer towards the end of the year. You'll get one
Fantastic!
the new Ferrari, and I believe you guys might even get the new McLaren that we have now as well, the 720S Evo.
Fantastic stuff. Butler Racing 450, thank you for the follow. And lap number 4, and I've got to say that Jason is seeing a whole lot of Simon in his rear view mirrors, because we saw the mistake from John O'Stan at turn 1 in qualifying during the top 10 shootout. And I've got to say that it's not hampering them too much, because they're already up to 3rd, almost 2nd here, Prince. And Jason's going to have a lot of work to do. He's got to make that number 19 Audi very wide indeed for Kings Racing here to keep 2nd place.
Yeah, Wilco's going to be under quite a bit of pressure, but I think Wilco's a bit more of that conservative type. He might actually let Sidor go past after a bit of a good battle, but I think it'd be wise to let him go, jump into the tow, considering he's got quite good race pace at the moment, and you might even find yourself fighting for that P1 podium spot as well.
And we are hearing that the Exorcist, not the movie, but the Exorcist 666 is around. And being a supporter of the dark arts like yourself, Prince, that is not something you want to see, the number 66 around the wrong way. But he has gone to the back of the field. He doesn't appear to have any damage, though, on this occasion for turn 0. And I think he's travelling a little bit slowly, or it could be just my screen. I'm not too sure. Just gutted, says Butler. And HC John says, let's go, Lewis. Wizard is moister than an oyster at the moment. Exorcist is off. And he's going to be... Don't call a priest Voodoo, because what's going on here, this is some evil, evil stuff at the moment.
Yeah, it's not good. And the Exorcist is one of our teams that are driving solo, one of 2 teams driving solo, but I think his early mistake that he had might have shaken him up. If it was Eau Rouge to Radion, you know, that's understandable to shake you up and kill your tyres. So he might have been struggling with the sense of the tyres have overheated. They've got a lot of graining on them now, which he might just be trying to regulate those temps, and unfortunately another mistake. So fingers crossed he's got the devil on his side, because we want to be seeing him have a good result here today.
And let's have a look at that perfect timing as Simon goes down Kemmel straight into Laycom and through on Jason Wilkinson. This man has pace galore at the moment. We're barely inside, what are we, the first 13 or so minutes of this race, and I've got to say that he is making the moves. Wilco has been relegated to 3rd, and meanwhile it's still Norm for BCG2, and BCG1 are the opposite way around. They're in 2nd and 1st respectively. But wow, there's a bit of a gap forming too now back to Random. So 3.7 back further behind him. Captain Risky says, Psydog is my idol. And Prince, not a bad idol to have when he's showing pace like this.
Yeah, I have to agree. Look, Psydog to me appears to be treating this like a nice casual sprint race, even though it's a 6 hour. But if this is the way that he drives Enduros, buddy, if you're on PC,
fantastic!
You're on my team.
And Nismo says, when I grow up, I want to be just like Psydog. CFD fixing damage at 117. And there we have it. And Low NZ is now following. Thank you for joining the family here on Twitch. And Simon, who qualified for the GT World Series, of course. This is something we had to mention too, didn't we, Voodoo? We get a lot of strict instructions here at KRL, but he is going to Amsterdam in August. And there's plenty to do in Amsterdam. And,
fantastic!
And Draven84 now following as well. There's plenty to do in Amsterdam, isn't there, Voodoo? And you might even get to some GT World Series activities as well over there.
Yeah, exactly. Massive congratulations to him as well, making it into the top 3 of the Oceania sides of the GT World Finals. So, yeah, definitely a big privilege for him to be able to go over to Amsterdam and represent Australia, I assume, for the championship. But hopefully he has a good run there, because if his pace is similar to what he's got here, I'd be looking forward to watching that. So, yeah, Amsterdam, pack me in the suitcase, buddy, because I want to go to those bars.
And if you could get me into the suitcase as well, that would be even better. But that means we're both in the suitcase together, Voodoo, and that would be a long flight over there. But Random,
It'll be a comfy suitcase.
Random doing an amazing job in his ACC debut, says Jono Stan. And Captain Risky, who takes no risks at all, says amen. Jono is doing so well. And Simon is a proud East Australian. Does that include you're a South Australian, Voodoo? I'm a Northeast Australian, and Simon is a proud East Australian as well. As we're going to recap here, Norm leads, but for how long we do not know, because there is the man, the hero, the man who qualified for the GT World Series in Amsterdam in August. Just some nice weather over there in August as well, but he is 1.5 seconds further back, and he is hunting down that lead like a Nigerian prince, just looking for some food on a Sunday afternoon. And I've got to say that 1.6, that gap, he's in a class of his own, Simon, in the early going.
Yeah, he really is. I hope he can hold this pace throughout, but no, I mean, he's definitely given his teammates a run for the money, and he doesn't seem to be making any mistakes either. So fingers crossed we see him up and fighting in. But this battle, though, between him and Norm, I don't think any cards are going to be left off the table, even though they're teammates. I think it's going to be all for grabs here.
And now we've got some controversy. Cart Dude saying, any love for Tasmania in the lobby, though? And Captain Risky firing straight back saying, Tasmania isn't real. So there we have it, controversy down there for Cart Dude and his legion of Taswegian friends and family. Do we think they'll get an AFL team, Cart Dude? There we go. As soon as I said that, Cart Dude, let's go Tassie, says Alex. That is not Alex Albon. We established that. Alex Adams from New South Wales. And that is great to have Alex. Who are you supporting today, Alex? Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments. You've got 5 hours and 43 minutes to let us know what's going on there. Hope so. He says, let's get that stadium built. And Wizard firing in here, Prince. Australia is a fake country, all paid actors. So that is very controversial, as we might take a look at the drivers lower down the order. And let's have a look. Fly Sky still holding his own in the 99 BMW here, Prince. All on his own in 5th, and not too far behind Random here.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a good battle to kind of follow and keep up to date with. I believe we saw him get quite close on the run through Blanchimon and kind of backed out just to not unsettle the car in front and hopefully not win them. But this battle, it just keeps on going. I love it. I want to see more of this BMW. Just clawing through the Audis. I want it.
And that is going to be a battle that's going to continue long into the night. I've got to say, let's get that stadium built, says Cart Dude. Let's go Tassie, says Alex. And hot take, HSV. Alex is calling it HSV to beat to beat our man Wilco. So there you have it. Oh, look, you know that these guys, you know that they're just going to want Wilco to win, and you know they're not going to want us New South Welshmen to win. So that's why I'm in this race, to try and beat our man Wilco, because you know that they just walk around calling him our man Wilco, and that's why I crack the shits. But there we have it. Thank you, Dean McKinnon, live and exclusive here on the stream. How well are we travelling, Voodoo? How long have we got left? What do we got left?
We're 20. Yeah, we're 20 minutes in. I'm about to start going. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Not even, but we'll keep focusing on the race. He really liked that impersonation. Thank you for that, Alex. And up the Tasmanians Australian Rules Football Club, says Jono. And he loves it. Alex loves the impersonation, but there's a gap forming back to Son of Spawn here now. 8.3 seconds down to P6. So the top 5, we've got the top 5, and then we've got sort of a top 10 happening. Might even have more than that. We might have a top 20 there. Let's have a look at what's going on further afield. And it looks like Rubbins Racing has fixed the damage. And they are back out onto the circuit, Nigerian Prince, in P20. So please let us know if you want me to... am I sharing the right thing on Discord there, Voodoo?
Yeah, I've got the right one. I've actually got both of them up, so I can see one live, and then I can see one just a little bit delayed, just so I can reflect back to it if I need to. But it's good to see Aaron has got his car back out onto the track for Robbins Racing. It's not an easy one to make that mistake in. Make that minute 20 pit lane trek on top of whatever you need to do for repairs. So they should hopefully have filled up the car, just put new boots on, and they'll be a little bit out of sequence for pit stops for the remainder of the race. But, it's good to see him still out there in P20.
And let's have a look at Rubbins Racing now. Where did they start in the field? We can just have a look. I think we've got the information here. We've got Shamrock for this team. That's on your screen. Shamrock, Aaron and Marcus Harris. These boys missed round one, rocked up on Friday and put the Beamer into the shootout. And they should have some decent pace. And the information I'm getting here is that they're aiming for a podium. So there we have it. They are aiming for a podium, Voodoo, but that's going to be very difficult from here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is going to be very difficult. I mean, it's all good to have the predictor of, this is where we want to be as a goal. And, I'm all for having a goal during these endurance races. You decide where, wherever you qualify overall, you sit back and go, okay, what's a realistic result that we can achieve from here? And, initially starting P7, a realistic result for them, be trying to achieve a podium, that would have been great. But, sometimes Eau Rouge doesn't want to deal you those nice cards and just throws a spanner into the works.
Certainly does. 2:03 p.m. Eastern Time here in Victoria. A little bit earlier than that. Quality steerers, though. Cobb McCool, thank you for that. We've got a battle for the lead here that is heating up at the moment as we head through the Rivage and turn number 9 with no name. Down to Pouon, or the double Goucher, as we like to call it here. Keeping the language nice and local. How long have we spent in Belgium? And we've spent a couple of weeks in Belgium. Simon putting on a masterclass here, says Matt Simmons 08, a fairly handy steerer himself, Matt Simmons. And Butler Racing 450 says, what about the American Aussie team? Well, we're going to get to them in just a few moments. We're going to keep an eye on this battle for the lead. Where are the opportunities here, Voodoo? Is it a long run through Blanchimont down to the bus stop chicane? Is that going to be the chance for Simon to get this move done for the lead?
Yeah, look, if Simon doesn't go for the move down here at bus stop, he'll definitely be going for the move at Lake Com, because those are the two spots we've seen him cleanly get very nice moves done in the early stages of this race. I think he might even be setting up here.
Oh, he's setting up. Bus stop, that is going to be where it's going to happen.
I think we're looking for Lake Comp now. I think he's setting up for a nice run on Eau Rouge.
Here we go. Oh, that's so close. Just had to whack the brakes on. Norm is under all kinds of pressure. It is BCG2 versus BCG1 here. And have a look at this. Cobb McCool, who was waiting for me to start gushing Maddie Mint comments, hashtag Man Crush. It's all about this battle. Oh, this is going to be close. The run down Kemmel Straight. They've gone through Eau Rouge. Ratty on Kemmel Straight, heading towards Lacom as we climb. Side-org through, I think, is he? Yes, Norm is going to keep it there, but well, Simon has the race lead here on lap 10. And I know Matt might be the favourite, but Simon is getting very close here, Nigerian Prince. What a move and what a race he is having.
Oh, look, you take me back 24 minutes and say, Side-org, you'll go from P10 to P1 in 24 minutes. I would have laughed and said, Yeah, maybe towards the end of, your second hour, third hour, depending on the pace. But in 24 minutes to go from P10 to P1, that's very, very impressive.
Unbelievable effort, that's for sure. And there we have it there in P1. Norm settling back down to P2. Kings Racing is there in P19. We might go through the field and continue on with our merry discussion about our teams at the moment. If I can bring them back up. There we have it, BCG 1. Including Sidorg, Jono and Mint Matt. A little mistake in the shootout means this hot favourite for the race was out of position, as we've been talking about, off the starting grid. The three drivers are not only some of the fastest on the grid, but also very consistent, Prince. And Sidorg is fresh off getting into the top three, of course, for the Oceania GT World Finals, which means that he's going to Amsterdam to compete in the next stage of the finals. This team can still win this race today. Who gives us this information? Who gives us this info, Prince? Because that was fairly obvious, those statements, and I think we read most of them anyway.
Yeah, Mr. Wilco's son provided us the goods. Gave us plenty to talk about over the course of the 6 hours. So, now this information that he's provided is actually really good. It's given us a good insight into the drivers and the teams that we've got on the track here today. So, yeah, congratulations again to Simon for the opportunity to go to Amsterdam. But his pace, though, nobody can match it at the moment, can they? Just can't match it.
Nobody can match it at all. Great move, says Butler. I'll get you, Butler. Jono Stan at 96, 10th to first in 10 laps. Now, remember, you're a bit too young for that show On the Buses. Butler, let us know about On the Buses. Blakey.
You remember
Yep.
talking about buses? Do you remember that one that would rock up to your school and it had the creepy giraffe and shit in there? Like,
Oh, yes, the Life Ed
you
van.
remember that?
The Life Ed van.
Yeah.
Harold.
Yeah, dude, that was... Yes, Harold the giraffe. Dude, that shit was scary as
Yeah,
fuck as
it's
a
like,
kid.
where are your kids going? Yeah, we're all just going into a dark van to watch a bloke stick the...
It was very dark in the
stick-
van, though.
stick-
Like, they could
stickies.
have lit it up a little bit more. Like,
You know, they had those cheap, glow-in-the-dark stars? You know, like the cheapest ones, like reject shop stars that you stick on the wall?
yeah.
And they don't really glow either. But, yeah, imagine that in 2023. What are you doing, children? Yeah, we're all going to jump in with Harold and the Life Ed van into a very dark room and talk to a bloke with the one arm up the backside of a giraffe while Harold talks. That's interesting, isn't it? It's a New South Wales thing, says Cobb McCall. Usually,
I'm in South Australia, and we had it numerous times growing up as a kid. And yeah, it's definitely one of the scarier moments, I think, of going into a van.
Selragus says usually a lady had. It was a guy for me coming to my school. I hope I was in the right van. Might have been in another van, but anyway. And 6 hours of just side-splitting humour. Past the needle and cotton voodoo so I can stitch my sides back together. If you think that's funny, just wait for the last hour. That's where we're going to do some of our best work. And wish I had it when I was a kid as well. We had a lady, definitely had a lady too. So I'm starting to wonder whether my childhood has been a lie, voodoo, and it might not have been Harold the giraffe after all.
Yeah, look, I mean, my life has been a lie as well. I've been looking at random things over the last couple of days, and I stumbled across the Teletubbies, and it turns out there's actual people inside the Teletubbies. I thought they...
You sure? Was that...
No,
inside
legit,
the
the suits are massive. Like a normal person, you'd probably be able to fit Shaq O'Neal in a Teletubby suit.
What's going on, Shaq? Well, you know how Shaq sounds, don't you?
Yeah.
Shaq never get angry. And we're going to look... he never gets angry. I never get angry, Ernie. Did you see that video where Shaq tried the world's hottest chip? Did you see that?
No, I haven't seen
Have
that,
you seen
but
that?
I've seen him try like different hot sauces.
It's nothing to me. And it said, all right, Shaq. I think it was Ernie Johnson who says to him, He goes, Shaq, if you can try that, those sauces or whatever, or those corn chips without making a face, otherwise, something, you know, he's going to give you like 20 grand to charity or something. And then he said, I'm not making a face, Ernie. I'm not making a face, Ernie. I'm not making a face, Ernie. Oh, it's hot. And yeah, just look it up if you can, because we're taking a look at Piston Broke now with HSV, who joined us in the commentary box not too long ago. And he is up in P6, so Piston Broke doing very well. We might have a little bit of a rundown for them. Pist and Broke, whereabouts are they? We can have a look.
They're doing pretty good. They've come from P11 the start to P6 currently. So you got HSV, you got Low, NZ, and Randall taking the helm of the 196 Audi. But yeah, Trev, did you want to tell us a little bit about that team?
Yes, we certainly can. Piston Broke, the driver's HSV, the man on your screen at the moment, and Low, NZ, and Randall. There was a last-minute driver change, and they've brought in the fast driver Randall, formerly known as Andrew Byrne, who raced for Shakedown. One of your boys just missed out on the shootout, and just missed out on the shootout so far. And we'll have a look. Had a tough round one, so they'll be hoping to get well inside the top 10 this afternoon. And they're doing that at the moment. Voodoo, 6th place.
Sorry, I decided to go on a quick little holiday, but yeah, they're doing really good. Really good up from P11 to P6. So hopefully they continue that run.
Thought you were putting yourself in the suitcase there, Simon's suitcase on the way to Amsterdam. And
Yeah,
Captain
look,
Risky
I've got a
also had a
suitcase
Lady
on there.
Harold as well. Those hand tennis balls were a hot commodity growing up. Are they the ones that you used to put your hand into? Like the Velcro, and then they would stick? Or are
Yeah,
they...
there's a couple of weird ones like that, eh?
And Cobb McCool says, I'm not getting in the van unless you give me a lolly. And he will do anything for candy. He'll risk it for the biscuit. And OMFG, no way. And to do some more practice next weekend, Cel Ragus. How do we say that name? Is it Cel Ragus or Cel Ragus?
Kelgris?
Kelgaris.
Yeah, Kelgris. Or just call him Chris.
Chris, we're going to stick with Chris. Okay. And we are half an hour inside this race now. 5 hours, 28 minutes. Cam says it wrong.
Really? I've been calling you that for how long now, Chris? And you haven't even fucking corrected? Man, come on now.
Kelgaris or Selgaris? There we go. So we're going to work this out in the next 5 hours, 27 minutes and
I'm
45
just going to keep
seconds.
on calling you Chris.
Chris, that'll... Well,
easier.
is that easier? Well, I'll tell you what's easy. We've got 169 followers here this
That's
afternoon.
a magical number.
Only
It's a magical number.
31 to go to get to the 200. And then we're going to chase Voodoo down. Say it like I spelt it. Selregus. Sorry, just had to cough there. Okay, so we're going to keep... Thank you for that. We're going to keep going through... Oh, hello. We've got HC Lewis up behind. We've got Hooncorp versus Heatstroke here for P7. So this is a tasty little battle here. 14 laps into this race.
This is good, and Lewis, I believe, over the course of the weekend after the qualifying, said that he was a little bit disappointed with where he qualified. So they were looking to make some good moves here, but Sunderspawn did make a slight mistake by going a little bit deep on the entry of the bus stop, which has brought Lewis into contention here. So this should be bumper to bumper, I think, by the end of the run here, if he hasn't got the track warning for that.
As we'll wait and see, he's dropped a little bit further back, and Bathurst on Tuesday, says Chris. Too many events
Chris, I haven't
next
even
week.
practiced for that.
Oh, so Voodoo, when are you going to get your practice shoes on?
Oh, look, probably 5 minutes before. I'm probably going to bin it. I haven't had a clean run of Bathurst for like the last 4 times I've been there, so let's make it 5.
Nice one, and that is how the professionals do it. As Sofa King for JB inside the top 10. And then Dask now, love the livery on this Mercedes. Only one of one Mercs in the field tonight. I'm sitting in a Merc in the pit lane, spectating this race, of course, but they are in 10th position. And Someone Awesome says, let's go fly. Sorry I can't be there. That is Someone Awesome, who is followed up and one of our family here now at KRL. And P10, Rigsy in P11. Sure, Shay Kike. That's a very nice colour on that.
Let's call him Shaq.
Shaq. Okay, Ernie.
He can be our Shaq O'Neal for the race.
Okay, Ernie. So every time we've... All right, Ernie. Okay, now Whippy 2K, first time chatter. First time chatter, and I don't see much following happening. Oh no, Whippy has followed, I think. But Whippy, if you're out there watching, please follow, and we can hit the 170 mark. That would be fantastic. F1 Sniper now, FFK. They're down in 13th. What is the gap behind them? And up the Lewis, says Whippy. So Lewis doing very well. We might check on your man. Where is Lewis? HC Lewis down there in P8 at the moment. And Nemo also had a Harold in New Zealand. So that's interesting. So it was
Harold
international Voodoo.
Yeah, Harold seems to have made the runs around the world. I wonder how far he's actually gone. If you had a Harold where you are, let us know in chat. We wanna
Let us know. Whippy has cheered. Don't worry, he has followed. Thank you, Whippy, for cheering. That is fantastic. A part of this stream. And a big shout out. Press 1 in the chat. Let's all press 1 in the chat here. Hang on a second.
Yeah, we're taking callers on 1300. Wait, what is it? 1300065506. Do you remember that one, Joe?
Yes, 1300065506. Was that the reading writing hotline, Voodoo? That's the one.
Yeah. So call us on the reading writing hotline at 1300065506, and make sure to press 1 if you had a Harold with you. Press 2 if you did not have a Harold with you.
If you had a Harold, press 1. If you didn't have Harold, press 2. If Harold offered you more than just lollies, press 3. Okay, and press 1, the reading writing hotline, 1300065506. That's what it was. Now the advert's coming back to me now. Let's have a look. We're going to recap. It is Simon. Simon says this race is very, very easy at the moment as we're coming up to some traffic, I think, further ahead already. Lap 15 now of this race. Alex had a Harold Holt. Harold the giraffe, not Harold Holt. Because Harold Holt's swimming school, it's not the best swimming school, is it, Prince? And he could be known to go missing too if you might not come back from that one. But Simon leads the race. Norm in second, 4.9 seconds further back. Then it's 4 seconds further again to Jason Wilkinson. And let's talk about this team at the moment. Our man Wilco, as Alex likes us to call him. And so does Dean. And number 1, 2 must have been after my time, but there was a guy that came around in a van.
You know, I think the coolest one I ever had during school was there's a team out that does Australian motorsports. I believe they drive the Utes, and they're called the Jesus Racing Team. We had them come to our school with the V8, and dude, that thing was sick. Like, that was the coolest thing we ever had come to school. But no, I don't think I ever had to deal with a shady man in a van at my school.
No shady man in a van too, yes. Harold Holt, the best magician in history. He's still missing. And we won't... No, we've got a few jokes.
He's still missing.
We've got a few jokes about that, and he's still. I was about to say he's still playing hide and seek, and we haven't seen him since then. But 40 people still sticking with us inside the first hour here at Spa-Francorchamps. We're going to be that voice, aren't we, Voodoo? You know that voice that's just going on Sunday afternoon. You know, like when you leave your TV going. And
oh look, you can't get any better than it though, right?
No, well, I mean, it's, you know...
I don't know where else I'd rather be. I don't know what else I'd rather be watching for my Sunday afternoon.
No, and that is the same here. We might just check on the drivers lower down the order. And it's the Wolf sending out an SOS. It's the Wolf there, and I Harold Holt, yeah, very good magician. Certainly one of the best, Alex. And I heard his swimming school went under. Chris up and about. And Cobb McCool could never understand why it was after school. And I mean Le Mans. Just kidding. But who is winning the 24-hour race over there, Voodoo? I don't really want to have to pay for a Stan Sports subscription. And fantastic! HC Johns is now following. Sorry, Voodoo, go ahead.
Well, if you got a second screen, I've sent you a special message.
Is this one we can check on the stream, or?
No, I wouldn't.
There we go. We'll wait and see about that. But
you can open it up, but I wouldn't show it on screen.
Okay, I have an opinion on kidnappers. Says Whippy. Toyota Car 8 is winning at the moment.
Sorry, Jeff. Can we have your opinion on kidnappers, particularly the Madeline McCann situation? Sorry.
Now, Voodoo, you can't go down that line. Who would win that battle in hide and seek? Harold Holt or Madeline?
Jeez.
Well,
Welcome to the Unhinged broadcast.
One's only been missing for 15 years, the other one's been missing for 50. But anyway, and there we have it. So Whippy says, I have an opinion on kidnappers. He certainly does. The Toyota Car 8 is winning at the moment. Thank you, Chris. Ferrari second, Cadillac in third. The hypercar NASCAR is smashing GTEs though. And we're off the air, says Jono.
NASCAR meant, right?
We're off the air. We're still on the air? They've still kept us on, haven't they? Surely.
Yeah, no, we're still here. We're still here. They love us too much.
And Nemo says Random in his ACC debut is going well. We might check on him. He's 5 seconds in front of who's he in front of? Fly Sky, who's doing it solo as well. And this car, I should say, the number 56 Audi, is doing very well here this afternoon, Prince.
Yeah, they definitely are. These three teams of the BCG guys seem to be very, very strong, and Audi seems to be really good here at the moment too, taking out the top four. But look, I'm interested. We're starting to come into that window where a majority of these teams are going to be starting to think about pit stops in, I dare say, the next 20 minutes. We might start seeing some cars come in, but 20 to 30 minutes, you've got to start thinking about what are we going to do for pit lane? Are we going to take tyres, fuel? Are we going to do a driver swap, or are we going to send it for another hour? So I'm keen to see what they decide to do, and hopefully those decisions pull them a bit further up.
And we're getting word through that 666 is in the wall. Exorcist now back in the pits. So that is terrible, isn't it, Voodoo? They were involved in an incident, or he was involved in an incident a little bit earlier on in the race. We are inside the first hour here, as Jono says 9 GT7.
Come on, where's the blue flags? Do I have to try to overtake him or what?
Thank you very much. Nemo saying, where are the blue flags? I have to overtake him or what? For what? Thank you for that, Kimmy, who's probably enjoying his retirement somewhere. And he might be watching this stream. Who knows? Blue flags for Norm. There we have it. We'll have a look here. We'll go back to the racing on track. We're going to keep getting through the information. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep working through. We've got plenty of time. Out, lads. The wheel has disconnected. Breaking news from Exorcist. Disconnected.
Exorcist, jump into the waiting room and come and have a chat with us.
Yep.
Tell us how your race was going until the unfortunate end. We'd love to hear.
And there we go. Jono says, brave calling yourself a GT7 pleb. Jono, that's from Captain Risky. We were going to get drivers in here throughout the course of the afternoon or evening, I think, as well, weren't we, Voodoo? But we'll just play it by ear and see how we go.
Yeah, look, my favourite man running the 666, I highly support him, but it's one of those things. I would love to hear from the drivers over the course of the 6 hours, because that kind of interaction and feedback of what it's like on the track and how the car's feeling and how your team's going, and that kind of stuff is things that we don't know. So yeah, if you're out there racing at the moment and you want to jump in for a chat, feel free to jump in and we'll drag you on.
And look at that. Sophie King, bad, says burnout face. Sorry, a Yik pushing too hard. Fiona has cheered ×8. Swift Rage ×8. And you're a Twitch man, Voodoo. And that is good, isn't it, for our channel? So thank you, Princess Fiona. Let us know, Princess Fiona, where you're watching from. Might not even like being called Princess Fiona, but I've just, unfortunately, it seems to have stuck, so I do apologise. And Whippy 2K has cheered ×7. We're going to have to up this cheering notification, Voodoo, because it's absolute rubbish at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to have to do a couple of updates, I think.
And Whippy's cheering some more. Look how good this...
getting up and about.
It's getting up and about. Whippy, Princess Fiona. Cheer what? Wilco is catching some back markers now as we speak. We've got Shaq. Come on, Ernie. And then Shaq behind Mac B, little RWB, little Mac. And there we have it.
I like to look at that livery though. It is a nice car. The old yellow and blue on the BMW looks nice.
And Fiona cheering again. How many is that? 1, 2, 3.
Have we got a little bit of a battle going on?
We've got a cheer battle. Well, how many is that? 7, 3,
Who
21.
can cheer the loudest?
Wow. Trying to out cheer me. That's all right. I'm nearly losing the plot here already. As Whippy, it's gone to 20. 20.
It's a competition.
They're cheering for 20. We might. Hey, let me get this straight. Hang on, wait. We'll get in the chat. Keep cheering. Keep cheering, everybody. Keep cheering. So Voodoo and Trev can go to Amsterdam in business class. 22 cheers. Can we get to business class? We don't want to be crammed in a suitcase. We want to be flying business class to Amsterdam. Can we please get that message across, Voodoo?
Yeah, look, I think the most important one, if you haven't followed the stream yet, please do follow the stream because it is going to be quite an entertaining 5 and a bit hours that we have left. And if you also want to help support us in not being stuck inside a suitcase on the way to Amsterdam, then please be sure to share the stream. As we see Random making a nice move on Shaq, he has that done quite easily.
And Shaq, I think, come on, where are the blue flags? You know what to do, Nemo.
Oh no, blue flags, I apologize.
And 1.7 now behind Wilco, so that is heating up that position. That fight for third is heating up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting spicy. Wilco's probably strengthening his boots a little bit, wondering what to do in the closing, I'd say closing 20 minutes of his stint here. So, yeah, he's dropped a couple of positions, which is not what he wanted, but I'm sure they'll claw it back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there, we are almost 1 hour down. 12 minutes to go, and then it's the first hour. What's the plan? Are we taking commercial breaks every 1 hour or every hour, or are we just going right through, Voodoo? Do we know what the go is?
Look, we haven't heard anything from higher up, so
we haven't heard anything from higher up. We will keep going. And Nemo says, where are the blue flags? Tell him to get out of the way. And there we go. Very aggressive over there. What time is it in New Zealand? Guest commentators. Guess, did we get the Prince of Darkness in? The other Prince of Darkness?
No, we didn't, unfortunately. If he's out there, jump in. We still want to hear about your race, how it was going, and you can tell us about those mistakes that ended up costing you that race. Because we know you're running solo, and I was definitely going for you in the long run. But it's Fiona's jumping back in. Whippy. Man, you've got a bit of a contest here.
There's some pepper on that one, let me tell you. Guest commentators, random ads popping in occasionally. I'm sorry, I don't think we can do anything about that, can we? I think that's a Twitch thing, isn't it, Voodoo, that? The random ads coming in?
Yeah, the ads thing is just a random thing that happens. I believe it's scheduled. You should only get 30 seconds per hour or something like that. But yeah, we can't control that.
There we have it. So Fiona, Princess Fiona, is continuing. Look at the cheers. 22 of them, I think it was. And she is winning the battle, flying its Ford Oh my God, there's 50! 50! Raise the bat, we've got 50 of them. And that is 4:30 in New Zealand. Thank you for that. And yeah, it is. No, it's cool. It is plebs that haven't subbed. Oh, that's look out. We don't want to get into a sub war. As Whippy says hello, and Whippy is up and about. That's 50. And Princess Fiona now with 12. With 12 cheers. It's going off here, Voodoo. My chat box is filled with faces waving at me.
Yeah, my chat box is filled with faces waving at me.
Let's keep an eye on this. I can see all of them, but thank you for that, Princess Fiona and Whippy having a bit of a battle there. But speaking, we'll go back to the battles on track here, ladies and gentlemen. And we can tell you that Aaron's still at the back there. The Dark Lord had to surrender. He's in the chat. Jump in, have a chat with us.
Yeah, Dark Lord, jump
in.
into the waiting room or something like that, and we'll drag you in for a chat. Come on.
If you're part of the in the Discord, jump into the waiting room and you can have a chat. Who else wants to have a chat in here? Who else have we got?
Yeah, come and have a chat with us. The Dark Lord, our saviour.
The Dark Lord, our saviour. Jump in the waiting room, Dark Lord. We would love to hear from you. Maybe have a sacrifice or two in the next 5 hours. We're not going to get involved in any of that pentagram stuff. I've watched a few shows on that Voodoo, and that is very risky business, isn't it, actually, getting those demons from the other side?
Yeah, it really is. I played virtually. I played a game the other night and decided it would be a fun idea to ask the ghost how it was doing over a Ouija board, and it decided it was going to break the Ouija board in my hands and proceed to kill me virtually. So Ouija boards are a no-go, even though I want to try one in real life. I think virtually is far enough for me.
Now, before we go to Amsterdam, everybody out there watching, before we head to Amsterdam, I've got to say, Voodoo, we need to pay for your plane ticket over to Victoria so we can do the Beechworth Ghost Asylum tour. And we can pencil that in for a weekend, and we want to spend the night there, and we'll set up some video recording equipment and all the usual stuff. Would you be in with that? That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I'd be down. Look, we can even just set up a website now called Only Ghosts, and we can just travel the world and provide ghostly pictures. And
then when we're not actually summoning spirits from another world or the other side, we could talk about this. Actually, let's recap here, Prince.
Yeah.
In the race, and that heat is going to have to go. I am absolutely sweating up here in the commentary box. Is it too warm for you up here in the commentary box, Voodoo?
Oh, look, I'm a little bit. I'm happy. I'm a little bit cold. I'm a little bit warm, but look, you can turn the heaters down. That's fine.
It's okay. Don't make me start having to take off an item of clothing every hour of this race, because that could be interesting. Sideorg Simon is leading by 9.3 seconds over Norm. Chris wants to jump in. Yes! Fantastic! And Cobb McCool has just subscribed to help Voodoo and myself stuff ourselves in a suitcase and head to Amsterdam. But before that, we're going to do the Beechworth Ghost Tour here in Victoria. And we keep subscribing, keep following, keep cheering us. It helps us, doesn't it, Voodoo? That is for sure. And my goodness me, all these notifications are buzzing. And 170 now for the followers. Can we get to 200? 200 followers in the next 5 hours, 6 minutes and 35 seconds, Prince. Cobb McCool says no economy class for you and me, Prince. All business class treatment. How good is that going to be? Direct to Amsterdam. And then everywhere, when we get there, they'll be talking like this one day. They'll be talking like that, will they?
Oh, look, I've actually got some people that I've met through streaming that live in Amsterdam or close. They're in the Netherlands region, and they've welcomed me and have said they've got a place for me to stay when I decide to go over there. So Amsterdam, look, whether it's me getting stuffed in a suitcase or we're going business class. I'm making my way over there.
Either way, we're going to be packing. Either way, we're going to be flying. And either way, we're going to be stuffing something. Because with 5 hours and 5 minutes and 44 seconds to go, what about Cobb McCool? He says no economy class for us, Voodoo. How good is that? How good is this man? And he's jumped into sub at a tier 1, if you don't mind. Absolutely killing it. Oh! Chris! Chris has subscribed at tier 1. This is fantastic. Unbelievable. Chris has jumped in as well and subscribed. We could go further than Amsterdam, but we'll stick with Amsterdam at the moment. Depending how much money we get from the stream, of course, Voodoo. It could be just the Beechworth Ghost Tour and a weekend at Trev's, but we're happy either way, aren't we? We're not fussy.
Yeah, I'm not fussy at all. I'd just be happy to spend some time with Trev. That'd be good. That'd be good enough for me.
Of course, it all will be live streamed here on the Kid Buyers Twitch channel. So if you do want us to go to the Beechworth the Beechworth Asylum and do the ghost tour there and stay overnight, we will live stream everything from multiple camera angles. And you probably didn't. I didn't tell you anything about this, did I, Voodoo? But it's a progressive situation. It's very fluid and it's progressing quickly by the looks of it.
Yeah, it is. It is. Everything's progressing very, very.
And now we can have a look at this battle on the track between Shaq, who is right behind RWB Little Mac, and just like Jack Osborne says, Cobb McCool. And what is going through the mind of that number 500 Audi? We might check. Have we done a rundown on this team, Voodoo? The number 500 for Mac B? I think we have not. They raced the 4 hours at Paul Ricard's solo and hired the help of Mac, who is racing in the early hours back in the USA. So they'll be hoping to transfer their P12 to a top 10 finish tonight.
Yeah, so
might even be the other team that we're talking about. Oh, this is going to be a move. Is there contact there? We're looking at 14th and 15th. We're 14th and 15th. This is the battle, and racing very early in the States. That's P14 versus P15. I would love to see some rain about now, says PRT Podium Racing Team. You would like to see some rain? What are the track conditions doing, please, Prince?
yeah, currently it's a nice sunny 32 degrees. The track temp has come down 3 degrees over the course of this first hour, so I mean, I'd love to see a little bit of rain shake this up. The lads had practice, in the practice session earlier on. There was rain in the session and they were all like, let's leave so we can reset the server. So nobody's really wanting the rain, but I wouldn't mind seeing it to shake things up. But now this battle that we've got on screen at the moment between Shaq and Little Mac is definitely a good one to be involved with. So these guys that we're seeing now, Shaq, they finished P8 in round 1 actually, and they're hoping to do about the same today. So they've got a little bit of work to do to get themselves back up there, but I believe they can.
And there we have it. Fiona's been quiet, says Whippy, setting the challenge down. Nemo, look at Nemo. Trev, my question. What about my question, Trev? And did you hear this? Oh, this is side by side. Look at this. Little Mac and Shaq. Sounds like a TV show, doesn't it? But that is racing like the which you've never seen before. And the question is, the question.
The question.
All right, just calm down. Got 5 hours of this talking to go. And the Nigeria, are you sitting down, Prince? We've got a question for you.
Oh yeah, I'm sitting down.
And Alex says, love the Kiwi accent. And the question is, I've lost the bloody question now. Hang on. Now, what is the story? Are you sitting down, Voodoo?
Yeah, I'm sitting down.
Okay. What's the story behind the nickname, the Nigerian Prince? Would you be able to start from the top? You have 5 hours starting now and 1 minute.
Oh, I don't know if I can get it done in 5 hours and 1 minute, Trev. I think I need like 6 hours and 66 minutes to be able to know. The story behind it, I think Trev could say it funny, but no, It was when I brought a gold Ferrari to Laguna Seca as a championship-winning moment. And yeah, the Nigerian prince from Dubai kind of stuck from there. But yeah, good old Ferrari story behind that one. But Trev, if you want to say it funny yet, be my guest.
So basically, I think you rocked up, where was it? At Laguna Seca, didn't you, in a gold Ferrari?
Yeah.
And we started...
Actually, I'm going to do one better. I'm going to ask ChatGPT what how it came to be, and I'll come back to you in like 5 minutes.
Okay, Fiona! And you go... Oh, Fly! Shaq, I mean, off the... why am I calling him Fly? Off the road there. And yeah, there we go. Exorcist has gifted a tier 1 sub to the kit buyers community. Their first gifted sub in the channel. Giving it to Kilroy562. Paying for our first class travel to the Beechworth Ghost Tour here in Victoria. Fiona's gone with 100. 100! Princess Fiona, is she part of our... Is she part of our... can she jump in and to the commentary box as well? Or needs an invite?
Yeah, she could do.
Anyway, I don't run that side of things, Fiona, but thank you for the support as we have ticked down inside... We're inside 5 hours now. We've gone over an hour, and the Murray Walker emoji from Chris. Fantastic! Thank you, Chris. And God bless the great man Murray Walker. As while you find out the explanation for the Nigerian prince nickname.
I'm ready. Is everyone sitting down and ready for this?
Who started that? Why do we have to be sitting down? Or did I start that?
Yeah, you started while sitting down. Are we standing up and ready for this?
Yeah. Stand to attention, folks. Here comes the ChatGDP explanation of why he's called the Nigerian prince.
So, according to AI, the term Nigerian prince is often associated with a common type of email scam known as the Nigerian prince scam or the 419 scam. This scam typically involves someone claiming to be wealthy Nigerian prince or government official who promises a large sum of money to the recipient in exchange for a small initial payment or personal information. The scam gained popularity in the early 2000s and has since become a widely recognized internet fraud sheet. The term Nigerian prince itself does not refer to a specific individual from Dubai or any particular person. It is more of a stereotype or symbol used to represent the fraudulent nature of these email scams. The name Nigerian prince is often used generically to refer to a fictional character portrayed by scammers in their messages. As for the reference to Dubai, it's worth noting that scammers can claim to be from various locations to lend credibility to their story. They may mention Dubai or other wealthy cities to create the illusion of vast wealth and entice potential victims into the scam. However, it's important to recognize that these claims are usually fabricated and part of the scammer's attempt to deceive unsuspecting individuals. So there you go. There's how the Nigerian prince from Dubai came to be.
Well, there you have it. That is the long explanation. And basically,
is there a short version? I should have asked
are
for
a fraud
version.
and a sham and nothing but a scam. That's how it came about. And look at these comments. Fiona's gone with 100. Whippy's gone with 100. And Whippy's cheered another 10. Pride cheers. Great to have you with us. Bobby Hoskins. Hello, Bobby. He says, is there a shorter version of the prince? We'll wait and see. Fiona says, hang in there, playing a game. Can't focus on cheering at the moment. Which I'm guessing that means she can't jump in and talk to us as well. Cobb McCall for Voodoo. Jesus Racing Tirana, third behind Bow and Johnson at Winton. And fun fact, I live about 5 minutes away from Winton.
Hello, possums!
And Bobby Hoskins going. Did we specially record that for Bobby? I can't remember.
Yeah, we did. I'm fair sure we
we
sat there and I was like, yeah, Bob, I can get this done in one take. And we did it in one take.
We did it one take for Bullseye Bobby. We sure did. How good was that? Simon says, not a scratch on her old girl. After stint 1 for BCG1 Racing. Not a stint. Not a scratch. After the first stint, there's a little bit of what do you call it? Marbles or something. A little bit of debris and track general wear and tear, we'll call it, on the side of that car, the number 96 Audi. But they are in a very good position here, Prince, as we talk about the racing for once.
Yeah, they are looking like to be in a very good position. Simon's come off a very impressive stint getting the purple lap, and he was punching in consecutive intense laps. So Jono's now at the helm now. First stint done and dusted. Jono's in for his first stint. He'd be looking to settle in and hopefully have somewhat the same pace. But look, you've just got to settle those nerves over those first few laps, and then you can start punching in those laps. So definitely a team to be watching, this 9-6.
As it looks like HC Lewis is in the pits for Hoon Corp Racing. Let's have a look now. There's Nemo now in the car for BCG2, hence why Nemo's gone quiet. He is out on the track. And it's going to be a late finish over there in New Zealand, isn't it? What is it now? Almost 5 p.m. New Zealand time. And we've still got about just a tick under 5 hours to go. So he's going to be finishing at some point later tonight, 10 p.m. New Zealand time.
Yeah, will be a late one for Nemo, but I'm sure he can hack it. Actually, no, I take that back. Once he gets out of the car, I'm sure we might get a message saying good night, guys. Like, typical Nemo, you know?
As you can see, Cobb McCool says, hope Fly Sky doesn't have to wee in his seat doing this whole thing solo. Speaking of wheeze, I'm not going too bad. And, geez, don't go there. But Fly up into second place. Is he coming into the pits? Into the pits now. So here's a chance. That is a very narrow pit lane. I've been caught out there a few times, haven't you, Voodoo? On this game, or on various games. But in he comes to the pits. And Fiona has cheered 100. Another 100 for Princess Fiona. Fly Sky into the pits. Maybe he can pee in his seat, Voodoo, you reckon, during this pit stop? Does he have time to jump off and go for a whizzle?
Well, when I did my 12-hour solo, my pit stops were maybe 30 seconds, I think, to do tyres and fuel, and I had enough time to quickly jump up, go to the toilet, wash hands, and come back, and the car drops. So, Fly, if you're quick, you've got that method. If not, I think Kilroy posted a picture earlier. It was a joke, but posted a picture of a sim rig that had a toilet built into it. But we've got somebody actually. We can drag 2 people up. We've got some contenders for a bit of a chat trip.
Okay, who have we got in the waiting room, please, as we jump with our race leader? And I think we've got somebody. Quick, Jimmy Riddle. That is a big stint, says Norm. Congratulations to everyone involved here this afternoon. Have we got someone waiting? Who have we got in there, please, Prince?
So we've got Norm and we've got Piper.
Okay.
Evening, lads.
Yes. Norm, have we got you?
Yes, mate.
Mate, tell us about, first of all, tell us about how good this stream's going and how good we are going. But what about this race, mate? How are you in general, anyway?
Oh, I'm good, mate. First stint went pretty smoothly. Old Simon there was telling me before the race that he was going to catch me on lap 3, but wasn't until about 11, so that sticks one to him.
And what's been the preparation, mate, coming into this week? We know you guys, we've seen you guys obviously in the lobby having plenty of practice, but what is the preparation like, mate, leading into a massive 6-hour event like this?
Oh, just building muscle memory, lots of race laps, task Keaton with qualifying, because he's, you know what he's like, so yeah, but it's been good.
Fantastic stuff. Prince, any questions while we have the pleasure of Norm with us in the commentary box?
How's your tyre scenario been going? Because the track temp's been quite high. I mean, it's dropped a couple of degrees since we started, but have you been experiencing a lot of scrubbing of the tyres towards the later stages of your stint, or?
It felt pretty consistent throughout. Maybe set the pressures a little high, but by the end of the stint, they were sitting perfect, so yeah, not too bad.
Fantastic stuff, mate.
Cheers, lads.
Thank you. Sorry, Voodoo, I just cut over
No,
you there.
you're good. You're good.
As who else have we got? I think we've got somebody else in with us today. We've got Hyperdrift in here, I think.
Good day, hello.
How's it going, mate? Talk us through your afternoon so far.
Mate, it's pretty smooth sailing at the moment. Lewis is keeping the NSX well under control, just being really consistent. He's actually doing really well. It's good to just sit and watch him.
And obviously a bit of a challenge today, mate, for Hoon Corp, obviously. Was it Ikatosh was a laid out, I think, due to personal reasons, was he?
Yeah, we were prepared, but yeah, some things just happened to come up. I had the same issue in Paul Ricard, but that's alright though. Lewis and I are up to the challenge. I don't mind a good long stint.
Great stuff, mate. A fantastic performance too. Just a special mention too, Prince, to get P9 in quali for you guys. Great lap by Lewis in the shootout to put you guys P5, I should say. Got the Honda. Got the Hondas right up there. There's not many Hondas in the field, mate, but you'll be hoping to just get inside that top 10. Hopefully looking for top 5 here today.
Oh mate, it's looking pretty nice in the standings, being the odd one out.
Yes, gives us something a little bit interesting. We're going to jump on board with Lewis at the moment. Lap 29. When do you pick up the next stint from here, mate? What do we got? 4 hours and 49. How long will Lewis keep going for on this stint?
He seems pretty comfortable in the car at the moment, so probably in the next say 45 minutes or so, when he comes in, I'll jump in the car and then see what we can do.
Well, fantastic stuff, mate. Great performance from you guys in qualifying. Shame you're a man down, of course, but these things happen. And you just got to stick with it, mate. So congratulations. Thank you for joining us, by the way, mate, and all the best for your next stint in this race.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll chat to you soon.
All right, great stuff. Wow, how good is this, Voodoo? We can get the boys coming in to join us throughout the course of the afternoon, and I've got to say that they are doing very well, aren't they? Hoon Corp Racing, top 10 for the moment, well ahead of CS there in 9th. And firmly entrenched inside the top 10. It's been a great performance, a man down so far this afternoon.
Yeah, it definitely has been a good performance for Hoon Corp so far, but, you know, they seem pretty content with it at the moment. And, you know, we heard that Lewis is about 45 minutes or so away from coming into the pit lane. But we do also, we've got Dusk was there for a minute and now he's gone. But if he comes back, I'll drag you up again, buddy, and we can have a bit of a chat as well. But it seems very intense at the moment. We see Wilco and Riggsy have made their way into pit lane at the moment.
There we have
And is that Dusk with us?
Position? No, I was looking at Lewis and Fly Sky here. It says the gap's 3.2. But they look pretty friendly there going through the bus stop chicane. Is this for position? Is this for P7, is it?
Yeah, this is for position at the moment. So Lewis coming fresh off in the towards the end of his second stint. Looking the goods at the moment. Hopefully he can get the move done on the BMW.
And HSV Dino says, damn, that stint hurt his backside. Let us know if you want to jump in for a chat, Dino, if you're on the Discord channel. I'm assuming you are, mate. So let us know if you want to jump in. And this battle is heating up here at the moment. It's gone down. BCG 1 10th to 1st, says Bullseye Bobby Hoskins. And they did that in 10 laps, I think, didn't they, Prince? 1 position a lap.
Yeah, it was a very impressive performance. But while we have you, Dusk, greatly appreciate you jumping in here. How's your day been so far?
Yeah, got me loud and clear there.
Yeah, we've got you loud and clear.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so yeah, not too bad. Just was really happy with the opening stint. It was interesting with the
fantastic
behind the cars, especially going through Eau Rouge. It's sort of got a bit of clear air and it was yeah, nice and solid.
Yeah, it's good to hear that you guys are having a good run so far. So where do you think the biggest challenge you guys are going to have at the moment is? Is it tyres, or is it the way the car's handling? Tyres scrubbing much, or?
Yeah, look, I think it feels as soon as you start to push, the fronts really sort of get a bit slippery. So just got to keep the front end planted and take it easy. to sort of get the most out of the front. Otherwise, but if they start to go off a couple of laps at a bit of a slower pace, brings them back in again. But yeah, it's a bit front limited, we feel.
Yeah, sometimes in those moments I find just lifting off a little bit before the corner and stuff like that can help your tyre temps. But, track's dropped about 4 degrees since we started, so hopefully those lower track temps kind of help you guys out with the tyres at the front. But, yeah, no, you guys are looking the goods at the moment, so keep up the good work.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bert's had a bit of a moment, so he's had to pop back in the pits and get some repairs. But look, it's a long way to go, so we'll still be in it, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's it. Long way to go. Damage isn't all that anyone's going to be getting, so you never know. Someone might mess up a pit stop, might mess up Eau Rouge, and you're back into it. So keep up the work, and hopefully we'll see you out there soon.
Awesome. Thanks very much. Yeah, I might pop back up a bit later on.
Thank you.
Yeah, feel free to jump in. We'd love to have a chat.
Great stuff there from Dask. And AUS Medicine has first-time chatter. Not sure whether you have followed. Dino reckons Wilco is a hacker. And then Wilco's come back with suck my balls, honey. The K-Mag voice. AUS Medicine, Wait, F, BCG have 3 teams. Belfast Community Racing Series. And Bob Hoskins says he's been lacking his pedals for some moisture after those crackers. Good stint, says Wilco. Just what he needs after a big night out. We saw the pictures, but who else is in here? Exorcist will come and have a chat with us, Prince, after a few jacks. Dark Lord needs to summon some energy. Great stuff. There we have it. Good stint, Riggsy. Let's go, Andrelli. Licking those pedals, of course. Time for a feed, says Jason Wilkinson. What's the time? We're ticking up to 3 p.m. 2:58 p.m. Eastern Time in the Eastern States, Australian Eastern Time. And 1 hour and about 17 minutes into this race. 32 laps having been completed so far, and we've been talking for an awful majority of it. But great work. How good is it to get some of these boys up into the commentary box to have a chat with us? It really mixes things up a bit and gives us an opportunity to see firsthand or hear firsthand, Prince, what they're going through out here today.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that I feel like kind of makes these endurance races is, we can talk about what we know, but there's only so much we can talk about, and these guys giving us a bit of insight about how their race is going. We've heard about some of the front runners, how their race is going, and it's going really well, and they're not really too worried about tyres. And we've heard from some of the guys that have had unfortunate mistakes that have sent them through pit lane to repair the car so that they can continue. So, those insights are definitely things that we look forward to hearing about. So, we've got 4 hours and 42 minutes left, and I'm sure we've got plenty of conversations to have with those drivers. So,
fantastic. And it's going to be stick around, ladies and gentlemen. Go off and grab something to eat. Take care of yourself. I smashed a couple of KFC $4.95 mashy boxes before the start of this race. Eating nice and healthy. Got to keep those sugars up. And HC John says, come on, Lewis, Kiwis can fly, especially in cars. Show them what Kiwis can do. And Dino says, I might hop in a few minutes, Trev. Okay, Dino, that would be fantastic. I'll wait for Mac to get back, then I'll make my way up to the box. You can go first, Dino. We can go together, says Wilco. There's a lot of love between those two in the chat here today, and we'll wait and see when they're going to come up into the commentary box. But please do come into the commentary box. Not into the commentary box. Oh dear, it's all going. It's going
into the waiting room, but
into the waiting room. Yeah, that's what I mean. And lap 32, Jono, BCG1 and BCG2, 1 and 2. And then it is Kings Racing there in P3 and BCG3 with Captain in the capable hands of Captain Risky. Not so much of an insurance risk. And Jason is sharing an ice bath with Simon. He'll be there soon. And Bobby Hoskins says they'll be crossing streams later. Jeebus. And how good is it to have everybody? Still 49 people watching which is quite hard to believe, Prince, but, well, they like listening to us on a Sunday afternoon and watching some great racing, might I add.
Yeah, look, we might not, touch on the racing so much when we kind of go off topic a little bit, but you can't fault the racing that's been displayed here so far. We're creeping up to that first hour and a half in, and it's very impressive. Sure, people are starting to space out a little bit now, but that's pit stops taking effect and stuff like that. So I'm sure it'll start creeping a little bit closer soon. But Captain Risky definitely looking the goods. He looks really smooth through Eau Rouge to Radion. So let's see how he goes through that comp.
So BCG3, we'll have a look at this team. Let's have a look, BCG3. And whereabouts is their info? BCG1, what a professional operation we're running here. Captain Risky, Viper and Random, another team that didn't race round one to then put the car on the second row for the race today. Like all BCG teams, they'll be in the fight for the win. Not a lot of info there to go off their, Prince, but anyway, we'll keep working beautifully. And Dino... Dino's happy. Tangents, boys, tangents. We're going off on tangents, says Bob Hoskins. And Dino says, look, I'm just happy I can lie down for an hour or two. That sounds very nice. I wish we could do that, Prince. But anyway, the entire...
Commentate from the comfort of a bed. Right?
Yeah, well, I'm sort of reclining as much as I can. But that entire BCG3 car is basically doing its first ever ACC race, says Simon. Just another bunch of GT hacks coming across. And not only that, they've come across and they're doing quite well, aren't they, Prince?
Yeah, it's a very impressive run. Like the Audi seems to be quite a strong car here. And we heard from Simon, who I believe they were running the 9.6. And they were talking about how the Audi feels really nice on the tyres. So... yeah, I mean, it's one of those, safe bet cars, but it's very, very quick. Very quick.
And we're hearing now from Whippy that Fly Sky must have spun out somewhere as there's some damage to that car. The 99 BMW, as a single fly is buzzing around the commentary box and getting in all of the wrong places up here. And that's what's happening. But Fly Sky down to 7th. I thought something was going on. Just a loss of concentration or something, which can happen in these extremely long endurance races. And that sees him down to 7th, albeit 1.5 seconds now off of Hooncorp and HC Lewis. But Zigzag right behind him, a fair way back. And Binger holding that gap nice and steady, says Bob Hoskins. And yeah, that's what I thought. Exactly as I thought. He was ahead of Lewis, and obviously Lewis better, so the nerves got to him, says Whippy. Controversial from Whippy on this occasion, but down to 7th, and there's a fair way back to Zigzag there in 8th, Prince, so he can get on the comeback trail here.
Yeah, so I was just touching on our notes. Fly Sky is one of our solo teams. Unfortunately, our only solo driver running the remainder of the race. So it's understandable for fatigue to be kind of settling in, but an hour and a half in, if you're starting to feel a little bit fatigued, you'd hope that you've got a little bit of caffeine or something, or a little bit of a boost to kind of keep you going. But sure, he might have dropped a couple of spots, but I'm sure we might see him claw those back once he starts to settle in a little bit better.
So there we have it, Fly in 7th now. We might just recap for anyone joining us for the first time this afternoon or evening, wherever you're watching right around the world. Red Bull fed intravenously, says Cobb McCool. That's an idea, isn't it, as our race leader coming up to Yickety. I like the way you lap him. Oh, Yickety. Oh, some of these back markers. Where are the blue flags, please? Says Kimmy, but straight through. Fiona, I'm not cheering no more as my wife and kids need to be fed. But, well, we need the wife and kids to be fed, Whippy, but we also need those first-class tickets direct to Amsterdam. So how do we're in a bit of a pickle here, aren't we?
Yeah, we are in a little bit of a pickle here, aren't we?
But,
you know who else likes pickles? Is it Plankton?
I don't eat plankton. What did you say?
plankton, you know, like Krabby Patties and stuff. But it's fun.
Okay, rightio, moving right along. And Dino says, I don't like pickles either, Trav. And he doesn't like pickles either. And Whippy says, Rick, thank you for that. Fiona is not, I'm not cheering anymore. Got to feed the wife and kids. Tell me, Dino, do you like the McDonald's pickles? Those ones in the burgers, or do you just sort of throw them on the windows? That's what a lot of kids used to do back in the day, didn't they, Voodoo? Do you remember throwing them on the window on a school trip?
I love those pickles, to be honest.
I actually...
None of my family loved them. I was the only one. So whenever we'd get burgers, they'd just keep on passing me all the pickles. It was happy days.
Happy days, and a few kids used to throw them on the window. We might go down to actually see a battle happening between Heath and Nobby Nuts here for 14th and 15th. And Bobby Hoskin says, pickles are for sticking on the windows. Let us know how you like your pickles to be stuck. I like them stuck inside of me, down when I'm eating them through the burgers. What are you laughing at? You're just a child, Voodoo. You're just a child.
Okay. I'm gonna need a minute, so I'm gonna leave you. You've got F1 Sniper here.
Oh, okay.
Who's kindly?
Am I in the right spot? Are we talking McDonald's? Or are we talking the race?
Yeah, we're trying to talk about the race. We're getting there, but I'm gonna give you a little bit of a segue here, Scott.
You got 6 hours, boys. I mean, you got McDonald's, you got KFC, you've got the fucking local pizza shop. I mean, local pizza shop beats them all.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong with a local shop, right? They always do better.
I didn't really want to get on and chat about myself. I just want to thank you fellas for doing it, most of all.
Thank you.
You're a bunch of bloody legends doing what you're doing.
Thank you, mate.
We appreciate it.
No, we do have a tendency to go a little bit off topic, mate, sometimes, but that could be because we're just losing our minds. But no, that it means a lot, doesn't it, Prince? We get up here and we talk about a lot of different things, but it's good to get that feedback. And no pressure either, Sniper, but you've got a few people watching here at the moment.
So what?
How many got on? 20, 30?
I've got 50 at the moment, but it peaked a bit over in the 60s. So anyway, talk us through, mate. How's the race going and how's things?
Well, the other reason I've gone on earlier is because things haven't gone south for us yet, so I thought it'd be a good chance while we're doing well before it turns to shit. We had a pretty bad qualifying yesterday, but we've gone from 18th up to 8th at the moment, so yeah, can't complain.
Great stuff. And what are we looking for? Top 10, top 5, mate, here this afternoon? What's realistic?
Because it's gone the way it's gone now, I reckon if we can stay in the top 10, it'd be really good. But it's kind of hard to work out where we're at because I think there's a few dudes that are out of sync with their stops. We're just going to try and plan A, stop on the hour every hour. There's 3 of us, and our fuel's not much for better than that. So, whereas a few guys are stopping at about 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and I reckon they might have to stop again. So it's hard to know where we're at. But if we can stay in the top 10, we'd be stoked.
Great stuff, mate. Well, ex-KRL drivers, a couple of ex-KRL drivers in there. Zigzag, Sniper, Heat. All the best, mate. I think you're going to be well inside. You're well inside that top 10 at the moment, mate, and all the best. I think in the next 4.5 hours, plenty can happen, mate, but it's looking good at the moment.
Yeah, boys, and like I said, all the best to you fellas as well, and I'll try and get Zach and Heat to come on a little bit later as well. Cheer you boys on.
Fantastic. Thank you, Scotty, mate. Enjoy the rest of your race. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Great stuff. Thank you. We've got everybody from the waiting room now. Rain of Fire, mate. Can you hear us?
Yeah, mate, I'm here.
Nice, mate. Great supporter of the stream and everything we do, mate. How are you going anyway? Talk us through things.
Well, our whole race got turned on its head before it even began. Old mate Shaky K, his wheel decided to crap itself when we done the driver swap to get ready for the race because I was going to do the first 2-hour stint and couldn't get it fixed, so we've had to opt for him doing the first 3 hours and me doing the last 3 hours.
Always a challenge, mate, these endurance races. So what are we aiming for today, mate? Obviously you've had some setbacks coming in, but what are you aiming for out of the 6 hours?
We're just being realistic and looking at a top 10, which Shaky has done so far. He's got us into the 10, just driving nice and smooth and clean and keeping it on the black stuff, which is all we want to do.
Great stuff. And you got, was it P8, I think, in round 1 at Paul Ricard? So you'll be obviously looking to improve on that in round 2?
Yeah, P8. Yeah, that was a difficult one. I had to run a whole wet stint on slicks to make that happen. But we got there, so look, if we got anywhere inside the top 10, really, if we got past P8, that's a bonus, but yeah, P10 is perfect for us.
Great stuff, mate. All the best. Thank you for joining us, mate. It's good to hear your voice, mate. We know you contribute a lot and get amongst it on the channel, mate, and everything we do, so thank you for that. Really much appreciated as I've dropped my microphone, but thank you, mate, and all the best for the next 4 hours.
Cheers, guys.
Great stuff. Rain of Fire there, and with K-Man, Shaky, that's who I was trying to say. Finished P8 in round 1, like we mentioned. They'll be hoping to do the same today. And we've got James in the chat, one of the Shakedown Racing boys. Mate, how are you?
Yeah, mate, yeah, it's a bit wrecked after an hour. I think I did an hour and 10 stint. I think it was the first stint. No, good. Car feels good.
Good stuff, mate. Of course, Sideways, Saint Sim Racing with KRL. Saint Sim also streaming on his YouTube, so check that out. What are we looking for today here, mate? Whereabouts are you guys at the moment? Shakedown Racing.
Currently sitting 12th, I think.
P12. We might get Sideways up on the footage here, mate. What are you guys aiming for today? A long way to go outside of that top 10 at the moment, mate, but anything can happen, as we know.
Yeah, well, we start at 17, so the qualifying was obviously super competitive. I guess our goal is just to keep it off the walls. I had a hairy moment lap 3, I think. Spun it around on Eau Rouge, just missed the ball, cooked my tyres. So it was a bit of a fight back throughout the race with some crappy tyres, but managed to get up to P10 when I pitted. Due to some fortunate, early pit stops and other people crashing. Realistically, top 10 be amazing, but just to finish the race is an effort in its own, I think.
Great achievement, mate. Of course, 6 hours, isn't it? And you're the only Ferrari in the field there too, mate. There's a lot of you got a lot of BMWs and a lot of Audis there for company. A couple of Hondas in there as well, but mate, only Ferrari in the field.
Yeah, it was a bit. It's a bit strange, but no, I've driven the Ferrari since I started sim racing, so it's a bit hard to change off it. It suits my style, suits Sideways, and also a Sims driving style. So we all, are comfortable in the car. The setup's great. Yeah, it's just great car to drive, I think.
Great stuff, mate. Congratulations. We're an hour and a half down. Plenty of time to go, mate. James, thank you for joining us, and all the best for Shakedown Racing. Hoping to get inside that top 10 this afternoon.
Yeah, good luck, boys. Have fun. Cheers.
Great stuff. The drivers, some of the drivers joining us. That was James, part of the Shakedown crew. Lone Ferrari. Cobb McCool says, thanks for giving us some variety. And thank you for the friendly comments there as well. Riggsy, g'day everyone. Massive thanks to Trev and Voodoo for streaming this beast of a race. Thank you so much. Binger lost a couple of seconds apparently. We're hearing, and Captain Risky we'll keep an eye on that gap. We might go to this battle. There are a couple of close battles here. We've got Fly Sky all on his own up behind HC Lewis. And Simon says, Trev, this is better than commentating the AFL, isn't it? And it sure is. And depending how many donations we get, the pay might be even better. But that is it. What do we got? What is BCG in the UK? It was the big needle if you had it in year 9 and 10. And almost ate the fence there on TV, says Simon. And Belfast Community Group meme. And Dino says it stands for Big C, guys. And Simon then up and about. Is AFL still a thing, says Cobb McCool. As we might have the Exorcist. We've got a couple of Prince of Darknesses in the chat now. Have we got the Exorcist with us there?
We do. We've got the Exorcist. How are you?
How you going, boys?
Yeah, good,
Not
man.
too bad.
Unfortunately,
while you two, God bless you, Wilco. Whilst you two summon some demons and maybe try and get something across from the dark side to get us through the next 4.5 hours, boys. I'm going to jump out and have a quick, short commercial pit stop break of myself and grab a 4-pack of Red Bull.
Yeah, you're good. We'll take the helm from here. The Exorcist. Unfortunately, the race didn't quite go to the plan that I'm sure you wanted it to go to. But how was your run while you had it?
Well, I nearly got it to an hour. I summoned my Dark Lord in prayer. Unfortunately, my wheel decided to have a bit of a moment coming along the straight, so that was the end of my day. But as far as the Honda was concerned, it really felt good around Spa. It probably would have felt better if it had an actual person that could get the most out of it. But I enjoyed what I had. The boys really quick. I think the front caught me. Were just about to catch me just on an hour. So, but they've got their lucky bands wound really tight. But they're really good racing out there by everybody that I saw while I was out there. It was great. Yeah. But I think next time I'll try and get the other two lads back into turn 0. They had to take a sickie today. Hopefully they can bring a certificate to work tomorrow. But hopefully next time we will be a lot more competitive. Definitely.
Yeah, hopefully you guys are a lot more competitive next time. It was very sad to see your race end the way that it did. And, you know, like you were touching on, those front guys, they've been very impressive in terms of pace. You know, I believe they were P1 and P10 in the first 24 minutes, I think we worked out. So it's not surprising their pace kind of caught you guys. But no, hopefully you can get the team back together and hopefully you can have a good run for the next one.
Definitely, we will be back. The Dark Lords will be back.
Yeah, back stronger than ever, right?
Definitely. You keep up the great commentary. It's fantastic, lads. Really good.
We appreciate it. Trevor appreciates it as well. He's on a brief pit stop break, but he shouldn't be too far away. But we appreciate you jumping in. We were hoping you were going to jump in a bit earlier, but the cool down period after the mistake. But yeah, nonetheless, we appreciate you jumping in. Sorry, what was that?
I just needed a couple of Jack Daniels after that to get myself ready, and I'll have a couple more for you.
Yeah, have a couple more for us because I don't think we can have them on the job.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
No worries, guys. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
We will. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Exorcist 666 there for joining us. What have we missed? Kaima B, have a couple for me too, she says. And Kaima, if you're listening, let us know if you're listening. You put some water out and food for Xena outside we're just going to broadcast that halfway around the world, but I know she's outside. I can hear her causing havoc to the neighbours. Kaima, make sure you've got some water out there. Good girl. There we have it. I've trained her well, Prince.
Yeah, she's a good dog. She's trained very, very well, and hopefully we can train the child very well too to bring beers.
yeah, that would always be good. How far are we into this? I've cracked open the Red Bulls now. That was who was that? The Prince of Darkness joining us, and we're just catching up.
The Exorcist.
Catching up on the comments. Wilco for gifting subs to Simon and HSV. Thanks for that, Wilco. That's okay, Dino. Bless you, Wilco, says Simon. And get him to sing. Hopefully that's not us to... We don't have to sing, Prince. As Simon says, something's got to pay the bills, I guess. And Wilco, Watkins Glen in 5 weeks. Yes, I did. She balking. LOL. Hello, Kaima. Great to have you with us. What did I miss there with the Prince of Darkness? You two didn't have a pentagram or something going while I was away having a leak, did you?
Oh, we were conjuring all kinds of demons. You know, some of those conversations that we had, we can't repeat for the nature of them. We don't want to affect you with these demons, Trev. You know, we'll keep it locked in. MC.
Oh God!
And Koima redeeming the "Oh God" from Murray Walker. And Simon says, "Trev, did you just call me an Australian? Because if so, I swear to God, I'm going to be really pissed off." And I said, "No, I didn't. I swear I didn't. You're a proud Kiwi." And yeah, East Australian. And Simon, guess what else Simon said? He knows if you're fibbing. And it's all right, Simon. He thinks that I'm from Parramatta. Let us know where you're from.
This is fantastic!
And fantastic! Thank you, Murray. But Dino, put in your address right now so we can Google search this man. And we can see that he's not anywhere near Parramatta because we're sick of offending him. We've been offending him for years and years now. And he's nowhere near Parramatta, apparently. It's the same as you not being anywhere near Murray Bridge in South Australia, Nigerian Prince.
Yeah, I live in what you call Little Hampshire, so I'm not even sure where that is. But, you know, I'll live there.
Just Googling it, Little Hampshire now. But, well, let us know where you are from, Dino. And as part of Piston Broke Racing, we've got Randall in the seat of that car at the moment in P5. Out in his own. They're 9 seconds ahead of HC Lewis.
Moto?
Toto.
Yes, it's called a motor race,
Yes.
okay?
Sorry.
We went to car racing.
And prepare yourself. Thank you for that, Alex. And Chris redeeming the sound effects. Get amongst it, the kid coins. Use those precious kid coins to get amongst the sound effects here with 4 hours and 19 minutes remaining. Prepare yourself for your favourite man to hop in the car shortly too, Trev. I think he means himself, doesn't he? Listen to this. Alex, you absolute legend. And then Jason says, don't give it to him. Don't give him your address. He'll say it on stream over and over again like he does to me. And wasn't planning to, mate. There we have it. He's from Sydney. We'll go with Sydney up there in New South Wales. Not jumping in yet, says Wilco. I knew he'd jump in. It's Matt. Love watching you again. Love watching you gain 6 spots. That is 2 HSV. And Piston Broke. Honest day's work, that's for sure. Boy, oh boy, we're only an hour and a bit over an hour and a half into this one. We've got plenty to go. I've cracked out the Red Bulls. We've got 171 people who have become part of the family. 43 still watching, so those numbers are great. And got the lucky socks on today as well, says Simon. And Andrelli, this man has got some pressure here. I don't think this is for position, though. Or is it down there? No, P9. A little bit chilly today. Socks off. Serious time. It's going to get serious. A little bit chilly down there in Carrum Downs. And there we go. I've done it again. But Andrelli contributes a lot, doesn't he, to the graphics and all the rest of it, all the intros and everything else you see. Does a fantastic overall job, doesn't he, Voodoo?
Yeah, Andrelli's definitely been doing a really good job for not only KRL, but also this Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series as well. And, you know, it's definitely greatly appreciated as we see Rubbins Racing unlapping themselves from Andrelli. So hopefully, I think this might be one of those ones where Andrelli's like, give him a bit of space. He's quick, he's come up on us, and if he breaks away, then, you know, that's going to be good for Andrelli. If Andrelli gains a bit out of it, then that's also good. So we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, Andrelli's sitting in P9, still trying to chase down P8. I believe he's got 13 or so seconds, so still a bit to go.
Still a little bit to go with that. We might just keep recapping. We've travelled 43 laps here, and it's Jono now. Still in P1 for BCG1. What are they, 13 seconds? Did you think they would creep away more than that, Voodoo? Or is that about where you think they would have been? So at this point in the race, anyway.
They've been holding pretty good pace, I think. They did have an 11-second gap at one point, but I think Nemo's had a couple of small mistakes that might have kind of contributed to that gap increasing. Either that, Jono's just been putting in laps that are a little bit quicker, but also been keeping an eye on the gap Binger as well. that gap grew 1 second in the last update, so it wouldn't be far away from updating again. But yeah, it seems to be a little bit of a gap between these front three. So hopefully, some rain later on might shake some things up, but we'll have to pray to the weather gods for that one.
And we'll get you to do a Nigerian Prince dance as we'll take a look at Nemo. As Bob Hoskins says, we're closer to the Western world. Wilco saying WA is more international than Kiwi land. Feels strong, man, and best state WA. Wait a while, says Exodus and Side Org. Simon says, yeah, mate, Struth. It's a corker of a day, isn't it? Bonza. And Frank Ghanistan. Dino don't even know where Karam Downs is.
We got Shaq in pit lane.
Oh, and we've got something going on, have we? We've got Shaq. What's
Car
that all
500.
about? Car 500 into the pits. This is an unusual stop, isn't it, Voodoo?
I think this was... I don't know, this might be a scheduled stop, but it seems early.
So...
it seems early.
A little bit early, but track temperatures come down a couple of degrees to 30 degrees.
Oh, they pitted early first stint, says Sidog, so... yeah, that had contributed to why they're pitting now.
So about on par, says Simon. Thank you for that, Simon, using the KRL emojis there. The yellow steering wheel, great stuff. And great to have you part of the family, no doubt about that. As Sharky coming into the pits, or Shaq. As Chris trying to get the undercut maybe. There we go, into the pits. Andrelli continues on along with Randall up the hill. So 4 hours, 14 minutes. What is going through? So we're through the first hour. Shaky K, we're through the first hour. Thank you, Cobb McCool, one of our brilliant subscribers there. And amazing that no one else has properly stacked yet. That's he says, well, Simon says yet, but still a long way to go. It can happen, can't it? Usually later in the race, Voodoo, when that concentration just starts to wane a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's also that added problem where you jump into the Twitch chat and decide to curse yourself. So I wish you the very best of luck for your next stint. You know, because I'll definitely be referring back to your comments when we find you in the wall at top of Radion. No, I'm only joking. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But no, we've only seen a couple of small mistakes, and unfortunately around here, sometimes those small mistakes end up being quite costly in the big long runs. So yeah, hopefully we don't see any of those dramas, because yeah, you lose a minute 20 from pit lane by itself. That's without stopping. So yeah, you don't want to be getting any drive-throughs or anything like that. So try and limit your time in pit lane. That's the best way to go.
Oh, no commentator's curse, says Cobb McCool. No commentator's curse, please. And Binger has lost 6 seconds to the car ahead, and 3 to the car behind with the traffic. So the traffic is also a big factor here, isn't it? But very wide circuit, old school circuit. It's long, it's wide, it's open. There are plenty of opportunities for back markers to jump out of the way, isn't there, Voodoo, throughout the course of this one?
Yeah, there's plenty of good opportunities, but you know, even though you think there's, you know, a lot of really good opportunities, it's one of those hard ones, because if you've say got a second and you can see the car coming in and you're like, right, I can continue through this little bit of complex and then I'll move out of the way after that. You know, if you make one small mistake, all of a sudden you find that they're just wanting to get past and you're just in a compromising position. So yeah, there's a lot of room, but it can be a tricky spot to pass. So ideally it's you just get out of the way when you can, but you know, understandably, if you've got the pace as a blue flag and you want to try and unlap yourself, I'm all for that opportunity, but, you know, irrespective of... God, I can't even English and we're 2 hours in, Trevor.
Don't worry, I'm heading to that place very, very quickly, as Simon, as while we're having that chat, says it's actually pretty tricky to pass a car that's a similar speed to you or indeed on better tyres, and we have seen a couple of cars already unlapping themselves as well. Go Captain Risky, says Connor the Butler. I'll get you, Butler. And Wilco saying, not when you flew past me earlier, Simon. So a lot happening in the chat. The boys sticking with us. And here we have 4 hours, 11 minutes. It's been a long 20 minutes or so, hasn't it, Voodoo? Unless we completely go insane and then the rest of it just flies by.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Like, I mean, I've got a request. Can we get an onboard view with P1 at the moment, car 96? I want to see what it's like at the helm for a lap or two. Just get an idea of, what it's like to be driving this pace at the moment.
And let's do that. We'll go on board. Camera type. That's not the camera we wanted. Camera select.
There go that dash one, I think. Might be a good one. Just to give us an idea, what's his lap times? 2:20.3 last lap, so it's pace. Well, let's see how he navigates down here.
And getting a driver's perspective, Voodoo. Can't believe it took us an hour and a half to do this. I'd actually forgotten that we had this option, but now let us know in the comments. Who do we want to see? Who do we want to ride with? Ride on board with some of the teams. Sorry, Prince, I interrupted you there.
No, you're okay. I've just wanted to, like we've seen a lot of trackside footage, but it's always interesting to, as Bobby's, you're wanting our mum. But no, it's good to see. It's good to see the perspective of the driver as well over the course of the race, because it gives you a bit more of an idea of what it's like to be in their shoes, navigating the course.
We're getting requests to jump on board with Bob Hoskins. I said, who do you want to jump on board and ride with? And Bob Hoskins has said, your mum. I said, now, Bob, stop that. And Wilco wants to do all the BCG cars and have Voodoo work his cursed magic. And Dino says, I second this. As round the final couple of chicanes, couple of corners, I should say. Go, go, go! And Kaimo has redeemed the go, go, go. Now, gentlemen, we don't need this kind of negative energy, says Simon. I thought he was going with remember the guy in the F1 press conference years ago? Gentlemen, a short view back to the past. 30 years ago, you could take a trained monkey and put him in the car, and the car would be driven by a computer. Do you remember that guy, Prince?
Oh, I think I might remember it. Very vague memory.
Nico.
I'm just looking at this Delta bar though. We're up at 10th on his PB, so it's looking good at the moment.
Let's just have a look here. I think Trevor's watched that video a few times. And thank you for that, Dino, who's done the Nico Hülkenberg. And we'll get those sounds happening once again. There we have it. And get in there, Lewis. Positive vibes, says Wilco. And Chris says, yes, our trained chimp is going great guns in P1. Gentlemen, a short view back to the past. And Trev has watched that a few times.
Fantastic!
And Struey has followed as my daughter has woken up. There's Tay in the background, but Struey has also woken up and he's followed the channel, Prince. Or she.
Struey, welcome to the stream. Thank you for following.
Great stuff. Need the Nigerian Prince one that Voodoo has on his channel. And it's go, go, go! And Princess Fiona also up and about, but fantastic stuff. Jono P1, I think he's coming up with some traffic. But we saw, what was that quickest lap? I think it was a 2:19 something or rather. And can we get a Pierre Gasly one someday? Oh, we should. What other sound effects can we get, Prince? We're looking for the Nigerian Prince one. Some people want that, and we need a Pierre Gasly one.
Yeah, we could find a couple of good ones actually. Make sure that we've got heaps of new ones and plenty to use for the next round. I'll do a bit of digging around, see what I can find.
And we need Ricardo's laugh. Dino says Dino wants Charles Leclerc screaming when he crashed in France. Another good one would be, remember Lewis's engine going in Malaysia? Oh no! Oh no! Something like that would be good too, wouldn't it? But I'm a huge Lewis Hamilton fan. Don't talk about the GOAT. But anyway, there we have it. So Jono leads. That's a little bit boring, but look at the gap. We've got Nemo in second. And what is going on with Binger for Kings Racing? Because guess what? Here is Captain Risky. As Cobb McCool says, Kimmy, stop talking. I know what I'm doing. And why don't we get the Kiwi F1 Drivers Radio going, says Wilco. Oh, wait. That doesn't exist. Geez, Wilco getting a little bit feisty there. But
Sorry to jump in, Trevor. I'm just
in.
thinking a good view for here might be on board inside with Captain Risky as he's clawing his way up the Binger in P3. This could be good. Watch the gap close in.
A great idea. And we might go through to Captain Risky, this man. Let's have a look, dash cam. Let's have a look, dash cam there, you can see. And Bob Hoskins and Alex Crasher wants the I am stupid, the Baku qualifying, the famous Baku qualifying team radio. But he's going to be hanging off his Bingerling soon, says Bob Hoskins. A little bit of a moment there, but nothing too untoward going on. Let's have a look at this gap. What's this gap? It's not too... it's going to be fighting words, says Simon, but I've got to say, what is Binger just slightly off the pace at the moment here, Voodoo?
He could be struggling with old tyres. He might have cooked them earlier on in his stint, which might have led to a bit more graining and, you know, he seems to be really struggling with tyres at the moment. But, yeah, I mean, he'd be coming to the end of his stint at the moment too. So, what we've seen maybe 3/10 come out over the course of this lap. You know, Captain Risky's tyres don't look the best either, but they do look in better shape. So, I think Binger might need to look towards an early pit stop to not sacrifice as much time. But I think that's something the strategy team needs to think about.
And there we have it. So, driving to a plan, says Wilco. Grosjean's radio during that crash in Mugello. That'd be interesting. Princess Fiona saying she's still there. And his tyres are a bit overpressured and pissed and broke with a nice lead in the second class. We might just keep our eyes peeled for that. What happened to AK Wilco? And camera type. We'll go, we'll click through the drivers. Heath for CS Racing in 11th. Zigzag in P8. And Shaq, or Sharky as he likes to be called to his mates. Driver select, camera type. Inside the car. And now this is even better, isn't it?
Yeah, that one's even better.
Voodoo,
you
this
can
is
see the wheel movements and everything.
Driver's eye, I think, here, Voodoo. Is this what we're seeing? This would be your perspective, wouldn't it, on a usual 6-hour endurance race such as this?
Yeah, this would be exactly what our driver would be seeing, which is a cool perspective to see. You can see their exact wheel movements and how they're navigating the track. We got the nice helmet view here. A little bit of rotation in the movement, I think.
As we're heading to eyeball cam now. Eyeball cam there, a long way to go. We're tilting with it at the moment. It's a bit like VR. It sort of puts off that virtual reality type situation as we come down into the bus stop with Sharky at the moment. Right, left, back out onto the start-finish straight. 47 laps around this circuit, if you don't mind. That is, and still plenty to go as we come across the line. And you can just see the effort, the gear changes. We are checking is a must too. On board, on the bonnet. Let's have a look here. We might go and have a look at what Andrelli's doing. Across the line, what's this lap time going to be? 224, so his best is a 221.395.
So the best time that we can see should be car based. That won't be per driver. That'll be the best time that the car has lapped. But the last lap time is kind of what we're gonna have to go on. We're not gonna know the exact lap time best, but at least we know how fast the team in general can go.
As we tick down, we're almost at 2 hours into this race. We're going to look at your boys, Dino, for a little bit. We're going to jump back on board very, very shortly, but the in-game audio is very loud, actually. When we're on board, I struggle to hear my learned colleague alongside me, but there we have it, 4 hours. What have been your highlights so far, Voodoo? Not to put you on the spot, but we're 2 hours in. What have you seen? What do you like what you're seeing so far?
Yeah, I've been thoroughly enjoying it. I think definitely top highlight for me is car 96 making their way from P10 to P1 in the first 24 minutes. Um, there's other notable drives in terms of cars that have had some really good battles. There's cars, unfortunately, that have been at the raw end of the deal, which is just one car so far that we've had leave. So yeah, I mean, with 4 hours to go, you'd hope that some kind of weather kind of comes in to shake things up. But as the track temp dies down, people might start to get quicker, and we might hopefully have some more good battles coming up. But I think the battle for P2 and 3, is that coming down even more, or is that spread again?
Is that the gap between 3 and 4? Or are we looking somewhere else, Prince?
2 and 3, Nemo and Binger.
We might keep an eye on that one. I know
Oh, we've
it's
got Lewis and Zigzag right into the pit lane together as well. P7 and P8.
Lewis and Zigzag. Lewis is there before Zigzag, but into the
And
pits.
Jono's in the pit lane as well. So we're starting to see some pit lane cycles now. I guess a majority of teams are coming to the end of their fuel range.
So you can
You
see
need a
there.
safety car.
Simon saying it's time for our next trained monkey to jump into the cockpit of the car like a computer. And he says in BCG1, Cobb is calling for a safety car. Do we actually have a safety car? That is a
No,
good
I
question.
believe safety cars have been thrown in the bin for this one.
So we do not have a safety car. That is interesting. Am I meant to be the safety car?
Jono could always pretend to be the safety car and slow down a little bit. I think Nemo actually is going to inherit P1 here for a little bit. So, like a fish out of water, he is going to be trying to keep himself. I was going to say afloat, but Nemo's a fish and needs to be submerged. So
He's a fish, and we've got to find him at the moment, but he is doing very well. Just some general wear and tear on that car, but nothing to be worried about, I don't think, Voodoo. Is there no damage really to speak of for BCG2 Racing?
no, these front runners have generally been having a really good run. The only change to the car would just be a little bit of dirt and marbles and stuff like that has been getting kicked up over the duration. But no, damage-free run uh, for a majority of the guys, which is good to see. But yeah, I mean, that could all turn on its head very quickly. You never know. Might do a cheeky commentator's curse before I run away for 5 minutes.
And that's okay. Shout out when you want that break. You take your break, and then I'll take mine after you. Can't do much better than that, can we? Now, Figo says, what's strategy, before you go, Prince, we might just get you, what's strategy looking like? Who's flat out and who's saving fuel? Always a difficult one to tell, but can you get an idea who's saving fuel and what is the strategy situation, Voodoo?
It seems like the car 96 definitely doesn't seem like they're trying to save fuel. They look like they're trying to keep it more or so on the hour. Whether Jono had that moment where he was like, guys, my tires are going off. It's going to be better for us to build this gap if you just come in and get new tires. I mean, Nemo's in now as well for car 76. So it might not be fuel side or a stint side of things. It might just be, they're getting to the end of their fuel limit, which only lasts an hour. There are some cars that can last a good, 70 minutes plus. So, it just depends on how they're deciding to run it. But we've got car 5, 6 into the pit lane now as well. So, yeah, these Audis seem to be more or so on that 60-minute to 65-minute area. But I do believe we saw Wilco go upwards of 70 plus minutes. So, yeah, I'm not sure. A couple of different strategies involved here, I think.
So it's going to be a little bit all over the place. We'll get back to onboard shortly, fellas and ladies and gentlemen watching. But Simon just saying that Wilco went nearly 20 minutes longer than us. So that's interesting. BCG1 may pay for swapping on the hour. If you can go 70, 80 minutes, you reduce the amount of stops. As Binger now out in front for Kings Racing. Mint Matt is in the car. Cobb McCool says, here we go. Let the gushing begin. And Simon says, Wilco going for one less stop. Definitely here. As Binger is in P1. Nemo in the pits along with Captain Risky. That was an interesting battle there. Captain Risky was aiming for third, wasn't he, Voodoo? But Mint Matt now into that car. He was chatting a little bit to us earlier this afternoon. Now he's in the car and he is very quick. This man, no doubt about that. Whether it's GT7, ACC, this man gets it done, doesn't he? 2015 GT Academy champion. He does it all, doesn't he, Prince?
Yeah, exactly.
Able to suck my balls. Yeah,
at this stage, he's very aggressive, and he'll be settling into his stint, trying not to scrub the tyres too much, which I'm sure he's very good at. So let's see how these times develop and see how that gap ends up building. But I do want to touch on car 5-6 with Captain Risky. He had a very impressive stint. Got up to the tail end of Binger. Wasn't too far away. I believe we had a 1.5 second gap at one point. So it was very good to see those guys get further up, as I believe we've got Random in the car now. So drivers opting to swap every stint. That's something that we're seeing a trend of at the moment. No one's double stinting. I wonder what the thought plans are and processes involved in that.
We'll wait and see. Big yours is BCG. So BCG1, BCG2 and 3 are 4th, 5th and 6th. As Random coming up to some traffic. Looks like Rubbin's racing down there in 14th. Kaima redeeming the sound effects. The Suck My Balls Honey from K-Mag. Keep those comments coming in. She says, I always wanted to do that. Sorry, she says. Thanks, Kaima. Sending plenty of love your way. Are you jumping out for a quick break? Have we got Wilco? I thought we had Wilco coming up into the commentary box. I must have just been hallucinating, though, perhaps, Prince. But anyway, we'll wait and see what he's doing about that. But yeah, sending love to you, Kaima. And he's jumping in the box now. Jason Wilkinson from the Kings. I was about to say the Kings 11, but that's a cricket team. Being a King in that car at the moment, leading at this stage of the race, 53 laps in. Less than 4 hours to go now. Not much when you say it quick. That was good fun. Where's my Dean and Wilco joint one, says Alan. Alan, I've called him Alan. Oh no, I've called him Alan. It's Alex. Alan sounds like this, and he's a little keyboard warrior typing his little keys. That's not... It's Alex. I'm sorry, man. I've been talking for nearly... take it away, Prince.
We've got Nemo here before we jump over to Wilco and HSV. We've got Nemo here, fish out of water, buddy. How's your race been so far?
The race was pretty good. Hopped in for the second stint. Yeah, just try to keep the car nice and consistent. Mid to low 20s. Keeping the gap to first and breaking away from third. So, no, really happy with how it went, and yeah.
You know, it's good to see you guys having a really good run here today. And what's kind of the plans for the remainder of the race? How are you kind of attacking it at the moment?
I'm just trying to take it nice and easy at the moment. Not trying to catch up to first, just trying to keep where we are. Keaton's in the car in the moment. He's nice and quick, so normal hop in after him, and then it'll be back to me. So yeah.
And I've got one last question for you. This race is going to finish quite late for you. Are you going to go to bed early, or are we going to see you stay awake for once?
I'll be staying awake, mate. Don't worry about that.
No, it's good to hear. Good to hear. Hopefully, you guys have a good remainder of the race, and hopefully, we'll be able to chat to you soon.
Thanks, mate.
Just one more question before you go, Nemo. How's life? How's everything?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, good.
No, life's good, mate. I'm on the forklift certified, so I'm king shit. So, yeah.
Great stuff. And thanks for joining us. Who else have we got in here, Prince? Before we let you go for a little bit, thank you, Nemo. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Have we got Dino?
What?
Dino.
Yes, sir.
Dean, good afternoon. How are you going, my friend? Talk us through your race this afternoon.
It's been solid, hasn't it? Happy to make a few spots on the first lap. People falling off the road in front of me, but yeah, just kept it nice and smooth for the rest of the stint. Made up a couple of spots, and Randall really killed it in that second stint. So we're looking pretty good.
And currently, whereabouts are you boys sitting? Currently, I'm just losing the plot here at the moment. You boys are in 6th, 14 ahead of Andrelli. Aiming for a top 10, or can you go top 5 this afternoon, do you think?
I'd like to say top 5, but it depends how the rest of the race pans out. But we've just done our second stop, so Lowe's in the car now. So we'll see how he goes. So he's a steady pair of hands.
Great stuff. And can you just try and smooth things over with Alex, if you don't mind? Dean, I called him Alan a couple of times there a couple of minutes ago, so would you be able to just smooth everything over with him if you would mind, please?
I don't know if there's coming back from that, because that's a pretty insulting thing to do to someone.
It's a huge leap. It's a huge leap from Alex to Alan, isn't it? But he's not happy in the comments there, so if you just wouldn't mind putting in a good word for me, that would be much appreciated, Dino.
And just forgive him. He's trying hard.
Thank you for that, Dino. And we had some other information there, which I've completely lost off of my second screen. But Dino, thank you for joining us, mate, in the commentary box. And you've got 3 hours and 40-something minutes if you'd like to jump in again, mate. But thank you for joining us. Great stuff. And if we've got Wilco in the commentary box, ouch, says Kaima. Alan, oh my God, I've done it again. Oh, shit. Wilco is with us in the commentary box there. Wilco, have you got us?
Yeah, Alan here. How are we going?
Alan. Which Alan are we talking about?
All of them. Big Shep, the other one, everyone.
There we go. I'm just writing in there. Alex is Alex, and Alan is the other guy from New Zealand who turns up at the Grand Prix once a year. So, of course, there is only one Grand Prix on, so that's why it would be once a year. But talk us through your race. You guys are sitting out front at the moment, Wilco. Binger, very capable out front.
Yeah, no, we've got a plan. We're sticking to that so far. We'll see if it sort of, pans out. But, Binger's done a good stint here. He's had a bit of trouble with the pressures overheating, so maybe we might have accidentally... Well, I would have accidentally stuffed up the pressures a bit, but he's been doing a good job. So Mac will jump in the car next. Still got a few laps to go. So yeah, then we'll keep going. Hopefully, he wouldn't mind a bit of rain late, but looks like it's going to be pretty clear today here at the bar track. That was great.
When will we be seeing Easy Mac jump in the car? Can we get an idea?
Within the next hour.
That's all right.
We've got about 4 or 5 laps to go, I think.
Excellent. Couldn't be more precise than that, mate. And we won't talk about a big weekend, but how are you feeling, mate, as well on a personal level? Are the arms up to it for the next 3 and a bit hours?
Well, luckily I'm not doing the 3 and a bit hours. I'm going to be just doing a shorter stint than that. But yeah, no, we'll be right. We'll be right. I've got my socks on, so as Simon said, socks on. So socks off is business, but socks on is strategy. So that's what I've got on at the moment. So we're good.
Like the Karate Kid, Mr. Miyagi, socks on, socks off, socks on, socks off, socks on, socks off. And try saying that too quick after a couple of hours already. Simon says, Wilco is the master of subtlety. And Nemo would like to know, how's life going, Jason?
Oh, yeah, it's all right.
And
yeah, not bad. Good size.
Yeah, not bad.
And yeah, what about my profile picture? I took 5 for 4. A little bit of Scotty B style. That was Dunedin versus Napier. Oh, Team Radio, Kaima's triggered the Team Radio beep. What would you like to say, dear? Can you empty the dishwasher, Trevor? Okay, thank you, dear. I'll be out in 3 hours, 45 minutes and 25 seconds. And now, Big
Hello, possums!
Hello, possums! And that was a clean stint. Happy with that, Butler. And Nemo's come back. Nemo's come back. Guess what he's come back with? Guess what he's come back with, Wilco?
What's that?
Boland's got 6 at the G! Build the man a statue! You know, remember Howie?
Yep.
And Taylor's laughing. Taylor's laughing. I've talked right over Wilco. Sorry, Wilco, Team Radio.
No, that's right. I'm going to bail out. We're getting ready for a pit stop here, so make sure it's all good.
Okay.
So I'll catch you later.
You do that, and thank you. We've got someone else here with us too, and that is Captain Risky. Captain Risky, can we bring him up into the commentary box, please? Open the door for him, Voodoo.
Yeah, we've got Captain Risky in here. Are you there, buddy? Can you hear us?
How do you think he would sound if he could hear us, though? I mean, how's his voice going to be?
He'd probably be like, oh yeah, I'm not bad, guys, yeah. I was gonna do what you normally do and go, oh yeah, not bad, but I thought I'd go something.
Risky, we'll get you there on the line. As Butler says, the road to redemption. And Taylor's laughing, says Kaima B. Did you get those wickets against my boys, Simon? Nemo's got 5 at Victory Square. That is in Invercargill near Auckland there. And how good is that? And we've got to ask, I'm trying to ask Risky how life's going at the moment, but he doesn't want to respond as Cart Dude's back. I don't think we have Captain, we really don't have Captain Risky, do we?
No, I think your mic settings or something, Captain Risky. We can't hear you.
Oh, g'day, boys. How's it going? How's it going, boys? And thank you. Is that Risky on the line now? Yeah. Oh, look, I can't do that. I've got to be honest, that's not actually Captain...
Should we do a segue like this? He can probably hear it.
We just...
And it feels... We'll do a segue like that. You pretend to be Captain Risky and he can listen into us make a horrible impersonation. Alright. Risky, how's your race been going? You had a really good run there, caught up to Bingo. How are you planning on attacking it for the remainder of the race? Oh, come on, Trev, you went to...
Oh, I thought we were going to Risky.
You're leaving me hanging, man.
I thought we were going to the man. He's unmuted himself.
I was hoping we were going to the man too. Captain Risky, genuinely. I
was going for a piss.
Oh, sorry.
All the talking on track anyway.
We'll leave Captain Risky in here until we can hear him.
Yep, okay, let's focus on the on-track action on the track. And Butler says, get to the chopper. Thank you for that, Butler. That could be another sound effect. 6 hours of commentary is hard. Let the man piss. See, Cart Dude knows what's going on all the way down
it's
there.
More concerning that you responded not long after though. Did you take the headset and the mic with you? It just does like a tactical mute, dear. Comes out there, the wife is standing there while you're running.
Can you wash the dishes, Trevor? No! And there we have it. So 3 hours and 41 minutes remaining. We might go for a short break. I'll go for a short break. Do you want to steer the ship? Who can we... Have we got some battles here? We've got Harris and Sky. And Chris wants to come in and replace Trev while he goes for a puss. Can we get somebody? Can we get Chris up into the box? We'll wait and see. But where are some of the battles on the track, Nemo? We've got Rubbins Racing right up behind, almost right up behind Sharky there for Selby and P11.
Yeah, they're looking really good at the moment. So hopefully Rubbins Racing can continue the push. We did see them overtake people actually for blue flag scenario to unlap themselves. So they're looking like they're actually upwards of going for this position on the 500. So hopefully Shaky's kind of got the pace to hold it, but this 1.6 second gap is kind of coming down pretty quick. Let me just try and Chris, feel free to jump in the waiting room and I'll drag you up. But yeah, Harris looking really good. Coming in a bus stop. See how much time he claws out. Although we can't see lap times, we will be able to maybe briefly see the lap time.
As I think Wilco's updated Chris, so we can see the waiting room. Voodoo, I'm going off for to complete the second half of my two pit stop strategy, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, copy that.
Copy.
You're on board with Binger now. Car 19. They're running the helm in P1 at the moment. We heard from Wilco. They weren't too far away from making a pit stop. We're going to be seeing that. Not this lap. I think it'll be soon. I assume you guys might be a pit stop or two, or sorry, a lap or two away from coming in, and then Matt will take the lead. Keaton though, oh, Binger trying to get past the blue flags, almost outbrakes himself and causes a brief incident. We've got the Ferrari, the Shakedown lads are in pit lane, and Kilroy as well. Those lads down in P19 I see in the pit lane. We might see a driver swap between them. Binger getting the overtake done here on the blue flag. Hyperdrift kindly letting him go. Not without a little bit of a fight though. Got to admit though, these Audis are looking very, very smooth here today. As I welcome Chris to the commentary booth. How are you, buddy? Hope you're doing well.
Hey, mate. How are we?
Good, good. How's your day been? How's Le Mans been for viewing today?
It's been interesting.
Been good,
interesting, especially this morning. There was a lot of accidents this morning, so
yeah, I've got to go and catch up on that. But how's your feelings been for the race here so far, though? Been enjoying it?
yeah, it's been interesting to watch. It's definitely a different demographic to our normal weekly leagues.
Yeah, I've got to admit the console communities are great. You know, keeping up to date with the banter and the chat that they have in here. Captain Risky, I can see your mic going, but I don't think I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see your mic going off, but I can't hear you, Captain.
Yeah. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see in the next hour or two how the people's strategies have worked out.
Yeah, the strategy sides of things definitely has been one of the things I've been more interested about. Because current P1, P2 are normally circulating 3 and 4, so strategies towards the end are going to be a bit interesting, I think.
Because I don't know, the people in the stream are massive enduro fans or watch a lot of enduro events, but with enduro racing, a lot of it's just strategy. You can be consistent as all hell all throughout the race, but if you don't have the strategy right, you'll lose places. Like it could make it or break it, your race, basically.
Yeah, exactly. One small mistake going into pit lane can see you serving a drive-through or a stop-go 30, or even you got to be careful of your track limits over the course of a 6-hour race as well. I
That's
mean, I did
correct.
a race not long ago where I got 2 track limits in the first 5 minutes, and that was a bit stressful for the remainder. But I see Trev's back because we're on board with the Sun Energy bits are missing. I love this bit. I love this livery. Oh, they got a bit of damage on the front end of that car again. I think they might just be nursing it to try and keep in their cycle, because I believe we saw them with
Oh.
that damage a little while ago. But Trev says he's on a 2-stop strategy.
Yeah, 2-stop strategy for the day. Not enough beers, Trev.
No, no.
For a Sunday.
There's been a beer shortage. I should have went and gotten some more. But mate, how are you going? We've probably done all that the introductions and that sort of stuff, mate. What do you reckon of the race so far? And thanks for being a part of the stream as well.
Oh, that's all right, mate. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting race. Stop watching it to watch this. Stop watching Le Mans to watch this. So.
As we've got OGT, we've got a bit of a battle here, Chris, if you don't mind. 15th, 14th and 15th. I think we've got OGT right up behind RWB at the moment here, so this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching OG battle. Me and OG go back to the days of when he had a black book for people that he didn't like with racing. If you got written down in the black book anytime he made a server to race on Project Cars back in the day, you got insta-booted. And thankfully, I was not on the black book, and I was more than happy to race there. But he's always been a good racer, very clean, very quick at times as well. And I'm sure he's out of his comfort zone in the big boatly, as I like to call it. But he seems to be letting a couple of guys go past. But yeah, hopefully these guys have a good run here today, being the only Bentley on the grid.
On the grid, not too many issues there for Keaton, and that's going to affect their battle though, isn't it?
Yeah, lap cars.
Yep, and getting amongst it there, the leaders coming through, Chris, and some of these guys, of course, right down to the back of the field are having their own little battles as well, aren't they?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It definitely some little battle packs going on, which is good, which is what you want to see in enduro racing. You don't want to be sitting there just doing lap after lap by yourself. It's can sort of take the fun out of it a little bit. I've always found anyway.
OGT, great stuff. We've had a few special guests in the commentary box today. We've had the Prince of Darkness, so I think we've got Lewis, have we, who's coming in. Chris, thank you for joining us too, mate. So we've still got a few hours if you want to jump back in. But thank you, Chris, mate. We'll get you back in the chat there to keep doing some of your best work. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
And now we've got HC Lewis. Mate, can you hear us there?
Yeah. How's it going, boys?
Yep, going very nicely indeed. Your race for Hoon Corp. We spoke to Hyperdrift not too long ago. Ikatosh was a laid out due to personal reasons, but a great performance in qualifying, a great lap by yourself in the shootout, mate, to put your P5. And so far in the race, P6, are you happy with that?
Yeah, we're pretty stoked with that at the moment. Just trying to hold on to it, keep it consistent and smooth. We lost a few at the start, but that's alright. That was going to happen anyway. We're actually gaining on 5th at the moment, and Hyper's getting really settled into the car.
And that's not coming through for me, but anyway, let us know. I'm not sure whether that's coming through for anyone else there. Yep.
I'll just quickly right-click on his name, Trev, and just boost his volume from like 100 to 200, and that should come fine.
So we'll give that a go. Now fire away, Lewis. We've got you live.
Oh, yep. Sorry about that. No, it had a good start. Dropped a few places, but we expected that. We're just settling in, keeping smooth. Gained a few back, and we're about to catch up to 5th. Hyper's doing a really good job at the start of this stint.
Great stuff, and thank you for that. And what are we aiming for today, mate? Of course, P6 at the moment, you guys. It's very close between you guys. We're looking at Hyperdrift on screen now, mate. 3.5 hours to go. We're not even at half race distance. What are you expecting for the next 3 hours?
Yeah, we went into this race with no expectations, but it's looking good for a top 5 battle. So I guess that's our aim.
Great
Just
stuff,
to keep
mate.
amongst it.
Looking good, mate. Well, enjoy your rest, mate, and get ready for the next stint. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us.
Yep, thank you.
Great stuff, and what a man he is. Very nicely spoken. Still troubleshooting, says Captain Risky. Microphones are going hard. And thank you for that. Prince, thank you for that little tip of upping the volume. I've done the same for you. If you can give us a 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3, please. Testing 1, 2.
Perfect. Look at that. Voodoo coming through very nicely. Could the cars be a bit louder, ladies and gentlemen? Let us know. But this battle, Hyperdrift and Piston Broke, they're battling it out for P5, Prince, with 3.5 hours left in this race. It is very close. In fact, it's that close that Hoon Corp Hyperdrift here is looking to make a move. Can't quite get it done on that occasion at the bus stop.
Yeah, it's getting very tense, which is what we like to see. You know, you might be 2.5 hours in, but you know you're still battling for position. So it just goes to show the consistency and the pace that these guys have. Hyperdrift looking to try and make this move. He looked to do it at bus stop. He looked to do it in T1 at the source, and I've got a feeling he's going to be setting up for a good run here at Radion. He should have it towards Lecombe, but it's going to be a matter of whether he's got it in the brakes. So let's just see what happens here.
Let's wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, where is this battle? Down Camel Straight. It's not going to happen just here, I don't think, but it's going to happen soon. And look at that, I've jumped on, and I've got to say that this is going to be close. It's, well, low NZ. Is it a matter of if, but when, Prince? That's what I'm thinking here. It's coming up quickly, but still, you can't just go through, can you? You've got to put everything. Got to put that car in the right spot, and I think he's done it here.
Yeah, sorry, I just jumped out quickly, but it looks like he got a nice clean move done there. As I come back, I also bring myself Captain Risky. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Glad we can hear you now. Trev, would you like to take away the commentary interview here?
Certainly would. Captain Risky, first of all, a bit of a rundown of your actual name itself. Is it any relation to Captain Risky off the old insurance ads that used to do silly things many, many years ago?
Yeah, it is. So when I was making my PSN account when I was 15, 14, that was pretty popular at the time among my age group, the funny ads. So yeah, that was my inspiration behind it. But yeah, it's kind of taken a life of its own now.
Hey, what a fantastic performance, mate. We're just going to get your stats up here on the screen. But what are you expecting coming in today here, Risky? It's obviously a long race, and anything can happen really, can't it, in the 6 hours, mate? But what are you looking for towards the end of this race for you and your team?
Well, yeah, that's it. So our team, obviously me, Random, and Viper, we haven't done an enduro in this game yet. So luckily we've got like the big stocks in Simon, Matt, and Keaton helping us through. So I mean, at the moment we're 1, 2, and 3, which is awesome. That was really unexpected going into it. This is my first race on the game, for one, and so Random. We haven't turned a lap in a race setting before this, so yeah, we hope we can stay on the podium, but Wilco's car is very quick, that King's car. So yeah, we'll be on our toes for sure.
And we've got some. Do you have time to stick around for some questions, if that's okay, from our viewers?
Yep,
rightio.
easy.
Yeah, we've got a question coming in from Simon. He wants to know how difficult is the transition between Gran Turismo and this? What's it like coming from one simulator driving sim across to another one?
Well, that's it. Like, it's a completely different game. really. Like you get into it and it's a lot more like more real. You feel more connected with the car. The force feedback, even on my G29, it's just night and day compared to GT7. But I think I've picked it up okay. Yeah, we'll see how we go.
And another question coming in from Nemo. Something we've just been asking a few of our guests. Is there a yellow flag there? Is that Fly? I think we've got, we'll get back to you in a moment there, mate, but I think, is that Fly off the track there? I think he might have gone back to the pit lane. I'll keep an eye on that one, Prince. But Nemo wants to ask you, Captain Risky, how is life going? It's a bit of an inside joke between myself and Nemo when I sprung it on him last night. How is everything going otherwise, mate, on and off the track?
Yeah, no, good. Second year of my apprenticeship now as a mechanic, so yeah, loving life. Yeah, how's life going for you, mate? You going all right?
I've totally lost, I'll be honest with you, I've totally lost the plot, Captain Risky, and...
have you?
Yeah, there's still 3 hours to go. But no, it's in all seriousness, it's all going well, and yeah, that's come back to me in about 3 hours and 25 minutes and ask me again, mate. But no, in all seriousness, mate, thanks for joining us. You're doing a fantastic job, you blokes. Never easy coming from one racing sim to another, mate. But you're doing very well, and yeah, all the best for your next stint and the rest of the race.
Awesome, cheers, mate. Broadcast is awesome too.
Great
Keep it
stuff.
up.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate the comments. There with Captain Risky, and yeah, on absolutely fantastic stuff to hear from. AMG Granny NZ says, let's go Team HC. First time chatter Voodoo, explain what needs to be done, please.
Or if you haven't followed, definitely be sure to follow the stream because it's definitely one of the most entertaining streams that you have, and you're not going to want to miss how delusional it gets in the remaining 3.5 hours.
I'm going to get completely delusional. How many followers are we up to? We're up to 172, Bob Hoskins, as Wilco has gifted a Tier 1 sub to Nemo. And he's given, gifted. I'm losing the plot. I told you I was losing it, Captain Risky. 18 subs in the channel. We are up to 172, Bob Hoskins. Be good to get Connor random in the box when he pops out of the car too. We will get him in. Jono provided me with precisely 0 advice. And Bob Hoskins says, can we get to 175 by the end of the race? And Sky is out of the race. He is, isn't he, Prince? Dask wanting to know, Sky is out. What happened to him? Fly Sky is out of the race. He was going solo, but we saw him park off to the side of the track, and that was all she wrote for today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a sad end to his race, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we couldn't see what happened, but yeah, we did see him parked up towards Blanchimont, but we do have Butler in the booth. Can you hear us, buddy? How are you?
Yeah, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, got you loud and clear. How's your race been so far?
Yeah, not bad. We had a bit of trouble at the start, but the top of Eau Rouge there, we had a sideways BMW pointing towards us, but apart from that, yeah, we've just trucked along in P12, so...
Yeah, no, sitting in P12, that's a good place to be, and never fun to be coming up Eau Rouge and seeing a car facing the wrong way at Radion. It's always an intimidating thing to see.
Yeah, Mac was a little bit surprised to see it sideways up there, but we did an early stop and fixed the damage, had a bit of damage, so yeah, it affected the speed quite a bit in the BMW. So we pitted early, and yeah, we've just been trying to put some clean, smooth...
Yeah, no, it sounds like it's running well for you guys at the moment. You've got P11 at the moment sitting in pit lane. So you guys are different strategies, but how are you guys kind of planning out your final 3 hours, 20 minutes?
Oh, look, we're just going to take it kind of, you know, an hour at a time. So just run the tank empty, bring it in, put a set of tyres on it, fill it full of fuel, and send it again for another hour, and see where we are after the couple of hours. I reckon we might have maybe Mac finish it off because he's fantastic. So, but he's doing a fantastic job, man. So
Great
Yeah,
stuff.
no, we'll
and,
wish Mac the best of luck, and hopefully you guys have a clean race for the remainder.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Doing an awesome job, yeah.
Thank you, Butler. And Butler, of course, raced the 4 hours of Paul Ricard's solo as well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Hired the help of Mac, who is racing. It's the early hours of the morning, isn't it, back in the US? So you'll be hoping to transfer the P12 from last time around into a top 10 performance. Thanks for taking the time out, Butler, mate, and all the best for the rest of this one.
Thanks, mate. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great stuff. Awesome stuff there, Butler. And from Not On The Buses, Butler. But anyway, Lewis has subscribed at Tier 1 for 2 months. As we take a look at Butler's team there, sitting in P11, we saw somebody come into the pits. Shawnee Fuller, I think it was, coming into the pits not too long ago. Nigerian Prince. Good effort to make it 3 hours in, though, for Fly Sky. Solid effort to get that far into the race, that's for sure. Come on, another 2 follows, please. And I think we had AMG Granny NZ following, going for Team HC. So that is fantastic stuff. So the followers keep coming. 173 now, but how nice is Butler? Is a nice young man, isn't he? There, Prince, taking some time out to have a chat with us.
Yeah, we've actually had some really good moments with people that have come in for a bit of a chat, haven't we? You know, we've heard different strategies that they're kind of planning, and you know how they've been attacking certain aspects of the track, or you know whether it comes down to damage limitation and stuff like that. You know, it's been good to have the insights of what they're planning hour to hour, or you know, minute to minute. So yeah, hopefully we get a couple more of those over the final 3 and a bit hours.
Now we've got Chris is lurking. Wilco wants Bobby to jump on for a chat. We might jump on board. Why not? We might go with where is the closest battle on track? We've got Yickety behind Sharky there, or Shaq. I think we were calling him in the early part of the race.
Yeah.
But Saint Sim in the Soul Ferrari. We might just jump on board, I think. Was that a moment at the top of Eau Rouge there? I'm not sure. We might just see. We might go to the Ferrari. Saint Sim. Saint Sim there. We'll change cameras. Once again, you think I'd get this right after 2.5, nearly 3 hours. 5:05 is around. And we'll get to 5:05, ladies and gentlemen. 5:05. OGT. Oh, is that a moment there? And is that heat
that's
as well?
The big one. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's a yellow flags, boys. Be careful.
And let's have a look. Apologies. We've got OGT in the wall here. And who else was it? Was it Stu?
Oh,
No?
that is heavy damage, unfortunately, for OG. It was, I believe it was Heat, wasn't it?
Heat, I beg your pardon. Have we lost?
Or someone's...
And Heat is off the track now, and that could be the end of their race, I reckon, into the barrier.
So, yeah. What I think happened was OG went up Eau Rouge, had a bit of a moment, and was in the middle of the track, maybe, of Radion, or these guys came together, but either way, that's a lot of damage for both of them.
And can we get a replay? Can we get a replay?
You can try and go to replay, hopefully it doesn't crash.
Would that crash, Wilco? Do we know? We've already had a few crashes on track, but can we see what happened in the replay? Let us know, Wilco, if we can, as OGT struggles on.
Yeah, OG's doing the good thing, trying to limp it around no matter the damage. It's going to be a lot better than, you know, teleporting to pits and waiting for that towing time. You'll definitely save a little bit out of it. So, unfortunate that the 5:05 and the 5:1 were involved at the Radion, but yeah, it's sad to see. Sad to see.
So we've got a link there from Wilco, and don't let that distract you, ladies and gentlemen, from the fact that Matt Simmons is cheating here. He's done the race in real life. The real life, of course, a completely different world. The real world scares me sometimes, Voodoo, but Matt does have experience around here in real life. But OGT is struggling, isn't he, to get this around the final part of the lap?
Yeah, OG's really struggling. So I've just gone back, actually. Wilco's link was to OG's stream, and I went back on it and he's gone up Eau Rouge and it's gotten a little bit unsettled on Radion. And then unfortunately has tried to kind of turn it around and yeah, being in the middle of the track, he's kind of had nowhere to go and into the side of the car. So yeah, it's good to see they're limping it back despite the struggle that it is. But yeah, hopefully we see both of those cars back out onto the
And there we go. We're going to jump. We're going to see he's lapping Matt. There we go. Matt is lapping Pissed and Broke Racing through for low NZ now. There he goes on his merry way. 13 seconds. Good afternoon, gents. Hope you're well from Afghanistan. It is the one and only Beaky who has joined us. Hello to you, Beaky. Oh, team radio. Oh, it's just Beaky messing with us all the way from Karangalul in Afghanistan. Thank you for that. We're 2 hours and 45 minutes into a very long race. And Keaton now, that gap out the front as Matt does put a lap on Piston Broke Racing, which when you think about it, that's, what is that, first lapping P6. So that gives you an idea, doesn't it, Voodoo, about the pace of some of these boys.
Yeah, they've been incredibly quick at the front. So Keaton was really good during the qualifying and the top 10 shootout the other night. So it's kind of interesting to see. We haven't quite seen that pace translate here yet. I mean, I haven't really been paying attention to the gap, but it's 13 seconds at the moment. So I'll keep an eye on that over the next couple and see whether that changes. But yeah, the pace is definitely quite intense out here at the moment.
Now, let's have a look. No stint timer. Drive as long as the fuel and tyres break. As long as the tyres and fuel break. Oh, Jesus. Anyway,
Yeah,
moving
so
right along. Yep, no
you can
safety
just
car
drive
either.
as
Yeah, but you can keep going, can't you?
just drive as long as you want. So take a max tank and you can drive as long as it can go.
As Fiona claiming, talking about not being able to claim any more kit coins. I think you've got to wait, don't you, a certain amount of time? Simon,
Yeah, they pop up every now and again.
They pop up. I think the longer you watch the stream, Princess Fiona, they will appear. If you just keep watching, I forget the exact criteria, but the longer you watch, the more points you get. So you need to keep this stream on and go and make a cup of tea or something, or keep watching us for the next 3 hours and 13 minutes. There's a few kit coins in the next 3 hours, isn't there, Voodoo?
Yeah, there should be plenty. I can't remember the exact numbers that you earn, but you earn quite a bit per hour, so it's definitely worth sticking around to collect them.
As thank you. As Mitzi Mum NZ is now following. Great to have you as part of this wonderful family and this Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. It's how's Alan going, Simon?
Suck my balls, mate. Yeah, you're really good, mate. Keep doing
Suck my balls. Thank you for that. And suck my balls, honey. First stint done, says Fuller. Cup of tea now, then I'll come back and have a chat, gents. That would be absolutely fantastic. But, boy, this is, it's doing a great deal, isn't it, Prince, for Australia-New Zealand cross-Tasman relations here. We're seeing a lot of Kiwis involved.
Yeah, it's good to see, you know, like everybody coming from far and wide, you know. We've even got a driver from the USA, so, you know, it's not limited just to Australia and New Zealand. We're kind of a broader term, I guess. But no, it's good to see all these lads coming together, you know, from tons of various leagues and various communities on the PlayStation coming together for a good Teams Endurance Series. It's been a good addition, I think, to the consoles. It's been one that I didn't get the privilege of having on the PS4, but no, I'm so happy that it's finally here for consoles, because look what it's been producing for us. It's not only been great for viewers, you know, you guys have been enjoying the content that you've been seeing, and it's been great for us too. You know, I've been enjoying the race and the battles and just kind of seeing every different driver's pace and abilities. It's been good to watch.
Absolutely. Could not have summed it up better myself. And BCG123, please, Horse Medicine, thank you for that. Wilco checked out the replay on OGT's stream, lost it at the top of the hill after a great comeback drive, and then unfortunately trying to get out of the way, got full-on T-boned by car 51. And if you're going to have an incident, that's probably the one corner not to do it, Prince, because it's hard to come back from the top of Eau Rouge, isn't it, if you get it wrong up there?
Yeah, exactly. It's not the easiest, and we heard from another driver earlier. I believe it was Mac's team. They ended up coming across a BMW facing the wrong way up there as well. So it's not the sight you want to see when you're, flat foot going up Eau Rouge. You can't see anything at the top of Radion until you're literally up there. So if a car's parked sideways and you can't see it, yeah, it's tough luck.
As both cars back out on track, we've been reliably informed by Wilco. 71 laps, that's incredible, isn't it? 71 laps of this circuit, and we're not even at half distance, Prince. What are we going to see, 150 minimum here, do you think? These laps are just going to keep pumping out, aren't they?
Yeah, I think the predicted was about 150, but I think with pit stops and stuff factored in, I think we might be looking at, your higher end of your 130s, maybe your lower 140s as a total here. But yeah, it's been a grueling 71 laps, I think, for the drivers, but it's been a fun and entertaining 71 laps for us.
Certainly has, and Keaton, that gap. Keaton with the fastest lap, BCG2 with the fastest lap as well, 12.8 seconds. So they're keeping Mint Matt and the crew at BCG1 honest. Random in third, fantastic performance. We've heard from this team this afternoon, but to be in P3 after making that shift across, it's a tremendous effort. Now we know there's a long way to go. King's Racing 11 seconds further back in the capable hands of Easy Mac Miller. But fantastic effort to have that car up in third, and it's Audi's top 5 at the moment, Prince.
Yeah, the manufacturer's probably going to be very happy with today, but it's definitely one of the dominant cars that we saw. I mean, I touched on it during the qualifying that we had the other night. I sat back once I realized how many Audis there were, and I was like, there's so many, and then I started just cheering for the lower end of the manufacturers, like our solo Ferrari, currently running P11 with the shakedown guys, Saint Sim at the helm, and you've also got the solo Bentley Wolf at the helm of that car now. After suffering the damage, OG limping it back to pit lane, it's good to see them back out as well. So yeah, it's tough to say, like the luck of the draw, whether it was these guys had a really good setup ready for the Audi, or whether the other cars just haven't, been able to compete with their lap times. It's kind of hard to tell, but I mean, yeah, Audi taking the top 6 provisionally now. I wonder if we might see another one from P9 creep up towards the front end too.
As we can see here, we do have a reasonably close battle. I think we've got Burra Dog and Yickety. As if you want to jump off for a break, Voodoo, please feel free. And
yeah, I might take a brief 5 minute. I might go make a drink and make a little bit of lunch, and then I'll be back.
You do that, mate. You do that. I'll hold the fort. We've got 3 approaching half race distance. Voodoo is going off for a well-earned break, and Wilco's going to jump in for a little bit. But 3 hours and 7 minutes remaining in this race. Like I said, we are approaching half distance. Need more Aston Martin, says Cobb McCool. And Cobb saying not enough Aston Martins in here. I don't think there's any, in fact. But Burra now is right up behind Yickety. And we might just try and jump on board if we can. And it's the Wolf. Is off the track. The 505 Bentley there has had a moment. Let's assess the damage. I think it's towards the end of the lap. Yes, it is. Towards the end of the lap through the bus stop chicane. And are they going to continue on? They'll need to send out an SOS there if there's damage to that car. But still, I think it's all good in that department. We're going to get back to this battle, which is one of the closest, if not the closest, on the track between Burra and Yickety. We're going to try and shift through these cameras at the moment. riding
hello.
on board as Wilco, you've joined us.
Yeah, I thought I'll jump in while Voodoo's having his own pit stop. He's done a good stint. We've got the 3 hour mark, but yeah, I thought I'd jump in and help you out for a minute.
Great stuff, mate. How's it all going down there at King's Racing? Looking good so far. I think we're in the capable hands of Mac Miller at the moment. Are we in fourth?
Yeah, we're still sort of quite happy with how we're going now, so we should hopefully start to pick up the pace a bit now. We are noticing that the track is a couple of degrees warmer than it has been in practice sessions, so that's the element of random weather for us. So everyone will be in the same boat, so we just got to pressure our tyres a little bit, and we should be good. But that car 96 is quite a mile ahead, so we are not sure if our strategy is going to work. If it does, we should be coming out around about where they are. Maybe, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We'll see. Still a long way to go. Still, we're not even halfway yet, so long way to go. Unfortunate for car 505 and car 51. The FFK car 51 was doing an unreal job. And just got unlucky with the rejoin. But I guess that's racing. We've got car 500 around at the moment at Puong, but he's got going again. So yeah, it's starting to mistakes are starting to creep in. So it's who can avoid them as best they can.
And we've got a couple of questions here, Wilco, if you've got some time. Simon wants
Yep.
to know, what are your secrets, Mr. Wilkinson?
Well, I'll let you do the voice, but as Martin Brundle says, you got to squeeze the throttle down like there's an egg underneath it, just nice and. What is it? What did Trev? How do you do it?
Like there's an egg under the accelerator pedal. Gotta be
Exactly
so
right.
careful, don't you, there? But I think it's something like that. I've lost the plot, actually. Here, it's back to you, Crofty. No, but there we go. That's the secret. He'll keep that in mind, he says. Simon, thank you for that. The lone Ferrari is up 6 positions from the start. If you don't mind, the Shakedown boys doing pretty good as well, actually.
Yeah, what is the actual order? We'll see what the order. So, JB have jumped up a few positions. Piston Broke have done a really good job, and they've still got 2 fast drivers to jump back in. So HSV and Randall. So yeah, Lowe's doing a good stint so far. Borough, that car's done really well. They were P12, I think. So they're up into that top 7, which is doing good. But the front 2 are miles ahead, and then there's a little. Yeah, we're fighting P3 at the moment. So yeah, we're a bit of a. I think the front 2 are a class above at the moment.
Well, certainly are. They were lapping. I think they've already lapped up to 5th or maybe more. But
Yeah.
wow, Simon is made of questions. How long have you got, Wilco? He's made of
Until Voodoo's
questions.
back.
He's made of questions right now. He wants to know, what is Wilco's favourite track? Interesting question.
Well, I'll take Bathurst off the list because that's quite the obvious one. I do like Kyalami. Kyalami's a good track, and so I guess this is good. I like Spa. It's more the tracks I don't like. So you got your Hungary, Catalunya. What are the other ones on this guy? Yeah, Zandvoort. That's pretty crap. So yeah, as long as the tracks are good. On this game, the tracks are really good because they're all laser scanned. So I think that's the best part, as Max just put in his PB lap then. So looking good.
Great stuff. And who also, one last question. Thank you, Simon. Who is Jason's favourite New Zealander? Do you have a favourite Kiwi, or is it the same as the tracks? You haven't really got a favourite, but there's a lot you don't like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No. I've got to. Simon's one of my favourites, and that's probably about it. Oh no, Nemo as well. And if there's any other guys racing today that are New Zealanders, then everyone's my favourite, Trev. That's all right.
Don't forget to ask Nemo how's life in the fast lane down there in Napier or Dunedin or Invercargill or wherever he is. But and one is he? Simon says, is he an ankle sock guy or other?
Yeah, so I actually got the ankle socks on now. I'll send a photo to Simon, and you know, it'll be on Foot Finder or whatever it is, one of those raunchy sites, and yeah.
Okay, Foot Finder. That's interesting. That's news to
While
me.
you're talking about feet, I'll bring you Andrelli. We'll be back.
What?
I missed that, but anyway, Bob Hoss will get.
Andrelli's in, that's what you're saying.
Yep.
Andrelli's in, yep.
Okay, I thought we were going down some sort of foot thing, fetish thing there, but Kyalami is an amazing track. Bob Hoskin says, oops, I think OG asked to wear that one. Reverse back across the track, possums. Thank you, Bob. Kyalami is an amazing track. Hands down best on the sim. Might even see a Formula One Grand Prix there in 2026, I think. But anyway, thankfully, no Alton Park. 6 hours, says Simon, Lewis, and me. I think he means and me, as in he's also a Kiwi. And oh, bless him, I didn't even have to pay Jason to say that. And Vigankle says Bobby Hoskins.
505's around again.
And who's around?
505.
505 is around, and it's Mr. Wolf. And is he going to come back? I think that's Puon, or is that the double Goucher?
Nah, it's Puong.
It's Puon, actually, as there's a bit of sandblasting going on.
Take a bit of charge here, give you a little break for a sec, Trev, if that's all good. Andrelli, mate, how are you? You guys up to P6 now, so doing a good job. Oh, yeah, doing a good job, yeah.
Well, I was just about to head off. Half to is gone, half still to go. Thank you, Universal Boss. Well, I'll head off to my self-imposed, or Wilco's imposed break on me, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I'll steer the ship for a bit. So, Andrelli, are you there, mate?
I could steer the ship with you.
Oh, yeah, Voodoo, how are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's been going good. I just got myself some cheese and spaghetti toasties. So yeah, life's doing good. But these guys, Wolf, struggling really badly. These 505 guys. Hopefully they can figure out what the problem is.
Yeah, I think they had a big crash before, and yeah, maybe they've had to pit early, so all their pressures are out the window. As I said, the track's a bit hotter than normal, so it's a couple of degrees warmer as we're getting some horrible blue flags at the moment. Come on, Burke's boy, get out of the way, thank you.
Hyper apparently has his window wipers on as well. I think the man's wanting the rain.
Who's that?
Hyper Rip.
Oh yeah.
But
boys, they're in. What are they? They're P7, so they're doing another good job. So yeah, it's few good results so far. As I said, the FTSC car. I'd prefer when it was the Gamesman. It's a lot easier to say. But yeah, so Barra, Andrelli, and Riggsy up to P6. That's been a good drive. And obviously, as I said before, Piss and Broke have done a unreal drive as well. But I guess drive of the day so far has to be that Kiwi, that Simon dude who went from P10 to P1 in about, what was it, 20 minutes or not even? So yeah, so
24 minutes.
That's set up their race, and then a really good stint by Jono, and obviously a good stint here by Matt, and they're stretched away. But Keaton's sort of sticking on. He looks like he's about 10 seconds? 10 seconds, we're 13 seconds behind, so Keaton's doing a good job. We know how fast he is after his amazing pole lap on Friday night, so yeah, still a long way to go. This is going to be the point of the race where there's going to be some stuff. I was going to say shit then, but I did say shit then. Anyway, there's going to be some stuff going on for the last bit, as we got a horrible blue flag again. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we've still got vision of Wolf in pit lane here. I did see the car get released off the jacks, but I don't see it moving. But we do have Sean in the chat. Can you hear us, buddy?
Yes, I can. How you going, guys?
Yeah, good. How have you been doing? How's your race been going so far?
I don't think it could have got off to the worst possible start. We got a little tag, no fault by anyone. Literally going up the hill, lap 1, turn 1, spun us round. So yeah, we continued for the next 4 or 5 laps, but then we had a bit of damage. and then we had another off, a bit of a squeaky bum time in through Eau Rouge and put a bit more damage. So we're just trying to claw our way back now, and I just finished my last stint, and then we've got Stewie's in there now, and we're from last we're now coming back into was it P13 with CFD, and just trying to see where we can get ourselves to.
Yeah, you guys are having a really good run at the moment, and I mean, like, how are you guys finding tires? I mean, it's been a big one that I've been touching on with quite a few people because we've gone down, I'd say, 10 degrees from where we started, but Wilco mentioned that these are kind of a couple of degrees different to what you guys were practicing to. So, how have you been finding tires? Have they been overpressured, or you just been struggling with them towards the end of stints, or how have they been?
Honestly, my tires were dropping well and truly off. There's a little bit of hesitation as you start off, but the tires just disappeared. And then you put the energy back into it, and then you realise that if when you're dealing with the blue flags, you're coming off the throttle, you then find yourselves kind of causing yourself a bit of trouble as well, with the tyre pressures going down, and then that confidence disappears. So we probably made a little bit of a mistake on my stint, dropping the tyre pressures down a bit, going the other way, because they were very high. So we kind of been playing with it a little bit, and maybe went the wrong way.
Yeah, so we're currently on board with you guys at the moment, right behind P10 here. What's your game plan for trying to get past? Do you guys feel like you're quicker and you'll be able to get past in a nice spot, or what's the plan?
Yeah, we do. Well, we're on. We're in car number CFD, so in position 13. So different car at the moment, but
My bad. Apologies.
That's okay. No, but Stu's doing a really good job at the moment. Like, he's currently pumping in, low mid 22s, and we were very much just making sure that we were, trying to keep that consistency up, and trying to, we know the BMW in some instances can be good on fuel, so hopefully that may play back later on in the race, which, anyone who's in a BM is probably thinking the same thing. We was probably hoping for a little bit of rain as well, because we felt like we probably, with our setup, we probably had a bit of a stronger, a nice even balance, even in a bit of damp. But yeah, that does it. Having raced in with the Paul Ricard setup and following a few boys for quite a long time with all the rain we had there, we was probably doing a little rain dance this side.
Yeah, I mean, I've been sitting here hoping for rain as well. I mean, the temperature's dropping, the wind looks like it's starting to pick up a little bit. So, I mean, we can only hope, but we'll try and do a bit of a rain dance here in the comms box.
How have you guys been? I mean, there's a pace at the front has been. I mean, even when we've been watching, our own side, you can't help but follow the stream and watch the other guys, and the pace has been electric. I mean, across the board. So, has that been the case with the guys watching? Or?
Yeah, for a majority of the people that we've been on board with, it's been stellar performances there. Especially the guys up the front, their pace has been killer. So I believe it was the 76 car. We've been paying attention to them. Simon, I believe his name was, Psydog, went from P10 to P1 in the first 24 minutes. So, it just goes to show the kind of, the raw pace up front from the Audis. So it's good to see that you guys are still pulling good times in the BMW, and I think I can see you guys are about 14 and a bit seconds off of the guys ahead. So hopefully you guys can keep clawing away at that, and maybe the rain comes in and kind of gives you guys what you need.
Yeah, no, we're hopeful. I mean, what's crazy about this, as you know, is we've got 2 hours 52 minutes to go, and even now when we're thinking about it, there's a lot of racing to be done in between this. So I'm excited by how that's going to play out.
Yeah, that's it. So you're jumping into the car, I assume, maybe next stint, or
no? It'll be Cloquet is going to go in next, and then I'll be the next in there. So Cloquet's had a solid run, apart from a slight tag, which is unfortunate. None of his fault. And like anything, I don't know if anyone else had a moment like your confidence levels immediately drop, and you've got
Yeah.
to kind of build that up. And you can see on his, basically his throttle trace going through Eau Rouge as he built that confidence back up, and before long he's flat out again and getting it going. So yeah, we're just trying to claw away, and then like anything, I think with the next couple of hours, we really wanted to be in the top 10. We had a bit of it was nice. I was able to unlap ourselves from Andrelli, which is also because of the strategy difference. But hopefully, as the race goes on in the last 30-40 minutes, we might find ourselves in that top 10, which for us, considering the damage, would be awesome.
Yeah, well, we'll be cheering you on and hoping that you make it upwards of the top 10 is the goal. But yeah, keep on going with these laps, keep the steady days coming, and hopefully it comes in your favour towards the end.
Yeah, we will do. We had a slight challenge in our team only yesterday, and that was really when the boys, the two other guys, were commenting on the cricket, and then I had to kind of point out that I am English, so the chat has switched heavily towards the Ashes. So we'll see how that plays out with the internal teamwork.
Great stuff. Shawnee Fuller joining us. Thanks for your time, mate. We really appreciate it. CFD Racing, those boys, 12th, I think. Fun fact, Voodoo, we love our fun facts. I think, did all drivers race in Season 4 of the KRL Cup Series or not?
Ooh,
I think.
Yeah, we did.
I think they did, didn't they? They did, didn't they?
We all did. Yeah, that's absolutely good fun fact. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, guys, for doing a great job, and we're following along. So thanks very much, guys.
Fantastic, great stuff. Shawnee Fuller there joining us, and I think all drivers, raced in Season 4 of the KRL Cup Series. Chance, a bit of a little mistake there in the shootout means they weren't in the top 5, but definitely keep an eye out for them. And as Shawnee also mentioned, there is plenty of racing to be done. We're inside 3 hours, can you believe? Prince, we've come this far. We're over halfway now, and Cobb McCool says it was good to get Ryan Walkinshaw in for a chat just then.
Yeah, it was good to have him in for a bit of a chat. Unfortunately, I got the cars mixed up at one point, but we eventually got all that sorted out. But no, it was a good bit of insight from him, to be honest. Really good. Good to hear from him.
Great stuff, and thank you for covering me and holding the fort as well. Glasso, not me, LOL, and we are approaching 5 p.m. as Woody Lizard has joined. Get a load of this! Woody Lizard says, "Hey Kid Buyers, been ages since I've tuned in. Used to enjoy watching your Project Cars 2 races, and I see you've upped the level and continuing the great work for console sim races. How good is that?" Woody Lizard as first-time chatter, and you know what you need to do. Follow if you haven't already, but that is fantastic. We're getting some old school, the OG viewers back, Voodoo, here.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, I remember when I joined KRL, that was, I believe it was when you guys started on Project Cars 2, I think that was when I joined up. So, yeah, definitely.
Whiplash,
Look, that was the best commentary interview that ever happened. If you want to go back and watch that, definitely head over to Kid Buyers on YouTube. I believe !YouTube in chat should give you a link, and be sure to go and find the Road America race for Project Cars 2 that he broadcasted, because it was definitely the funniest commentary interview that you'll listen to, I think.
Great stuff, and 80 laps now, can you believe? 80 laps of this race. Like I said, we're across half race distance, inside 3 hours at the moment, and it is the Kings racing your guys. I think we've got, we might have somebody coming up into the commentary box.
I'm gonna jump back out now that you guys are back for your commercial break, for your pit stop.
Yep, thank you.
I'll catch up with you guys later. Have a good Arvo.
Great stuff, Jason Wilkinson there from Carrum Downs, and hopefully he doesn't trip over RWB Little Mac on the way down the commentary steps there. As we've got Little Mac in there with us. Little Mac, have you got us there? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, mate. Talk us through the race so far. We're across half race distance. How have you seen things so far this afternoon?
Yeah, it was rough in the start. I think Butler was on earlier. I think he said he was on earlier talking about how flying up in Rouge, nowhere to go. So somebody was wrecked sideways. I hit them. too much damage to the car. I couldn't even get past 150 miles an hour, so we had to pit. Went from 12th to last. I think we've made it back up to 13th right now.
Fantastic!
Other than that, it's been good.
Great stuff, mate. And what are you boys hoping to achieve from the race this afternoon? Top 10? We know you're a little bit outside of that at the moment. But still, you boys not doing too bad. Of course, getting in the what is the time over there in the good old US of A? We know it must be the early hours, surely.
It's 2 a.m. where I'm at right now.
2 a.m. So fantastic
Not too
performance,
late.
mate. Still a little bit to go as well.
Yeah, not too late. But yeah, I think top 10. We can get top 10. I think we can get top 10. With my pace and Butler's consistency, we can get top 10.
Great stuff, mate. All the very best. I'm sure you'll. What do we got? 2
And
hours and 45 to go, mate. I reckon you've still got. There's still a lot of racing to go, isn't there?
Yes, there is. And just wanted to let everybody know, you guys that are racing with me, you're getting beat by a one-legged guy. So just letting you know.
Okay, and everyone wants to know whereabouts. Whereabouts are you driving from in the US, mate?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. There you have it. So good old US of A, mate. Congratulations on so far. It's been a tough race, mate, but all the very best. I know it's getting late or early over there in the morning, whichever way you want to look at it, mate. But good luck. Best of luck for you guys on the top 10.
I hope we get there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and great stuff there. That's a good effort, isn't it, Voodoo? 2 a.m., that's just usual hours for you, though, isn't it? Everything's bigger in Texas, says Cobb McCool. And yeah, 2 a.m. in the morning. So what's that going to be? Nearly 5 a.m. by the time we get this one done. As we've got Andrelli waiting. We've got Random as well. I'd love to have a chat with him if we could, if we can get him up and about in the commentary box. But well, it's everything certainly is bigger in Texas. One more follower, thank you for that, Woody Lizard, who's been around since the Project Cars 2 days. And we're up to 175 now. And Bob says, I've been to Vernon in Texas for work. It is an awesome state and a great part of the world. And Prince, have we got someone else waiting to join us here in the combox?
Yeah, so I've double checked with Andrelli and we can hear him loud and clear. So are you there, buddy?
Yeah, you got me?
Yeah, got you loud and clear. Trev, did you want to take away the interview with Andrelli?
Well, I wouldn't mind, considering the immense work that he does for this channel and this wonderful KRL family. Andrelli, your graphics have been front and centre for this race weekend. First of all, congratulations, mate, on joining us. I should say, I'm just losing the plot at the moment here, getting all my words mixed up, mate. But thank you for the contribution, I should say, before anything else. And also, thanks for joining us in the combox.
It's all good. A little bit of graphics just adds a little bit more flavour to the stream.
It certainly does. We're going to get some tank racing on here, mate, but we had a few technical issues. But we're going to get some of that on too. But no, talk us through, how's your afternoon been, mate? Have you been enjoying the action? And how have you seen the race so far? We're across half race distance at the moment.
Yeah, well, Riggsy picked up 2 early track limits, but through my stint, I didn't pick up any. Burroughs just returned from a school reunion, so he's a bit maggot, but he's still doing pretty well. But apart from that, my stint was pretty uneventful. Just pretty much just cruised around, trying to do as much fuel saving as possible for our team's plan. And currently it seems to be working.
And yeah, if it's working beautifully, stick with it, my friend. Beaky says the man, the myth, the legend that is Andrelli is here in the commentary box with us. And just once again, a huge shout out and for all the videos and everything else, the thumbnails, the graphics, working absolutely beautifully. And is it just a bit of a hobby, Andrelli, or is it something that you're looking to get into a little bit more full-time, or is it just something you're just working on in the background?
No, just working on in the background. I just got a PC a year and a half ago for gaming and for all my mill sims, and just started doing it for Ruse. And then Jace asked for a bit of a hand for KRL last season, and even though I wasn't driving for you guys, but just helped him out where I could.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, mate. And how do you see the next couple of hours panning out? We're inside 3 hours now. And Keaton says, I'm good, thanks for asking. Thanks, Keaton, and good stuff. But no, thanks for joining us, Andrelli, mate, and huge shout out to all the fantastic work you do for this channel, mate. We couldn't do it without you.
And we couldn't do it without you either.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you.
Great stuff, Andrelli there. And there's a few of those cars that are driving like tanks at the moment this afternoon. Thank you, Andrelli. Who else have we got? I'm struggling a little bit just to see who we've got coming up next, so do bear with me. We've got 43 people still watching. Check the waiting room out. Oh my goodness. Okay, just calm down, because we've got the big guns coming. In fact, they might be here now. Who are we going to next, please, Prince?
Would you like to go to random first?
Not really, but we will. Random, have you got us there?
Yeah, I do, and I'll take that straight, thanks.
just
give all the shade now, Random. Give all the shade.
Look,
On a mod,
Matt,
I'll give you a
Matt is a wonderful man, so don't blame me wanting to go to him instead. That's all right.
And Matt, you're not Matt, are you? Talk us through it, Random. Fantastic performance so far in this race. Never easy jumping across from one racing sim to another, mate. Talk us through the opening half of the race.
Yeah, cheers. No, it did take a bit of time to get adjusted. Look, just trying to get my head down and cut some laps in. Risky did a great job with the second stint as well. And yeah, we're kind of, the other two BCG cars are kind of away from us. So our race is more with the King's car. So we're hoping we can get them and pull up. So we gapped them a little bit in the stint just gone. So now Viper's in the car and hopefully he can string it together and get us there.
And first endurance race on this game, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So used to GT and not used to much endurance racing at all, actually. So this is a new one for me. But no, I've loved it. I'm shattered. I'm out of the car now for the rest of the race.
So that's it. You're finished for the afternoon.
Yeah, finished for the day. So no, it'll be good to see how the other boys go. And I mean, full credit to them. They'll do well, I'm sure.
Great stuff. Well, fantastic. Thanks for joining us, mate. And great performance too. We know it's not easy jumping across to different games, but thanks for joining us, mate, and all the best for the next next stint of the race.
No worries. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Bobby, just getting a few comments here. Flying Kiwi, top 5 got a crash, he says. And top 5 are too good to crash, says Keaton. Bobby Hoskins just slapped him with a cold, slimy fisheye. Full credit to the boys. Thank you, Captain Risky. As I think we've got him here with us. And let's just have a look. Matthew Simmons, who has driven this track in real life. Can you hear us there, Matt?
I can, Trev. How are you boys? Doing well?
Slowly delving into the depths of insanity, Matt. But talk us through your afternoon. We're a few hours in, mate. How have you seen things this afternoon? And how's well, your team is going very nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, mate. Simon put on a masterclass, as you saw in the first stint. We were pretty confident with what Simon could do, getting through the pack to try and get up to the front. Probably didn't expect us to be in the lead so quickly, so we absolutely nailed it. But yeah, then everything else has just been kind of going to plan. Jono was flawless. I was really happy with my stint. And yeah, it looks like Mac or Kings are on a slightly alternative strat, potentially. Wait and see how that plays out. So we'll see what goes on there. But yeah, so far so good. It's a lot of fun. We love this endurance racing, as you guys know. We've done a couple now, but it's also cool to have the other BCG boys right up there as well. So, and I know they're having a blast. So yeah, it's got a long way to go. So Simon's obviously back in the car now. We'll rotate through to have Jono and then myself finish. And yeah, we'll see what we can hopefully keep going and keep it up and have a crack at this win.
And quick comment, mate, just comparing this track. Obviously, we know that you've done a bit of real-life racing around here. Is there any major differences? I think I've thrown this question at you before, mate, but what are the key things between obviously doing this in real life and then going back to sim racing?
Oh, if I hit a wall, I'm all right in the sim racing world. Not so good in real life. So that's a big thing, I guess. Going through a route and that every time we went back there, the first lap you did, you kind of held your breath. It's quite a crazy corner. You've got to get yourself back up to speed. So there's definitely a bit of a scare factor there. But once you get through and you're comfortable, it's pretty cool. So this feels pretty spot on, to be fair. So ACC have obviously done a really good job, and yeah, the comparisons are really good. So it's nice to be back here doing endurance with the boys.
Great stuff. Thank you for taking the time to join us, mate. Always an absolute pleasure. Kept it together pretty well, I think, Cameron. But thank you, Matt, and all the best for your boys who are sitting pretty here with 2.5 hours to go in this one. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, guys. Keep going crazy. Thanks, 2.5. And we'll hopefully chat afterwards. We'll see.
After
Thanks, guys.
top 3. Thank you, Matt Simmons there. Did you know, are you sitting down, Voodoo?
I sure am.
That was the 2015 Nissan PlayStation GT Academy winner who just joined us. And did you know he beat 29 other race camp finalists to win that coveted prize back in 2015? And what an absolute superstar. And he is. And wow, fantastic. That was Matt Simmons, also better known from GT7, of course. Likes to come up and have a chat with you. He's AI, I think, Voodoo. Hi, I'm Matt Simmons. Lovely to meet you. That was the real man.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and rumor has it they're making a Gran Turismo movie about him. It might not actually be about him, but for the sake of this, it can be about him.
As Dask does have his bonnet open there, as Lewis saying quite a few GT mad lads in here. And us at HC are mainly GT7. Are we going to have a last stint battle, Matt? Didn't get to ask him that one. I was too consumed with my fanboyism, and we can say we knew him when. And can't believe after all this time he's still starstruck by Matt. I didn't ask him that question as Dask still got his bonnet there going beautifully. Dask, his bonnet is open there, Bobby Hoskins. And it's rude to poke his tongue out at people, that's for sure, Jono. And if they made it about him, they'd have to pay him. And Bob Hoskins says there will be. Better start taken by Kings. I can't even read English anymore, Voodoo. How long have we got to go? 2 hours and 34 minutes. And what have we got? Lap 85. We might do a bit of a recap. Who have we got? We've got Kings, the Kings racing team. Up in P1, Sidehawk, Simon and Co in P2. We heard from one of their team members a moment ago. And Captain Risky, oh God, has kept his kid coins for precious use. And this is effectively for the lead if they can skip the stop. So strategy starting to come into it with 2.5 hours to go, Prince. So still plenty to play for, isn't there here?
Yeah, this is where you're starting to crunch down on that strategy, you know. You kind of put into a plan of what you're going to do at the start, and you hope that, you know, towards the midway point you start seeing that strategy unfold. So this is the crunch point of where people are starting to see whether it's going to pay off or it's not going to pay off. So, you know, let's see if King's lads in car 19 can break a PCG 123.
Let's have a look here. The Kings, 86 laps into this race. They are in P1, Sidehawk, BCG 1, 2 and 3 in second, third and fourth respectively. Norm now in this car. And you can see there, they've got the quickest lap of this race. We might go to some onboard footage shortly. We might see if there's any battles further down.
Okay. Yes, it's called a motor race, okay? Sorry? We went to car racing.
And thank you, Bob, just redeeming. He doesn't like to redeem his own sound effects too often, but when he does, it's an absolute hilarity ensues. But Burra in 5th. That's a good performance from those guys.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good actually. Where have they come from?
Where have they come from? That is
P13 to P5 currently. So yeah, they've been definitely doing a good drive at the moment. There's Andrelli, who we've actually had the privilege of hearing from, and you've also got Burrow Dog and Rigsy in the car. So yeah, definitely a good team. But yeah, a lot of positions, P13 to P5 currently.
So 2.5 hours. We're across half race distance. We might keep going through these drivers. So that's Burrow Dog for for FTSC Racing. We've got Hooncorp in 6th, Prince, but currently being driven by Hyperdrift, 20 seconds further adrift. And where did those boys start? I'm just having a look.
They're currently down one position from where they started. So they started P5 at the beginning.
And great performance, wasn't it, from them to get P9. And that shootout lap from Lewis got them P5. And they've
Yeah,
got
it was
that,
a good healthy boost for them.
they've got that Honda going. They'll be hoping for top 5, but a little bit further off at the moment as Wilco pipes up and says, think we have lacked a bit of pace. The last 2 stints we've been about a second slower than we practiced. Should be at least 40 seconds further up. That's a big call from Wilco, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a big call. You know, 40 seconds out of your expected strategy is not ideal, but then again, it's those things that endurance races kind of throw at you. You know, you can't expect to have that pace that you guarantee yourself to have all the time. So it's, you know, you've got to add in, you know, tires fading and you drive differently over the course of each stint. So yeah, 40 seconds though, still a big gap that you're out from your predictor.
As Flying Kiwi 237 says the wipers need to be faster on the Bros Honda, and that battle for the lead is finished. Well and truly finished there. Wilco saying the battle for the lead is over. HC, strong fist pumping emojis, arm pumping, flexing emojis from AMG Granny New Zealand, our latest follower. Thank you for following the channel. Wipers on, dead set given away for a bonnet cam driver. And thank you for that, Bobby Hoskins. And Cobb McCool going for a shower, but can't tear myself away putting the iPad in the bathroom so I won't miss anything. And Cobb McCool doesn't even do that for Bathurst. Such is the impact that we're having on not only this race, but people's lives at the moment who are tuning in.
Yeah, this is better than Le Mans at the moment as well. You know, like you can't get any better than a bit of Spa. And talking about Spa, the 24 hours of Spa, real world one, that's under a month away at the moment, isn't it?
Not sure. What's the real world, Voodoo?
Yeah, I know. We live in this virtual world where, yeah.
As we've got a poll happening here. Are you enjoying HC, where's HC? And we'll get to that in a moment as Mac there coming across Eau Rouge. HC gone, he says. Are you having a great Sunday afternoon? 100%. So it's a bit of a landslide actually. 100% say yes and 0% saying no. So in this wonderful democracy that we have here at KRL, people absolutely loving it at the moment, and you can't argue with numbers like that, Voodoo. But piston broke. I think we've got Dean back in the car down in P7, so there are some huge gaps forming, aren't there? Prince, we've got somewhere around a minute there between, I think, is it 7th and 8th? So there's some huge gaps forming here at the moment.
Yeah, that's kind of the element of endurance races and the pace that some drivers have and some drivers don't have in these circumstances. You know, some people might be quicker when they're like half a tank down, or some people might just be quick throughout the whole stint, which we've seen up the front. So, but it is good. I do want to touch on piston broke. They actually started P11 and they're up to P7 currently. So they have been doing good, you know, despite the pace and, you know, despite what else has been thrown at them. You know, they are doing quite well. I think I see they're just over 16 seconds away from P6. So 16 seconds can creep down quite a bit if somebody makes a couple too many mistakes over a few laps. As we see Hyperdrift with the window wipers on. I don't know whether that's trying to get our attention, and as if they're waving at us. If they're waving at us with the window wipers, I'll take that. But
Dead
what's
set
your
giveaway,
thought?
third-person camera. Look at that.
You reckon?
It's not even raining. It's 24 degrees and sunny here in the Ardennes Forest.
Yeah, it might be raining in the fictional real world for them, which is why they've got the wipers on. Well, they might be sweating more than Cardinal Pell at a Whitfield concert. They just need to get that, you know.
He's just working beautifully there, Voodoo, but I don't think he'll be sweating up too much, 6 foot under the ground. But there we have it. So you can see Bonnet Bloody Cam, says Bob Hoskins, GT Gamers. And we will get to the bottom of that. Should we? Actually, we might just jump on board with...
While we're messing around with this, Rain of Fire, do you have us?
Yeah, gotcha, mate.
How's your race been going?
Well, the race was actually going fucking amazing, excuse language, until I lost connection. And we ended up 5 laps down, 15th, by the time we reconnected.
Yeah.
So,
It's not
and
the
the
most
pace I
ideal.
had, I was looking at it, but Shaky got us up to 8th from 16th, and the pace I had for the final stint would have got us to 6th.
Yeah, it's always sad when you have those what could have been, you know, like the virtual world throws us these challenges of disconnections and, you know, hardware failures. And, you know, you can walk away with your head held high knowing the positions that you gained despite the, you know, the virtual sides of limitations being thrown at you. You know, you guys had tremendous pace.
Yeah, that's the biggest disappointment, because Shaky put in, you know, a 3-hour plus stint to get us to where we were. And I think I was in the car for maybe 20 minutes. And then, yeah, it's just really disappointed for Shaky, because he done so well.
Yeah, it's disappointing. I mean, you guys have still got, you know, touch under 2.5 hours remaining. So kind of what's your game plan kind of from here? Try and salvage some points and see the checkered flag?
No, we decided to call it, because we were too far back.
Oh, you've jumped out.
Yeah, and you know, after all that effort, you know, we would have had to go around one lap and do another driver swap again. So, didn't really see much point, which is a shame, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you guys would kind of be starting to prepare for the next one and hope that that one goes a little bit better, wouldn't you?
Well, unfortunately, I
focus
won't be
there.
able to attend the last 4 of these Enduros.
Yep.
Just for family reasons. So that's another disappointment. You know, I could have really, really helped to get us in a good spot and get us a good finish. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's not to be.
Yeah, it's sad to see your Sunday afternoon end the way that it has. How's Bubs been? How's the little one? Tell us.
No, she's doing fantastic now. She's
Yep.
just growing so much, just getting, you know, so smart by the day, just smarter and smarter by the day. She's kicking on like nothing happened.
No, it's good. Hopefully, we'll see her joining the Legion and getting onto the track at some point. That'd be good to see.
She's just about big enough to grab the wheel, so we'll see how we go.
We'll get her in the helm for a stint. We might even give her a safety car stint. That'd work.
No, congratulations, mate. They grow up very, very quickly, and before you know it, they will be jumping in for a quick run, I think. But thanks for joining us, mate, as well, and hopefully we can, not the best luck today, mate, but all the best going forward.
No, cheers, mate. Appreciate it. I'll hopefully it's a good finish at the end. I'll be watching.
Great stuff. Thank you for that, Rain of Fire, and keeping busy with a few little ones always keeps you on your toes, and we're just going through now. We're going to wait for a few other drivers. I think we've had most of the teams represented, I think, haven't we, in the commentary box this afternoon, Prince?
Yeah, I'd like to say we've heard from a majority of the teams, and you know, we've had quite a few drivers pop in, and I'm sure they're eagerly waiting to jump back in again and hear us ramble nonsense. But no, it's been good, honestly. It's been good. I like the points where we get to have a bit of a chat to the drivers.
And we're going to have a look now. We're just going to keep an eye on some of the drivers that we haven't been looking at for a large part of the day. We've got Heat Stroke, racing down there. Son of Spawn, in the hands of Son of Spawn. Go on, Wilco says, I'll tell you what, go on board with some of the cars. The windscreens are dirty AF. Ha ha. And Bobby Hoskins says, challenge for the leader. Must use rear spoiler cam for the last lap. The teammate must talk to them around the lap as well. Not in bonnet cam.
Could you imagine?
And I could just imagine how much chaos that could cause. But 2 hours and 21 minutes. What are you thinking, dinner? It's 5:20 p.m. Eastern time, which is, what, about 10 to 5 for you, Prince? What are we thinking for dinner tonight?
I mean, I made some really good spaghetti cheese toasties not long ago when I got to have a little bit of a break. So I'm probably looking at doing that again, not too far away, because that was quite nice.
Well,
what about you? What are you planning on doing for dinner tonight?
Well, after my 2 KFC Mashies boxes, I'm still not quite hungry, but I know with 2 hours and 20 minutes, I'm going to have to just see what else is going on. Box, pit confirm, Mac, box and pit confirm, says Wilco. So I think we might have a stop coming up here for Kings Racing. What the FWTF are you eating, Voodoo? I've got to ask you a serious question though, Voodoo. How are the temperature levels on those toasties? How do you know when the right time is to attack them? And if you go too soon, you end up with 3rd degree sketty burns. Talk us through your strategy, your eating race strategy with those spaghetti toasties. Because I know if you dive straight in, it's all hell breaks loose, doesn't it? Next thing you're off to the emergency department.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not a dive straight in. They sat there for a little bit while we did some commentary interviews, and they cooled down enough so that I didn't get any burns.
And
but
what's the adequate time frame for them to cool down as we see the Kings coming in now for a pit stop? But what is the adequate amount of time to allow for one of those? Is it a fully enclosed toasty?
Yeah, like fully enclosed. I'd say you don't want it to get too cold, you know what I mean? Like, but you don't want it to be too hot. So anywhere between like your 3 to 5 minute mark, I think is kind of perfect. But yeah, cheese and spaghetti toasties, gotta love them, right?
There we go. Yeah, when it comes out the sides, Bob, that's what you've got to worry about. And Cobb McCool, who must be typing from the shower, he must have some sort of protective cover across that iPad, who says, this is the sorts of commentary you just don't get from Martin and Crofty. You don't really get it, do you? But
No, but seriously though, if there comes a point in time where F1 commentary starts detouring the way that we do, like they start talking about spaghetti cheese toasties and all that kind of good stuff, could you imagine like the media? They'd be in a frenzy.
It would be incredible, wouldn't it? We've got 2 hours, 18 minutes left. He just got out. I'm not sure whether... Do you think it's a safe idea to be typing, Cobb? Just as you've got out of the shower, you got to dry. That takes some time as well. And you don't want to be slipping up, do you?
Like, yeah, we might have to time Cobb out for 10 minutes just so he's got like a safety period.
Just he's got the Glad Wrap on the iPad for other viewing. Oh, Bob! Oh, hello, possums! And thank you for that, Bob. Can you just sharpen up the spell check there, Bob? If you don't mind. It's a couple of times now, Bob, that your spelling's been a little bit tardy, and my English has been tardy for the last hour and a half, or the last 35 and a half years. But yeah, you just don't hear that, do you, from Crofty? But we hear Martin. Down there.
Suck my balls, mate.
Yeah, you're really good, mate.
Oh, K-Mag! K-Mag getting in there.
K-Mag wants none of it.
K-Mag, suck my balls, honey. And there we go. Thank you, Rain of Fire, who's joined us a couple of times this afternoon as my chair. I didn't know it went back this far. Probably not great for the back, but good comfort-wise. As bloody OH&S, Cobb's not happy. He says OH&S is everywhere these days, Voodoo. You can't escape it, can you?
Yeah, I know, like, you know, first you get it at work and now you get it here when, you know, you tell me that you're writing to us just after you got out of the shower. You know, like, OH&S is anywhere you go these days.
And Rain of Fire, Team Radio, Rain of Fire wants to say something. Suck my balls, honey.
I was thinking the exact same thing. To say, like,
That's what he was going to say. Mark Ledwich, and chicken and rice for dinner. Chicken and rice for dinner. That's popular down there in Tasmania. I wonder what else is it. Is it made from scratch, Cart Dude? Is it made from scratch, or is it one of those Cantong? You know those chicken. You know those chicken tonight. I feel like chicken
oh,
tonight.
like Mama's making canton. Do you remember that?
What the hell, Voodoo?
Sorry, you remember that? Though, like okay.
And we're just getting words through, Voodoo. Okay, Voodoo, we're just getting words
So
through.
I'm just going delusional now. I was the only one that ever saw the Canton ad, right? Like,
Yeah, but
no.
made from scratch, says Cart Dude. And down there in Launceston says made from scratch. Even made the honey soy garlic myself. Would you mind just chucking the recipe for that garlic sauce? Honey soy garlic sauce. There's nothing better, is there, than honey soy garlic sauce. Made from scratch, if you don't mind. Leave the recipe. I'd love to know how many parts soy sauce to honey, because that is a difficult one to get right. Do you go too sweet? Do you go too sour? He's going to send the TikTok link through. Thank you, Cart Dude. Big hello to everybody down there at the Launceston Karting Club. Bob Hoskins says he milked the bees. He's doing it all there. Thank you, Cart Dude. And the man of many talents down there. I can tell you that the first ever race that Cart Dude and I raced as a part of was on F1 2012. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cart Dude, but F1 2012 at Monza. And what was the championship? Was it TRL or SRL or what was it? Come and go. And guess who's joined us? Carmen Goo. It's actually Carmen Goo, Prince.
Is it?
Yeah.
I prefer the way you do it.
You come and go.
Petition to change his name. Look, I'll start a poll.
Yep.
And
can we drop the O off?
If it's in fact.
Can we get rid of the O off of it?
Yeah, look, I'll start a poll, and if it's in favour, you got to change your name.
And there he is, come and go. And you blokes are still here. We never left. To those who thought I left, I never left. I was always here. Thanks, guys. You're great. That was supposed to be Daniel Ricciardo, although I am losing my sanity as Rain of Fire. The recipes come through. Do you have TikTok, Voodoo?
I'm not really a big TikTok kind of guy.
But we can still see TikTok to get that recipe, though.
Yeah, you should still be able to see TikTok.
Great stuff. We'll click on that a little bit later. I have my misso to blame for the disconnection I had, says Rain of Fire. Blaming the missus straight up. So she just told me right before I disconnected that she thought, imagine if the internet dropped out. Almost preempting that internet dropout, which I have her as my main suspect. Is that possible grounds for divorce, Prince?
Like they always say, guilty and proven innocent until proven guilty, isn't it? Right?
That's right. So unless we could get some,
I'll get it right one of these days.
Unless depends. I'm not sure whether it's like that in Nigeria, but let us know, Rain of Fire, whether you do have any evidence of that, and we might have to take things further. Who are we looking at now on track? 95 laps into this race. Unbelievable. What's the longest race you've done here, Voodoo, out of interest?
For Spa, the longest I've done was a 24-hour race here. That was back on the iRacing days with Bobby Hoskins. We're actually preparing for the Spa 24 that's coming up next month. So it's going to be good to be putting that team back together. But yeah, that's going to be a grueling and challenging one, I think. Being iRacing as the platform, you can quite easily literally ruin your race or blow the engine of the car by, just doing silly things like revving too far or, downshifting too quick. So, yeah, a lot more risks involved in that one. But, yeah, 24-hour is the longest I've done around Spa.
There we go. We've got 2 hours and 12 minutes left in this one. As Kaima says, internet problems? Don't you dare disconnect that internet, honey. And just kidding, I'm at the epicenter, I'm at the control center of the internet in this household, in the Kid Byers household. But Bob wants to know, what was she doing out of the kitchen? And Rain of Fire just fires back straight away and says, clearly disconnecting the internet, LOL. And Kaima wants to know, internet problems? Not at this end, Missy. And it's about time you clean the dishwasher out, Trevor. Thank you for that, Kaima. I'll get to that shortly in my
She's
next...
now filing like the divorce papers.
The divorce papers.
She's like making clips of this and sending it as proof to court.
Not sure whether that means instant dismissal from the KRL family. Voodoo, can we confirm in the rule book?
Nah, no instant dismissal. It'll be right.
Oh, and look who's joined the party. Look, take some time, take some links out of the chain, says Bob. Noted, sir, Rain of Fire. The comments going absolutely off. And then Kaima says, I'm about to box. Yeah, bring it on. There's no lock on the door if you want to go. Come on, then. Yeah. So, Jason there also asking about, can I get the lamb skewers for Trev, please, for dinner? Make them so they're medium rare. No, you will have patatas bravas. And that was how it rolled on Grand Prix weekend. I'm really losing the plot. When's our next scheduled break? I think it's every hour, isn't it, Prince? So we might stick around for another 10 minutes. And you can't say that with our New Zealand viewers, Wilco, says Bob.
Yeah, I can't remember what that's kind of referring to, but no, the hours are growing long.
I can tell you exactly. We've been live for 4 hours. 4 hours, 23 minutes and 9 seconds. So you've had so many breaks. So Kaima says, no more breaks. And no soup for you. Cobb McCool can't do nothing better than a Woolies run with KRL on. How good is it? Let us know if you find a suitable parking spot. Cart Dude as well down there in Launceston. I'm sure that the Woolies down in Tasmania are similar to the Woolworths up here in Victoria, but I'm sure it'll let us know. Kaima B, please don't forget to donate money, which actually, it's funny. Do you want to know a funny story, Voodoo?
Yeah, come on.
As soon as Kaima donates money, I get a notification on my bank account saying you've donated X amount. So there we go. She says, no breaks for you, you're soft. You're a wimp. She says, don't they make sure the lamb is nice and tender, Bob? I wonder how they do that in New Zealand. Let us know. I'll let your imagination run wild. And Cart Dude's not in Launceston because I think that is a little bit racist, isn't it, of course, because I base everything off of Launceston, but there's actually more places to go than what you would think in Tasmania, Voodoo. There's Hobart as well.
Oh, is there? The more you know.
That's what I'm reading here. But Bob Hoskins says, lock him in, Kaima. Lock him in, Kaima. And there we have it. I'm on the move, Cart Dude. He's on the move at the moment. Please do not hold this phone. If you can get it on hands-free or something, that would be great. I'm cheap, says Kaima. And Cobb McCool says, what? Hey, guys, Nemo's back. And he's probably just skittled them 6 for 5 for the Invercargill second 11. So there we have it. We're talking about lamb skewers. We're talking about Cart Dude Nemo. We're talking about everyone grew up in Launceston, took that Siggy money and moved to Hobart. And I tell you what, we might have a battle on our hands here. I'm just having a look. Piston Broke versus Hooncorp. 1.6 seconds.
Can we get a nice onboard view of this? Because I think this gap has been clawing away. I think HSV's had some good pace over his last few laps.
I think he might have. HSV, he's had some good pace. We're going to switch to HSV now as the comments section is going off. And we're going to see he's a little bit down on this lap. There we go. Geez, that's an insult to me, says Nemo. Go Team CSR Racing. Hope they don't fight too hard. We are just behind, says Wilco. And we're going to switch these cameras.
Yeah, I was going to say the F1 esports view was not doing it for me, but the normal onboard view, this looks nice. I like this.
And we're going to ride with HSV for Piston Broke Racing. They are fast approaching behind 5th position, which is a Hyperdrift, who came to have a chat with us a little bit earlier on. CFD, which is Create Boxing Now. Thank you, Shawnee Fuller. Might even jump in for a chat later if you're keen. We would love to have you, but please make sure you're all hands-freed up before you jump into the chat. 42 people still watching, can you believe? Nigerian Prince. So they're sticking with us here this afternoon as we approach the 2-hour remaining mark.
Yeah, look, we appreciate each and every single one of you for sticking with us, enjoying the banter and enjoying the racing for your Sunday afternoon. And without further ado, if you haven't followed the stream yet, now's your time. Now's your time. You can get a special shout out, like one of them ones that you get on like Only Dan's. That yeah, Trevor will give you one of them.
Let's just see. Sorry, when I'm on board, the volume is just sky high, but you can get a special shout out as look at this 0.6 of a second as Wilco pipes up saying, "I'll fight you, Nemo." As Nemo saying, "Hope they hold car 19 up." Coke on, Wilco, says Nemo there. And this is very close, this battle. Look at this. Not quite the spot to be passing on this part of the track, but they are getting very close here, aren't they, Voodoo? Very close. They almost touch as they work their way down the hill. Can he find a way to get through here?
Oh, look, this isn't really the place to kind of get it done, but, they're both showing respect, which is good to see. And, HSV, if I was HSV, I would wait until bus stop, but, this is the beauty of what we can see. We can flick between cameras and stuff like that. And, being able to sit here and, be able to spectate from the driver's perspective of what they're seeing as they're trying to pick the right place to make a move, making sure they're getting their apexes right, their exits right. We might even have the privilege of seeing a nice board move into bus stop, and hopefully he pulls it up in time.
So to answer your question, 175 followers and counting, but look at this move through Blanchimont heading towards the bus stop chicane. This is going to be a move and a half if he can get this done. It's not easy, but runs a little bit, gives himself a little bit of space there. Is he going to dive down the inside? Have we got a blue flag for something? We'll wait and see what that is. Blue flag.
Yeah, we got P4 behind these guys battling. So these guys are battling for P5 and 6, but they've got P4 behind them and are currently blue flagging them.
Oh my goodness, this is fantastic!
Bit of a to be in.
And Bob says, "Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. This is going to be tight." And you can see that such is the gap, isn't it? You can see here, Prince, that look at that. So they got 4th behind them, and this is a battle for 5th and 6th, of course. As we climb Eau Rouge, is there a chance for Dean? Oh, that's a little bit wide. And that's going to not set him up very nicely for the Kemmel Straight. And this might give a chance for Binger to get by for King's Racing. Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely the opportunity that you make. He was going to get a track warning, but I believe he lifted off enough. I've done that same lift off and gotten a no-time gain. So I think he saved himself there and gave Binger the opportunity to go past and get on his way. But then again, Binger's still got to get up to P5. So when P5 lets Binger go, then I think that's going to be an interesting spot for HSV to be in. Might get a free passage past, or, who knows where we'll find them being.
So we'll head back to the timing screens. That was to put a lap on them. Nice work, Dino, says Wilco. Now follow us through. So we'll wait and see. Could he be dragged along here? It's funny. It's almost psychological, isn't it, sometimes, Prince, when you get a quicker car go by you, and all of a sudden you can be dawdling around doing your own thing. Not that these guys are doing that, of course, but and then you get a quicker guy come through and you think, wow, that's the sort of pace that's required. It's a real eye-opener, isn't it? Especially in these long endurance races.
Yeah, I've had plenty of moments like that personally where, you're driving along and you feel like you've got decent pace, and then all of a sudden someone comes flying past and you're like,
there's the blue flag.
where the blue flags come from?
Thank you, forward.
As Kivy gives us a good interpretation of the blue flags, but Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's never a good feeling when you feel like you're going as quick as you can and then someone comes flying past you. So, but I mean that's the way it goes with endurance racing, you know. You might have to pace during part of a stint or you might not. Sometimes it's temperature based and you know, or it's car dependent, so you never know.
And I've got to say that battle is so they are through. Kings Racing are through, and this battle will continue. I'm trying to get a rear view camera, if I can speak English, for long enough to get that. What's the rear view camera? Camera type. Here we go. And we're on board. We're on board now with Hyper Drift for Hoon Corp Racing with Dean McKinnon from Piston Broke HSV right up behind him. We're going to look at the rear view wing camera here and see firsthand this battle and whereabouts Dean can try and get through or not. But he's still very close, isn't he? He definitely has a huge pace advantage on this car at the moment. Hyperdrift has just got to make that thing as wide as possible, Prince.
Yeah, something I've noticed is HSB is really pushing to try and catch up, where I've found that he's got the pace in Sector 2 when he's not pushing too much. You know, he's gone really wide probably 3 or 4 times in the last lap, I'd say, where he's ran the risk of getting a track warning. I wouldn't be surprised if he picked up a few. You know, we've seen one team serve a track warning pit lane penalty already. I did see something pop up just before. I couldn't see what car number it was, but they've got a speeding in pit lane penalty. But if I was HSV, I would just tone it back a little bit. Know that you've got the pace and you're within draft. Just don't risk it with your track limits, because that's going to be the sad ending if you have to come through pit lane when you don't need to.
So we'll stick with Hoon Corp and Rain of Fire just saying the soundbite we need is where Dick Johnson was getting interviewed while driving at Bathurst, went off the track and had a few choice words. There'd be a few interesting V8 supercars. Was it Jim Richards at Bathurst? Remember you're a pack of assholes. Thank you very much. That's the one we need as well. Oh my goodness. Ooh. What happened there? We went to the Shadow Realm, came back, and then it looked like Dean was going to have a crack down into turn 1.
Yeah, I think that threw Dean off. Whatever happened, I would be a bit nervous for the guys in this 3-7, because that looked like they were partially disconnecting, but it kind of pulled them back, or whether that might have been a problem we have. But I believe that was car 2-7 I just saw. Getting another notification that they've still got to serve their drive-through for speeding in pit lane.
So penalties, we'll keep an eye on this battle. We'll go back to HSV for the time being. Does Hyper have his wipers on? Car 77, which is Bits are missing, Team 77, so they do have a drive-through penalty as we tick under 2 hours now. I'll give you the afternoon off, or the rest of the evening off, Voodoo. If you can get through the next 2 hours, as HSV still getting close. Low NZ says Hoon Corp dropped off screen, and now they're back again. It was a very weird, I'm not quite sure what happened there, Low NZ, but if you are not following Low NZ, please do. It looks like a first-time chatter, Prince.
We love our first-time chatters getting involved in the banter that we're having, and we love hearing your thoughts. So don't be shy, jump into the chat. We'd love to hear from you.
As there is a change for the lead, of course. Sideorg, BCG1 coming in. F Aussie Net, change for the lead. Dropped pings, says Bob Hoskins. And Sideorg into the pit. I'm not sure why we went to that pit stop there, are you? But somebody else coming whizzing through the frame there. But we'll stick with this battle on track. There is another battle on track we might keep an eye on. We've got Cloakade and the Soul Ferrari, or is he through there actually? Is Glasso, I think, side by side down Kemmel Straight. Oh, there's contact between Cloakade and Glasso there. What happened there?
I think James just came across a little bit too early there. Maybe got an early clear message from race control and thought he could come and cover off and take the inside line just to defend into Le Comp. But unfortunately, the ACC spotters, they call it earlier than when you're actually clear. So, I mean, it could just be a miscommunication or something like that. But it's good to see that both of them are still pedaling on perfectly fine. But hopefully this battle will develop into a good, clean one.
A little bit of a misunderstanding there, as we might have a look. We've had a look at the championship standings. It is Kings Racing, of course, on 65 points because they did win first time out. BCG2 in second, Distinct on 57. They're not here, of course. Lequi Molly out as well. They were in fourth. And we've still got a massive championship. We've got the 4-hour races and 6-hour
James
races.
runs wide.
As somebody's run wide. Let's go CFD, says Fuller. Not for long, says Wilco. And Low NZ, if you're out there listening over there in New Zealand, make sure you click that follow button. It will help us out a tremendous amount. In fact, just forget I said that, because you know one thing that really annoys me when I'm watching Twitch or YouTube or whatever the other thing is you're on now, I've got to say one thing that annoys me is when people tell you to follow. But then again, we say it all the time, don't we, Prince?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes you get, I experience it where you get so immersed in the content that sometimes you forget if you're even following the streamer that you're enjoying. So, sometimes it is nice to remind people to follow the stream, but, we try and not oversaturate it. We try and make it an entertaining bit of a pitch to remind you, but yeah.
Gentle reminders. Now, Voodoo, if you've got a minute, following already, thank you, NZ. Low NZ is already following the channel. Bring it on, says Cameron. You doing the last stint, Nemo? Yeah, get the gloves out. A quick mention, actually, before I forget, Voodoo, we are approaching, it is that time of year again, and for the last 2 years we've banded together to raise funds for mental health and suicide prevention. We have a little bit of a chat, Nigerian Prince, about that, and just tell the viewers what a fantastic job we managed last year. Of course, I think it was over north of $5,000, wasn't it, in support of mental health and suicide prevention last year?
Yeah, so good points to bring up. Over the last 2 years, various leagues such as Kidwise Racing League or KRL, or we've had RPR. This year, I believe we're going to have Ruse and a couple of other leagues involved as well. Shakedown have been a big placeholder involved as well. We've all come together during the month of August for the last 2 years, and this year we're going to be doing it again, where we come together and we raise some much needed funds towards mental health and suicide prevention. So far we've managed to raise an amazing just under $5,500, which is crazy when you think about it. So this year we've brought on a couple of different incentives that we can't really touch on just yet, but this year is going to be good. It's going to be big, and we're looking forward to the race. So the Oz NZ Endurance Series, we're actually going to be running, I can't remember what round it is, I think it might be round 5 at Kailami during that month, and that'll be our placeholder event. So yeah, it's definitely a big one for all our drivers to be a part of. Mental health is something that affects everybody far and wide. You might have been directly affected or indirectly affected by family members or friends. So it's definitely something that we like to bring attention to, and we like to let our drivers know that, we're an open space, we're communities based on, allowing you to build conversations and relationships that are going to be meaningful with your fellow drivers. So yeah, mental health and suicide prevention is a big part of what we do here. So yeah, bring on August. It's going to be good. Ah, you're good. Yeah, exactly. You know, a big part of it is our drivers out on the track, and you know they've finally wanted to spend 6 hours of their day, you know, their Sunday to take to the track here at Spa, and it's been very, very entertaining. You know, we've still got that just shy of you know the 2 hour under remaining mark, but you know, if anything from what we've seen already has produced anything entertaining, I think this final couple of hours is going to be a make or break. We're going to see team strategies coming into play even more. And look, I'm just excited to see who the podium's going to be. This top four, I just don't know who's going to be there.
I think it's happening. Hang on. Whoop. Wrong button.
Yeah, we've got OG in here talking about war wounds. OG, it's been a long time, my friend. How have you been? Oh, you might be muted here now.
Hang on, fellas. I'll
Yeah,
just
you're good.
get it onto. Just going to get it onto the PS chat so I can hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
My role doesn't allow this position. This.
Yeah, it's definitely getting very busy. You know, I think there was a couple of blue flag scenarios and some people made mistakes back at the comp. But it was definitely a very tense part for all of these drivers to be in. You know, you look at it, nobody's really been that bunched up, but now it's all of a sudden that period of time where we're just seeing everyone grouped up. Whether you're 5 laps up the road, 4 laps up the road, it's one of those ones. These guys are all still trying to battle for their piece of crap.
All five laps down. There you go, fellas.
And we do apologise that I had my mic turned off for a large part of that. And I do apologise, I'm back loud and clear. And there was a bit of biffo there. I do apologise as we've got OGT. Can you hear us, mate, loud and clear? There's a bit of biffo
mate,
on the
your
track.
boys.
Mate.
Yeah, there's some there. One of our teammates just got run into, but that's unlucky. That's how it goes. How are you boys?
Not too bad at all, mate. Like I said, if you've seen the Joker movie, you'll understand his slow progression into the real depths of insanity. But after 3 and a bit hours, it's not easy. But, mate, we are going well as Wilco's doing a rain dance. It is getting cloudy here. What do we got local time? It must be north of 8 after 8 p.m. local time. But OGT, mate, how have you been going? Anyway, long time. It's been good to hear your voice again.
Yeah, good to hear you boys. It has been a long time, as you can see from our driving standards, which have been pretty ordinary, but our drinking standards have been right on cue. Had plenty of beers, having a great time, and it's really good to see you blokes showcasing this race. And thank you.
Thank you, OGT. As Kaim has piped in with the microphone, she says you might even be better to turn the microphone on, to which I replied, what is for dinner? As we've got 1 hour and 46 minutes in this race. And, yep, need a drink too, she says. Is that an alcoholic drink or a non-alcoholic drink? Thanks, OG. Good to hear from you once again. And made carbonara and jelly, and those two maybe not together. And if it's anything like the jelly that Taylor makes, it'll take a little bit of time to set. But 105 laps now into this race. Where was that battle going on there? Down there, is it? Sugar-free jelly, I hope. says Cart Dude, who is down in Tas. Just to give a bit of context, everybody. Cart Dude is down there in Hobart. He's gone to Woolies, and he's come back. And let's hope he's not on the road still. And the gap to Nemo, effectively the battle for P2. Perfect jelly tonight, Kaima says. Kaima B has made perfect jelly tonight. I'll be out for some carbonara as he's home. And both have one stop to go. So that battle for P2, Prince, is heating up, isn't it, at the moment, as the clouds do start to gather.
Yeah, I'm hoping Spa gives us a little bit of a twist here, but you know, I've been keeping an eye on this track temp, and yeah, these clouds are forming in. So, oh look, I'm hoping the rain gods are starting to appear because could you imagine the final hour or somewhere in the final hour, it rains? Could you imagine the scenes that are going to be happening on the track?
And just imagine the scenes indeed. As IGR Drek says, I say a good morning. It's probably late for you all. It is 5:57 p.m. here, Eastern Australia time. And let us know what time it is from wherever you're watching right around the world as we get on board with Binger King from King's Racing. One stop to go, maybe, says Butler. I'll get you, Butler. And with the threat of carbonara, I'm going to go out into the kitchen and it's going to threaten me, Nemo. I was about to say the threat of rain as we look 8:25 p.m. local time here. So this race will finish around the 10 p.m. mark, and it's going to be, well, what time does the sun set here in Belgium? What time is sunset here? Because these guys are going to finish in the dark, are they not?
Yeah, I think it's about like 9-ish, somewhere around the 9 o'clock mark. I believe the sun sets here. It's a little bit different at some tracks, but yeah, it's gonna be a good one to see the sun going down, hopefully. But this cloud cover might even bring in the rain. But I welcome Dask into the commentary booth. Can you hear us?
I can. Yep.
Cool, man. How's your race been going? Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, so it's obviously been a long one. Vert had a bit of issues, couldn't quite get into a rhythm. He's just come off the back of COVID, so we've decided to sort of give him a rest for the rest of the day, and Bitzer and myself are just running out the rest of the race. So he's in the car now. We've sort of made up some positions from 18th, so trying to hunt down Zigzag now. But look, I think we're in a situation where we just keep it clean and see what happens in front.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Like, you've probably been watching the weather radar and not seeing any rain on the horizon, but would you be hoping for a last-minute rain dash to kind of shake things up, maybe gain your position or two?
Look, it probably wouldn't hurt. But we're in a pretty good rhythm ourselves, so rain could have an adverse effect on ourselves. You never know. I've got about 48 minutes left in driving time, so this is doing a bit of fuel savings.
Is that a podium, boys? Is that a podium?
I guess given that, rain could sort of spoil that. We could have pushed instead. So yeah, who knows? We would only take advantage of the rain if something happened in front and we could keep it clean.
Yeah, well, look, you guys are sitting currently, I think it's P15, so hit clawing away at car 51, and hopefully towards the tail end of the race, you guys can have a battle to the line, or even maybe walk away with that P14.
I was just having a bit of fun there. I was hanging on to the back of Mac Main for quite a few laps. He saw some pit stops, so he was running in first place. So I was obviously pretty happy with the pace. Just a bit out of position, that's all.
Yeah, look, there's always finding the pace for the next one as well. So, you got much plans for the next one coming up? You're going to be putting a bit more preparations into it, or what's the plans?
Yeah. I think obviously just a bit more preparation and just in terms of practice overall, is definitely needed. So yeah, we'll be sort of having a bit of a chat after this and seeing what we can do to improve for the next race.
Great stuff.
Yeah, we'll look at.
Thank you for that, Dust, mate. Thank you for taking the time. Sorry, Voodoo, I went over you there.
Yeah, cheers,
you're
guys.
good.
You're doing a great job as always, and look forward to the next race. Cheers.
Great stuff. There we have it. So, wow, surely not. There's not going to be rain. And getting back to some of these comments, sunset around 9:30, so there's no frame rate issues at the top of the hill. Only frame rate issues if it is sunny, as somebody's gone off there. Lewis on a mission. I think everyone has one stop to go. Surely not rain. I think he just got the fastest lap. Tell Cameron, Nemo, tell Cameron I found the best food ever. Vegemite biscuits, laughed my fucking ass off. And Kaima B has gifted a tier 1 sub. They're coming in from everywhere. Tier 1 sub to Bob Hoskins. And why when I gift it goes to ransoms? I think she means randoms. And thank you for that PayPal notification. Straight away says you paid $8.99 to Apple services. So thank you. We do get some of that back, I think, don't we, Voodoo? Might get 50 cents of that back.
Yeah, you'll get a bit of it back.
As Bipolar Jono says, rain of fire at Ruse, struggles to keep the car on track, comes here and never goes off. Brett's Ozza says, I've just arrived.
Suck my balls, honey.
Suck my balls, honey. And they're coming in. Hey, bro, thank you, K-Mag. Ended up busy today, Brett. Missed everything until now. Wow, where do we start to unpack the last 3 and a bit hours? And it's go! Thank you, Princess Fiona, for contributing to the stream. Wow, it's going off here. I think we've got somebody else. Have we got Viper coming in? Cam, I might just use this moment to use a couple of minutes to go and grab some carbonara if you're ready to have a bit of a chat with Viper here.
Yeah, I'll have a bit of a chat with Viper. So, Viper, tell us a little bit about your race. How's it been going? Where did you start, and kind of how you been going so far?
It's been good. It was a little bit nervy hopping in kind of halfway through the race. I'd missed the first couple of stints. I had
Is that a podium, boys? Is that a podium?
That's a podium. P4 we were sitting.
Yeah, I see here P4.
Yeah, it was pretty nice actually just to come in the top 5 and know the boys had done a great job behind me. So just trying to keep up the good work that they'd done, and full credit to them as well. They hadn't put a foot wrong all race, and it seems like they're doing the same thing. We've got Risky in at the moment, who is probably our quickest driver. The way this bloke has adapted to ACC is just ridiculous, considering he bought the game on Monday. I can't believe it, really. But no, really happy. Probably just a bit nervy, if anything, being the first enduro for all of us. But I think if we can bring it home strong in the last hour and a half, give or take, and yeah, we're looking pretty good for a top 5.
Yeah, no, look, you guys have been looking the goods. You guys are in that area where we're trying to figure out who's actually going to be on the podium, because it's like the top 4. You guys are kind of bouncing around that area. So now you guys have been doing stellar performances, but you guys were all Gran Turismo guys before coming over to ACC recently, right?
Yeah, that's right. Most of us, well, I mean, all 9 of us between the 3 BCG cars, we're all good mates. And initially, we'd done a lot of Gran Turismo Sport in 2020 through COVID and lockdown. So a couple of us have won Manufacturer Series events. I mean, you have the likes of Matt Simmons, Simon Bishop, Caden McDonald as well is an absolute gun. He had a couple of scraps with some of the best. He's got a car backwards at the top of our rouge there. Let's see, our car's just gone by it. But no, so we've just kind of kept that friendship, and through GT it's blossomed into, I think a couple of the guys have done a bit of iRacing, a couple of the guys have come over to ACC, and I think we've kind of found a little bit of a second home here. We still do a lot of our GT7 stuff, but this is really exciting, this endurance racing stuff.
Yeah, ACC's definitely up there of like the cream of the crop when it comes to sim racing titles, and if they keep on producing good updates for the console, I think the longevity of it's going to be good. But you know, endurance racing, I think, is something that not a lot of people get to take part in. But now you guys have made a good transition, I think. I mean, obviously, like you say, you still do a bit of Gran Turismo, but you know, you guys have come over here with very limited practice, and you know, you've been punching in some stellar times over the course of this race. So, hour and a half to go. What are kind of the stepping stones and the plans to try and secure a podium here?
I think it'd be very much the same as what anyone would say. It's just keep the nose clean, really. I mean, it's a very long race, 6 hours. It's one of the longer ones that you'll find anywhere in terms of driver swapping and just endurance racing in Australia. So just keeping the nose clean for this final hour and a half and making sure there's just absolute clarity in terms of what we want to achieve and how we're going as drivers. We've just been really clear. I was actually supposed to be in the car for this stint. We were thinking of double stinting me.
Yep.
But we just thought better of it and thought, you know what, we're kind of confident that Wilco and the Kings Racing team have got us covered here. We think their fight's going to be with BCG2. So we're just really going to consolidate fourth and see what happens. I mean, Risky's putting in some really, really great lap times right now, punching in the high 19s. Random All Day has been doing really, really good work to keep us in the fight. I mean, his starting stint was fantastic. And to leave me with the car late, I'm a little bit nervous about it, I won't lie, but it's going to be a real honour to bring this car across the line, whether it be in fourth, whether it be in last. It doesn't really matter because the effort throughout the day has been stellar. So.
Yeah, you can't fault the performance from all of your drivers. So we'll be eagerly watching you guys towards the tail end of the race. And, you know, we'll be hoping you guys get close to a podium. But you never know what kind of gets thrown at you, like Bathurst and Spa alike. You know, the smallest of mistakes can cost you quite a bit of time. So hopefully a clean run for this last hour and a half. And we might be talking to you at the end.
Yeah, it would be nice. Well, thanks very much for doing all the comms today, you boys. It's been fantastic just to keep it on. I had it on in the car driving home from the football just to kind of acclimatise myself with things. So you guys have been doing a stellar effort all day, and I can't wait to see. Hopefully you can sign on for a couple more Enduros in the future. So it's been awesome.
Yeah, now look, we appreciate those comments and we appreciate you guys taking to the track. So hopefully we can see more of you on the track and more of you guys in the comms booth as well. So thank you again. And yeah, we'll be watching you for the final hour and a half and hoping for the best.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Viper. Great stuff. I am back. Ladies and gentlemen, the viewers are coming back. And Nemo, look at the comments. There is a battle going on. Simon says, is he holding you hostage, Kaima? Let us know. Blink twice for yes, 2 for no. And Trevor, where are you? Mr. Rigsy, I'm back. Says Kid Buyers, literally the battle for P2 for the rest of the race. Kaima's phone has gone. Yes, I did. I'm going to admit it. Oh, and someone off in the background there.
No.
What happened there? But look at this battle, if you don't mind, Prince.
Yeah, I was while we were doing the interview with Viper there, I was watching the battle between I think it was could be wrong, I think it was Zigzag and somebody else, but yeah, these battles are starting to creep closer in this last hour and a half, aren't they? Like it's getting a bit spicy now.
And you can see a Yickety, that battle for inside the top 10. And Nemo now in the car, right behind Nemo for BCG2. Both have one stop to go, putting in the next 20 odd minutes. P3 will pit about 45 to 60 minutes to go. So there we have it. This is always the best time to watch an endurance race. Getting to the golden hour. And there is Fiona again popping up. It's been a couple of hours, but she's bobbed up again, Nigerian Prince, supporting the channel like she does so well. Kaima B with the dog emojis. Check the earlier message, Kaima, about Trevor being the best husband in the world. And a lot of the viewers here tonight want to know, are you indeed being held hostage? Fantastic! As we've got the DRW now following, as Murray Walker is in the way of this intense battle through Blanchimont heading to the bus stop chicane. This is close, 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 Prince.
Yeah, this is very close, and you know, you think this is our battle for, you know, these guys are both podium at the moment, and they're going bumper to bumper. Nemo's not going to be holding anything off of this. He's planning on finding his little son Wait, no, Nemo's not trying to find the sun, is it? It's the dad that. I'm confused now. Nemo's doing well. I'll leave it at that.
What's Nemo looking for?
You know the Finding Nemo thing? I tried to do a funny Finding
Yes!
Nemo segue,
Yes,
but
I've got
like,
it. I just got it. I've
but
caught
then
up.
I kind of forgot which one's trying to find who.
Is he looking for his dad, isn't he? He's
Yeah,
looking
that's
for
what.
his dad.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's looking for a way through here ahead of Bingerling, and it's through there side by side down the Camel Straight. Look at this, he's got a nose in front, has he? No, it's still Binger, and King's racing with a nose in front through down the inside. They are they're going to touch, and Nemo is around. He's not going to find too much out there on the grass, Nigerian Prince.
Nah, look, that was either gonna end really well or end in a little bit of sadness. But yeah, I think that was on them. I think I call that a racing incident. But you know, it's just unfortunate. Nemo lost a bit of time out of it. So I don't know. Hopefully he can get those tires back into a nice working temperature window and claw back up to that battle with Binger again.
And you can see how close it is, but Nemo, there's still a long way to go. 90 minutes left in this race, so you can tell that he will be back. Don't you? What's the famous Arnold Schwarzenegger line from Terminator, please, Prince?
Oh, is it the I'll be back?
Certainly is. We've got a yellow flag. Who is that?
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper. We've got a yellow flag there. Little too eager, says Bob Hoskins. Controversial. Hello, Kaima. Please type, you are not getting kidnapped, into the chat. As Kid Buyers there, Bob Hoskins there saying a little too eager, Nemo reckons, because that gap now 3.7 seconds. So it's not something that you need to rush, is it, in these endurance races, Voodoo? There's plenty of time, isn't there, to get through?
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those ones. He was side by side. I think it could have worked, but you know, you need the cooperation of both drivers, or there's the alternate option. You just back out and you choose a better spot again. You know, there's two really good runs. You've got the Blanchimont run and you've got the run down Kimmel. So, you know, you kind of pick the better of the two and go for that, or if you game, you send it too wide in the corners like we saw, but you know, he came out second best on that occasion, but hopefully he has a better attack next time.
And getting some comments there. We're getting a lot of fish emojis in there from Kaima. Can confirm the carbonara is fantastic. And Fiona going with the emojis there, like some sort of mystic sea creature there. And Kaima has confirmed that I do have her heart hostage. And that's very cute indeed. Bob is the race steward. That could get interesting. And Cartoon just saying interesting stuff here, actually, Voodoo. Cartoon has just come back from Woolworths and said he could have sat in the slipstream and saved some fuel. Could that have been an option?
I mean, I think the more important question is, Cartoon, what did you get from Woolworths? And did you stay in the slipstream of some cars on your way home to save fuel?
Interesting, and not a bad option with petrol prices the way they are at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. I can say, as I finish off that carbonara, that was fantastic stuff. Yes, I did, says Cart Dude. So imagine the traffic when you get that new stadium in, Cart Dude. Is Draven84, first time chatter. I believe Draven has followed, but I could be wrong. We'll have to check the follower list there, Voodoo. But if you haven't, Draven, and you're thinking about following, please stop thinking about it and just go ahead and do it. But the sun is setting here, and the track temperature, I think it was about 32, 33. It's dropped significantly, hasn't it, as the sun goes away. And given, Voodoo, that the warmth of the sun, once it disappears, it gets colder without that sun. And that's just basic science, isn't it? I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson or anything. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I wish the sun went down and it got hotter, but I mean, I don't think that's the way it works. But, you know, I think we've been seeing a slow temperature drop. You know, I think we're only down 12 degrees from where we started. So I dare say we might only go down another 4 to 5 degrees at most towards the race end, which will be nice. You know, we might see, you know, people on final stint where they do a sprint run to the end, and we might start seeing different teams putting in purple laps. But yeah, cooler temps, faster times, less fuel. It's a good time to be driving.
Certainly is. 1 hour and 26 minutes remaining. We've ticked over to the 5 hours on the stream. This is turning into one of your famous long endurance streams, Voodoo, that you are often associated with. But Nemo now less than 2 seconds, so he's made up that time. I think next time around he won't be quite as eager, I think, next time around, Prince, and I think he might be able to just pick his moment a little bit more carefully, I think, when he comes up alongside Binger King next time.
Yeah, I hope he does as well, because at the end of the day, these guys are running for a podium no matter what at the moment. I mean, barring that they don't, want to kill each other, they're both looking at a podium. But, like the first incident that almost ended in tears, it ended in tears for one driver. But Nemo's ended up clawing back that time. So, yeah, hopefully it's a clean move, because, last thing you want to be doing is something silly in the last, towards that last hour that costs you a podium finish and some good points leading into round 3. So, yeah, hopefully some smart choices are made when the move happens next time.
There we have it. Draven84, love your work, mate. That's me replying or responding to my own comment there. Rain of Fire says ads, always when there's something important to hear. Kaima B says bloody ads are crazy. And Bobby says, I bet Binger's mic was going bleep, bleep, bleep. Cart Dude, hopefully our man Trev is getting paid for the ads. Are the ads really that bad? People, let us know. We have no control over that. Are we just that popular that they're chucking more and more ads onto us here this afternoon or this evening, Prince? What is going on with these adverts?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we've technically been ad-free viewing the whole time, something you don't get on mainstream television. But unfortunately, Twitch decides to throw in their own ad breaks that we don't get.
Yep, we don't get any of that, unfortunately. So we do apologise for the ad breaks. We've had...
They go for 2 or 3 minutes. Jeez.
2 or 3 minutes?
We're going to have a look at that. Twitch might have swapped things around. Their new policies and nonsense they brought out recently might have changed
Who
things.
the bloody hell's going to sit through an advert for 3 minutes?
Dude, I have no idea.
That's
Twitch
horrible.
is like,
help them out,
yeah.
Voodoo. Look at them all in there.
Well,
Look at them.
We won't. I'm sorry, everybody. We won't be able to sort it out now. We won't be able to sort it out now. We'll sort it out for next time. I don't know. Twitch might have changed things up.
Voodoo.
They've been
Hang
doing
on.
a bit of a mess around recently.
Wait, what's their number? What's their number?
1-3-000-655-06.
That's the reading writing hotline, which I also do need help for. But let's see if we can ring Twitch on this. What do we got? 1 hour and 22. Let's see if we can get a number. We're going to get a phone number here. Who's with me, actually?
Hey Norm, do you have a number for Twitch by any chance? We're trying to get in touch with them about their ads.
I don't know.
All right. Well,
That's,
instead of that, do you want to talk about your race and how it's been going so far?
Yeah, it's been going pretty good. Pretty happy with my 2 stints, and the team's travelling along nicely. Bit of a hiccup with a driver not too long ago, but it's all right. We go past those.
Sorry.
Oh, bit of a hiccup with a driver not too long ago, but we go past those. We keep our head down. It's all right.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Ooh,
Keeping your head down, keeping those good laps in. Yeah, Trev, did you want to talk about this battle?
Jump
and then
in.
we'll
We'll get back to you in a moment, Norm. There is a battle going on for P2 at the moment. Nemo, along with Binger King, BCG2 versus Kings Racing down into turn 1. Binger holds the inside line, and Cart Dude's coming onto Discord soon. But look at this, side by side. We know it ended badly the first time around, Prince. And they, oh my goodness, up the hill through Eau Rouge. I thought they were almost going to go through there side by side. And now, here's a chance. Binger, he needs to defend like a lion. A little bit wide there from Nemo coming up the top of the hill at Eau Rouge. Down Kemmel straight. Is that some traffic coming up too? bits are missing down in 14th place, and if these two go at it again, there could be more bits missing as well, Prince.
Yeah, we see Binger flashing his lights, trying to get him out of the way nice and early, because this is not the spot and the time you want to be caught up in, especially when you're in that fight for P2 provisionally. So hopefully he's going to be getting out of the way before an accident unfolds.
As we get back, we'll keep an eye on that, but sorry to cut across you there, Norm. A lot, still plenty to play out in this race, isn't there, in the next hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything to play for.
As we have managed, thank you for that, Norm. All the best, mate, for the rest or the remainder of this race, and yeah, hopefully we might get you to jump in a little bit later on, mate. Thank you.
No worries. Cheers, lads.
Great stuff. Norm there. We'll continue this battle, which I think it's definitely the closest one on track. An interesting line from Nemo there up Eau Rouge. A bit of aero wash, says Rain of Fire. I've got a Twitch support number direct to the United States here in my hot little hand. But before that, Nigerian Prince, so we can complain about the ads. If they're not watching ads, talk us through this battle here at the moment approaching the bus stop.
Yeah, Nemo had a really good run before, and you know we were. Oh, dude, I was clenched. I thought they were going to be going too wide up Eau Rouge. Thankfully, Nemo thought better of it, but I think he took a track limit with him. So I don't know how they're kind of going for that, but Nemo looks like he's setting up to do it again. I don't know, man. I feel like we're going to see Nemo trying to do another move at Lacombe, but I hope.
Oh,
no!
They've spun this and what's he? Oh,
Nemo, lift off, buddy.
And Binger has gone around. And what happened there? They just sort of morphed through each other. What on earth says Bob Hoskins, F-A-R-K, I should reiterate. But what on earth happened there? It's happened again. And I'm not seeing Nemo slow down at all to... Or did Binger drop it himself, we're hearing from Can't Dude as well? And
yeah, I think we need to kind of see more on it before. I mean, the only thing I could complain about with what I saw was Nemo shouldn't have continued to drive through Binger, despite whether you could have or not. I think it would have been nice to limit the damage. But yeah. Who knows whose mistake it was.
So spun at turn 1. That was Binger, but it looks like as Nemo's got some traffic here, it looks like the front of that BCG2 Audi has got a bit more damage on it than Binger's, but I guess he sort of went over him, didn't he? Or through him at least. That was a very strange incident at turn 1.
Yeah, very, very strange. Hopefully it hasn't kind of ruined their races in terms of damage or anything like that, but you know, it's sometimes, like we've touched on it a couple of times, the smallest of mistakes can sometimes cost you the most. And these guys have got to think now, are we going to take this damage? And if they do, you know, car 56 is ready to try and take that position. You know, they said they were happy to take a P4, but, you know, I think with this added damage, who knows how long it's going to be. But, you know, that might be a factor as to how, you know, there might be a three-way fight for P2.
As Bob just confirming, grabbed the curb on the exit, making sure he had the drive up the hill. So, wow, there we go. And we have on lap 118, we've got a tick over an hour left in this race. Thank you for sticking with us, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a couple of learned gentlemen in the waiting room, and we're going to bring those guys up. I think we've got Simon, a.k.a. Sidorg, and James as well. We might start with you, Simo. First of all, can I just please confirm that I didn't call you an Australian, because that would cause you great grief. But how's life at the front, mate? It's, what are we, 118 laps in. It's looking fairly good at the moment, fairly comfortable, but still an hour to go.
Yeah, g'day. I'd be pretty upset if you had called me Australian. It's going pretty well, mate. Starting 10th was potential for carnage, particularly as the two cars ahead of me hit each other at the first corner. But otherwise, it's gone really well. I don't want obviously to change things. I know as much as Jason Wilkinson would love me to. But yeah, it's gone really well. Jono's driving really, really well now. Matt's about to hop in again, and we'll bring it home. I'm just kind of praying for it not to rain.
Well, that's interesting. Well, mate, smooth sailing at the moment. Now, there's a bit happening in your life, isn't there, in the next couple of months, mate? If you wouldn't mind sharing some of that with our viewers.
Yeah, mate. So in the Gran Turismo World, qualified for the World Series again this year. So it's a team-based competition now. So there's a couple of New Zealanders going, including Matt McEwen, who raced round 1. And yeah, really looking forward to it. I didn't really think that it was right up against us for us to qualify this year, but we got it done, and really looking forward to it. It'll be cool, and I hope that you guys will be able to tune in and have an interest in it now that you vaguely know at least one of the people in there.
Well, we're going to do better than that, aren't we, Cameron? I think we might even be travelling along with you with the kind donations that we've received over the last few hours. So that is probably news to you, Simon. But are you okay with us just travelling along? We're happy to go premium economy, if that's okay.
Yeah, mate. You can carry my luggage if you like.
Yeah, well, Voodoo might be in that luggage, and then I'll carry that for you. But no, that is. Thank you for that. That is fantastic, mate. But no, in all seriousness, mate, that is a fantastic performance, mate, and an absolute pleasure to have you along as part of this stuff. And I reckon you're looking pretty good here tonight as well, mate. So all the best.
Thank you kindly. Cheers, mate.
Great stuff there, Dog or Simon, the very New Zealand-sounding man that he is. An absolute pleasure to have him along with us. And we've got James back with us, mate, for another crack in the commentary box. How are you, brother?
Oh, yeah, it'd be better if I had a better stint than the last one I just had. Yeah, had a bit of contact with car 5, I think it was. A bit of an ambitious move down to the bus stop, spun me around, and then basically put us out of contention for P8. It was a bit disappointing, but we got Mickey back in the car now, who will probably do 45 minutes. And then Drew or Saint Sim will jump in and bring the Ferrari home.
Should be fantastic, mate. And what are the expectations for the next, like you said, Saint Sim, I think, jumping in, is it, for the final part of the race?
Yeah, mate, P13. If we bring it home P13, I think that's a good result after today. A little bit disappointing from that contact, which was 15 minutes into my last stint. Gave us substantial damage, so had to pit a minute and a half, and then basically put us a lap behind those guys. Otherwise, we're fighting fair for the P8, which would have been a good finish, but that's motor racing, isn't it?
That's what happens, mate. That's motor racing, that's for sure. But no, still very positive outlook and a positive attitude, mate, and all the very best for the final hour. And yeah, hang in there, mate. You never know what can happen towards the end of a race like this, but all the best for the end.
No worries, thanks, mate. Definitely a better result than 4 cars, so that's a positive shakedown.
Great stuff, mate. Always on the improve. Great stuff there, James.
That's it. Thanks, mate.
And fantastic stuff. Just jumping back out there. Matt Simmons says, love that legend. And there we go. Simon, the proper GT streams have really good production values, but do they have the graphics we have, Prince? That's what I'm wondering about. And
yeah, no, I don't think they do. Andrelli's done us the goods here, but I see Wilco's gambling the 17 seconds of damage, and Wilco, can I say, can you just do the damage? Because if you do it, I think it brings car 56 into contention, and you guys might all battle for like that P2, 3 and 4. So take the damage and see what happens.
Could be very interesting. We're going to keep an eye on everyone throughout the field, sideways there for shakedown in the only Ferrari in the field, of course. So it looks a little bit worse for wear after the first 4 and a bit hours. But 17 seconds worth of damage. Do we get it fixed? Can we put a vote up, or is that sort of some sort of match fixing insider type stuff? What can we do it?
Yeah, Wilco, how long do you have left of the stint? And you know, whatever people vote on is what you do.
And Cobb McCool says, might be all fancy some of the other streams, but where is the love? the love. And a few laps behind, in fact. And
Yeah, I'll give you 3 minutes to vote. There you go.
3 minutes to vote.
Whatever the chat votes on, that's what you got to do, Wilco.
All of this damage around me. Okay, and thank you for that vote for Wilco to do 2 more stops. Thank you, Simon. And
Suck my balls, mate. Yeah, you're really good.
And Kaima, Kaima going, suck my balls, honey. And there we have it. What about, with about 45 minutes to go, question mark. Car's okay, apparently. So let's have a look at the car itself in question. It doesn't look too bad. We're trying to get a front-on view of it at the moment. It looks a little bit worse for her, but nothing too bad. Nothing too structurally damaged there by the looks of it.
Yeah, no, it looks a little bit better. I mean, even Binger, or the car that we're talking in question, looks a little bit better than Nemo's car off of the incident. So, I mean, I'm surprised they've got 17 seconds. I would have assumed maybe car 76 would have had that damage, but yeah, I'd be interested to see whether they gamble the damage as well, because you never know, you might need it.
As we're looking now, Nemo, we're going to find out what his current lap times are. As Simon says, doesn't appear to be losing too much time. Mark says 17 seconds to clean the windscreen. And let's have a look. Let's see what Nemo's current lap times are, shall we? While we've got an opportunity. And Jason saying 2-minute 21s, 2-minute 22s. May have been some more aero, but we might jump on board with someone. What do you reckon? We might get a look from behind Nemo here as we jump on to the different style of camera. There's Yickety, Nemo, and inside the car. We might just stick with Nemo here for the time being. Have a look at some traffic. Inside helmet cam here, if you don't mind, Voodoo. I think we're coming up to some traffic further ahead, aren't we, for Lego Racer NZ. And you can see the sun starting to become a factor there too as it sets here, 9:01 local time, Voodoo.
Yeah, sun starting to set. I love it when the sun sets here. It looks so nice, but we're on board obviously with Nemo as he's trying to navigate the traffic. As P10 are letting him go. The shakedown lads up ahead of nursing a bit of damage, which I assume they'll come in closer to that final hour and then send their last driver out for a big final stint. But yeah, Nemo looking the goods. Binger not too far behind, still holding that 2.2. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which one of these guys take the damage. Wilco said they're not going to, but I wonder whether Nemo's team are considering it, so could shake things up.
As we're getting word through, the poll, which we put up a little bit a while ago, was do they take the 17 seconds of damage? The answer is yes. A resounding yes, Prince.
The people have spoken, Wilco, son. You have to follow through with what the people have said, and you have to take the 17 seconds of damage.
As we see the shakedown boys getting out of the way there a little bit easier. And goodness me, that was a bad way to let someone pass, said Simon. Outside to the marbles lad. Norm just backing up the comment from Simon. So are they going to take that extra damage? That's what the... can we get Wilco up here, or is he... He might be on the busy side as the comments are just doing something funny. Oh, look at that through the top of Eau Rouge. He takes some interesting lines through there, Nemo, doesn't he, Voodoo? But still, they're doing very well. Wilco will be getting his racing socks in as we'll go to another camera inside the cockpit. This is where you really see the drivers earn their money, Voodoo.
Yeah, you really do. Like the run-up Eau Rouge, he was right on the limit of a track warning at the top of the hill there, so you know he's not leaving any room, you know, any track left really. You know, he's risking his track warnings every single corner he's going through. So I mean, watch this exit here, watch how much he'll take. He's a bit more conservative this time, he's been normally throwing the whole car out there, which he can do within reason, but yeah, he's definitely trying to do everything he can to keep a bit of a gap to Binger.
As we can see, the master at work. So Nemo then, P2. And we've got Piston Broke Racing there down in P6 at the moment. We'll head back. I think Wilco might be prepping to bring that car home. Bob Hoskins, of course, so that's what he reckons. So Nemo in second. Captain Risky and the BCG team is up there in third, but for how long? Here we go. So into the pits. Pits now for Kings Racing. Binger King. I reckon we're going to see a Jay Wilkinson come in. And Chris saying, yeah, Wilco will be there for the last stint. Pit now, says Bob Hoskins, into the pits. So, and it is Wilco coming out. Is that damage been fixed as well, Prince?
Oh, it's hard to tell, really. Car look right. Maybe you did take the damage.
So we'll wait and see.
Nemo's in pit lane as well, so once they come around, if there's still that 2.2 second gap around there, then none of them took damage, but I guess we'll have to wait and see when they get back close enough.
Well, it certainly doesn't look like it. I've got to say I agree with you, Simon. They'd never make the 17 seconds back, which is fair comment there. And it didn't look like they were losing. It wasn't critical, was it? The damage was slightly there, but it wasn't critical to their race, was it? As Nemo into the pits as well.
Yeah, I don't think it was. I don't think you need to gamble that. You know, trying to win back 17 seconds over the course of your final hour and a bit definitely is outside of the achievable. You know, I don't think they would have risked the podium, but you know, I think they still want to walk away with a P2 rather than a P3.
As Nemo comes into the pits, and Hotshot Cinders has followed us on our Twitch channel. I forgot which website we're on there, but thank you for that, Hotshot Cinders. Fantastic stuff. They're all sitting in the lounge room thinking, how good is this? And, wow, that is fantastic stuff. Hotshot Cinders. It's a bit of an inside joke as part of the Kid Buyers family, but that is the mother-in-law following now. And the wife, the mother-in-law, it's turning into a family business, Nigerian Prince.
Oh, look, it's, you know, we're building a family here for loyal people that not only love the commentary, love the racing, but just want to be involved, you know, so definitely be sure to join the family. Hit the follow button.
Hit the follow button now. Give me thank you, Hotshot Cinders. Don't forget to send a cheers over and subscribe at whatever level you want to subscribe at. The more money, the better. It's not about the money, though, but we know it makes the world go round and round, round and round. And I've lost my mind, Prince, because we've got 1 hour, 3 minutes. Can you believe we've come this far?
Oh, look, if you asked me if we were going to be this coherent at this point in time, I probably would have laughed at you, you know, but I'm surprised. We're doing well.
And as I just send BSB and account number details, thank you, Simon. Can you give me money, Trev? I'm not an Australian. I'm a proud Kiwi. Yeah, that's okay. We can do that. And just a tick over an hour or so as Captain Risky, of course, from the famous AAMI insurance adverts, which we heard from him a little bit earlier on this afternoon, didn't we? That's what it was from.
Yeah, we've run through a couple of various ads over the course of the stream, so I'm sure we could add a few more onto the list.
You're going to have to... Oh, yeah, by the way, that reminds me. I've got a direct number to the United States Twitch customer service.
Oh, yeah.
So let's give him a call, shall we? Can we just give him a call here? Let me just turn the volume right up. Do you want me to give him a call, Voodoo, or we get in trouble for this?
Oh, you wouldn't give him a call, see what happens.
Okay, we'll give it a go. Let's have a look then. So, Twitch customer service. Why are we calling Twitch? Too many ads on our bloody stream. Too many ads on... You got to fill this thing out, everyone. So let me just do this. Too many ads on...
You can't just call them?
No, I'm trying to bloody call them now. Hang on, your phone number. There's focus on the track. Yeah, we can do that too. and I've lost it all now. It's completely gone there somewhere. But anyway, if someone's got the direct number to Twitch, if they're in Australia, please let us know. As Nemo has said, did you guys get that? And when he says, did you guys get that? I'm not sure. Did we miss something on track, Prince? Or
I think we might have missed. Oh wait, is Nemo talking about the moment that he had with Binger, or we saw both of them. If that's what you're referring to.
as we could have, as here we have Jason in the number 19 Kings Racing car, 5.3 off of Keaton. It's top 5 for Audi here this afternoon as we tick down to 1 hour remaining. And there we have it. So, wow. We did see that. 125 laps in. Wilco, Team Radio. Chris, Team Radio, has given us the Team Radio beep. It gets me every darn time. Wilco versus Keaton to the end will be spicy. And a bit hard not to be top 5 for Audi, really. And Nemo's saying they repaired their damage too, Prince, so that is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the chat voted, and he couldn't go against them, so I'm happy that they took the damage, but it's going to be interesting now. I'm kind of keen to see whether Nemo's team took the damage as well. You might be able to shed some light on that for us.
If we could get...
Oh, wait, no, Nemo did repair the damage. So did Wilco and that repair the damage? That's going to be the question.
And the Team Radio beeps. Cool Boy has redeemed the radio beeps. And Princess Fiona as well has been cheering all the way through the stream this afternoon. I think Wilco fixed it too. Rain of Fire, Team Radio. And we believe so. Looking at the
suck my balls, mate.
Suck my balls, honey. Thank you, Rain of Fire. Yeah, suck my balls, honey. And now they're teammates. Who would have thought? And get back. And whose idea was to get those sound? I think it was our. I'll take it for that. We set them to 250 points, though, didn't we? So we're not seeing them as many times or hearing them. But Wilco, and that could explain the gap, I believe, couldn't it? There in that gap that they took the damage. Wilco's car has been repaired, says Mac Main. So that is from an inside source too, isn't it, Prince?
Yeah, so it'd be interesting because Wilco said they had 17 seconds of damage. So Nemo, do you remember how many seconds of damage you guys had? Because I see it's about 6 seconds, I think, for the guys ahead. So, it's going to be one of them crunching numbers kind of things. See what happens towards the end.
As Cool Boy says, haha, I did the Lamborghini Asian series at the Bend flag marshalling. Very good fun indeed. And Cool Boy 6152 is another person. Welcome to our channel. Welcome to this race. 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series, round number 2. And I've got to say, this is another person involved in real-life motorsport, which we've been longing and just cannot wait to have a chat with them. But always good to get people involved in the real motorsport, no matter what they're doing, what their job is. It all contributes, doesn't it, to keeping these events going?
Yeah, exactly. Whether it's from marshals to stewards or any of that kind of thing, your position on motorsport in the real world is definitely greatly appreciated and valued because, I mean, at the end of the day, if we didn't have marshals, your races probably would never happen. So, marshals are a big crucial aspect of the real world motorsport. And, virtually we've got to thank our marshals for their, 5 hours of work so far. Hopefully they don't have to stand up for too long and wave their flags passion. But no, it's always good to have marshals involved. I wouldn't mind doing that at some point.
Certainly is. It'd be good to get into, of course. I can do that locally, I think, with the Winton Auto Club. Cool Boy, if you're watching and haven't followed, please do. Great to hear from you, as always. Become part of the stream. Nowhere to go, says Nemo. And Chris as well will be racing next year. Real life racing as well, hopefully. So that is fantastic. Rain of Fire says, I've driven a V8 supercar around Willowbank. Does that make him a real life racer? How long do you have to race in real life to be a real life racer? Could you do a few hot laps? Does that count, Voodoo?
Oh, look, I'd say it counts. Look, I've done some go-karting in the real world, so I'd class myself as a real driver.
And you can see there, just wondering, the Exorcist, your man, has jumped in. The Prince of Darkness says, wondering if any of the boys would like to do a 2-hour sprint after this at Bathurst. Who's game? Put your hand up if you want 2 more hours after this. It's only 6, isn't it? It's nothing compared to the 24 you do every couple of weeks, Voodoo.
Yeah, well, the other weekend I did a 12 hours of Suzuka, and then straight after that I jumped into a 6 hours of Spa. So yeah, I've done that kind of run before, and it's not fun jumping from one track to another at last minute.
Certainly not. As Mint Matt, mobile time, is there driver changes or mandatory breaks? Says Kel Mike Kijo, I think. I've absolutely butchered that, but please consider following this channel. It's great to hear from you. Another first-time chatter. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about the ads. We've said it before. Is there any way we can change it on the fly? Why is that?
Nah, there's no way.
I tell you what.
There's no way we can change it. I wish we could.
I tell you what we'll do. They are out of our control, those adverts.
Suck my balls, mate.
Suck my balls, honey.
Really good.
If it makes you feel better, if it makes you feel better, and you're sick of the ads, give us a Suck My Balls K-Mag sound effect or one of the other ones. I'm sorry, Rain of Fire, the ads do help, but I tell you what we can do. We can get all of the ad money that while we're flying around the world on our ad money, Voodoo. We can
suck my balls, mate.
we can divide it all up, can't we? And then give a share to our people in the stream. But please follow Kel Mike. And thank you for that. And boy, the chat is going off. 44 people watching. We're inside the last hour. Please try and stick with us. The adverts are outside of our control. And what did you end up having for dinner as well, Voodoo? I was meant to ask you over there in Little Hampshire in South Australia. Was another one of those searing hot toasties. Oh my goodness, this is Kel Mike Kijo is now following. That is another one as we close in on 200. When you're on a budget, subbing isn't an option. That's fair enough. Please we'll be happy if you follow us. Never mind about the subs. Might be doing 2 sessions of it with different teammates, says Chris. But 6 hours of Watkins Glen next weekend. So there's a lot of endurance racing happening here, all for everyone involved here in the sim racing community.
Yeah, there's quite a bit coming up on iRacing. You've got the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. On ACC, I've got a 24 hours of Spa coming. Oh no, 24 hours of Spa is on iRacing in July as well. You've got 24 hours of Silverstone, which I'll be doing in, I think, 2 weeks' time. There's also multiple other endurance races on the PC sides of things. So, yeah, it's endurance race galore at the moment. It's kind of, everything's flooding in. It's had a 2-week break from a majority of things, and everything's all kind of getting back into the swing of things, Real life, you've got the 24-hour Le Mans going at the moment. And, they'd be coming into their closing hours. Not far away, you got the real life 24 hours of Spa as well. That's under a month. So, yeah, endurance racing's back.
It certainly is. As we take a look at Mint Matt, we're going to have a BCG battle, I think, coming up here. That gap, 4 and a bit seconds at the moment. And Cool Boy, who says, did marshalling for the XLs yesterday. Also might be doing the Bathurst 6 hours this year. In the XL, 6 hours of Le Mans tonight. He's an Australian too, one of the good ones, and starts at 10:30 p.m. doing some of your hours, Prince, and finishing at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow morning with his esports team. That is a fantastic effort.
Yeah, that is good, and no better track than to do it in Le Mans. But I'd be interested to what platform you're doing it on. Whether it be iRacing or R-Factor 2 or something along those lines. But hopefully you guys have a good run later on tonight.
As we will go and have a look at Heath now, who's a couple of seconds behind Butler Racing for Mac B. And if you need a driver, I can help because I'm going to look for a team. Thank you, Cool Boy. And at the moment, top 3 is Ferrari, Toyota and Cadillac. 5 hours to go over there for the 24-hour race at Le Mans, of course. And Cool Boy, let us know what you're on what you're on in terms of, not what you're on, but geez, it's been a long afternoon. In terms of what platform, sorry, you're on. As Bursk Boy, sorry, BCG2, we didn't mean to hold you guys wide into turn 12. Cool Boy, are you following out there? And Burks Boy, is he following as well? Because it looks like you're a first-time chatter. Down to 3.7 for the lead at the moment. We might get back to the sharp end soon. And thank you, mate. Racing in the New Zealand Porsche, new Porsche 911. Give us a chop out, Voodoo. I'm bloody losing it.
Yeah, look, it's starting to get to that hour that, we're starting to speak less and less English as we go. So, what we might do is I was going to bring Brody up. Actually, Cardi, I'll bring you up, but you leave right as I bring you up.
There we go. Sure, mate. Followed for about 6 months now. I'm in the Discord for a very long time. Cool Boy is on PS4. He's been a part of it for 6 months, Prince. He's one of the family, practically.
Oh, he's been here for a while then. First time chatter, but been here for a while.
And thank you, Fiona. Go, 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 Borough. Go, 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 Borough. Thank you, Princess Fiona. Peugeot P5 at the moment. They were leading for a few hours. And one of the family, I do apologise, Cool Boy. It must be only Burks Boy who's not following then. But I think he is as well. We've had a few followers here today. 178 on the channel now, so keep them coming through. But let's recap as we wait for Cart Dude. I think we've got him now, the man.
I'm in, Trev. How are we?
Good. What are you doing for the next 49 minutes?
I'm watching the ending of this exciting Enduro, mate. How about yourself?
Well, just absolutely lost my mind. But I can tell you it is great to have you along for the last hour and a bit to jump into the commentary box and have a chat with us, mate. Tell us how your afternoon's been. And I've been asking everybody how their life is at the moment and how they're travelling. But was it just a run for some basic sort of standard stuff down there at Woolies in Hobart? Or was there anything more interesting as part of your weekly shop?
No, just standard shop for me. I actually made the trip from Launceston to Hobart today as well. So 2.5 hour drive. If I was a bit more organised and planned my month out, probably could have made this race, but hey, there's got to be more.
And we are hearing that you guys do have cars down there now. So how's everything going in Tasmania? It's been a little bit controversial with the AFL team. Are we getting a stadium down there, Cart Dude? What's going on?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we've got cars and we just got Google Chrome, which is also fantastic. So look, Tassie's on the up. So hopefully we get this stadium built and, we move forward as a team. Have you had any ideas, Trev, for a team name yet, or?
No, I think all the obvious ones are taken. But did you get it all sorted out with Warner Brothers about the naming rights for the Tasmanian Devil?
Oh, I think we can have the Tasmanian Devils, but yeah, I don't know about that one. I think it's been done. You know what I mean? I think we need a new name. As long as it's not the Jack Jumpers like the basketball team. But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
And look, there's contact there. There's a battle for P1 at the moment. Brody, do not go anywhere. Before we let you go, I've got to ask you another question. But through for the lead, was that a bit of argy-bargy there on that occasion? But it's managed to get the job done. Also in the top 100 in F1 Esports. Thank you. We'll get to some of those comments as well. Cool Boy, top 100 for F1 Esports and iRacing as well. And same to you. And I've got to say, Fiona's cheered another 5. High five to Fiona. Now, Brody, before I let you go, I cannot let you go without asking about the Launceston Karting Club. Can you give us a shout out? And we've got a bit of an audience at the moment. So anyone you want to say a special hello to down there, maybe just push the Facebook page and all of the socials as well.
Oh yeah. So if you jump on Facebook and follow the Launceston Kart Club, we've got a race meeting next weekend, which yours truly is a part of. So we've done some testing this weekend for preparation. So jump on, follow along, and if I do any good, you'll hear about it.
Great stuff. There we have it. So that is Kart Dude. And what was the series, Kart Dude, that we first come across each other in? Was it F1 2011 or F1 2012?
I think it might have been 2012, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it might have been Race League.
Race League and Monza, I think. Was it RB8 at Monza?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if it was RB8, but it definitely was Monza. I do remember that.
There we go. That is a throwback, Prince. Well,
that is a throwback. And how far back was that?
Ooh, what is that, 11 years? 12 years?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, and it makes me feel slightly old, I started league racing when I was in high school, and I've just been invited to my 10-year high school reunion. So, we're getting old, Trev.
I know.
We're getting old.
Older,
But
not sure about much.
Slower.
Not sure about much wiser, but no, fantastic, mate. Thank you for joining us. We do go way back, Brodie, but thank you, mate, for that. And I caught up with you briefly at the Grand Prix, but still good to catch up.
I'll be at the next one.
Great stuff. There we have it.
Sure.
As that is Brodie, the man from the Launceston Karting Club. Thank you for joining us, Brodester, and we'll speak to you.
No worries, mate.
Speak to you
What's
soon.
what's been your choice of drink tonight?
Well, it's been a little bit difficult. I'm not sure whether I can give it a plug on stream, but it's a nice whiskey-infused peanut number that I sound like a bloody peanut too after 4 hours, 5 hours of this. But no, just something just to help the vocal cords, Brodie, which is always the way to go, I think, in these 6-hour races.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. They're hard yakka. And look, it's going to be interesting seeing how this race ends. Like, I'm sure everyone's done preparation to be quick on track, but, you know, who's taking those extra steps to be mentally prepared and focused throughout the event. So, I'll sit back, put some popcorn, and watch the rest of the race.
Great stuff. Look forward to it. Thank you for that, Cart Dude.
All right. See you, fellas.
See ya. No worries. Have a good one. And be kind to one another there. And, well, Nigerian Prince, just Brodie there. That's a bit of a throwback for me. We raced for many years on F1 before I transitioned into the commentary box and haven't raced again. But Matt is leading as Kaima's putting pineapples on pizzas. Rain of Fire, Riggsy involved as well. And the comments are going off. And I've got to say, we've got 44 minutes left in this race. Wow, where do you see things happening from here? That move, Matt getting... I don't want to say he got the elbows out, Nigerian Prince, but he made no uncertain terms that he wanted to get past Captain Risky.
Yeah, I did see Captain Risky in the moment flashing his lights at Matt going up Eau Rouge, so didn't look like he was too happy with the move personally, you know, but I'm sure as a team they can sort the squirrels out later. But, I mean, look, you know, that gap isn't realistically that far between them at the moment with 43 minutes to go. Captain Risky is going to have to pull out some good pace because Matt's on fire at the moment and they're not far behind. You've got Keaton and Wilco right on each other too. So, you know, you've got a battle for P1 and 2 not far away, and then you've got the battle for P3 and 4 not far away. Battle for P8 and 9 as well isn't too far. P11 and 12 as well. So, yeah, this is going to be a good final 40 minutes, I'd say.
As we've got Captain Risky for BCG3 racing into the pits. So that is interesting. Keaton and Wilco as well. If you're just joining us, recapping, Burra in 5th. And Piston broke now.
Fantastic!
And Pete, P-I-E-T, Jeeks, has followed. How good is that? Get everyone, as many as you can, to follow. Wait for the notification. There we go. There's a delay on my little counter here, but that is fantastic. Another one, Prince, joining the family as we close in on 200, 179 now. So I think that's 25, I think, for the last couple of days. So we are absolutely killing it. But if you're just joining us, recapping, we're going to go through the order. It's Mint Matt, BCG1 Racing, leading the race here this afternoon. And then Captain Risky, looks like Sharky or Shaq. Hello, Ernie. Back into the pit lane. That's how my voice is going to sound after the end of this one. As we tick down under 40 minutes now, under 42 minutes, I should say, as Captain Risky into the pits. Keaton keeps on going. And, well, the Kings Racing, who won the opening round at Paul Ricard, I don't think they're going to make any further inroads. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there. Burra in 5th. Piston Broke, like I said, in the hands of Randall. Hooncorp in 7th. And then it's M. Marcus Harris there, Rubbings racing inside the top 10, along with Shawnee Fuller in P9. Sofa King rounding out your top 10. Where's the battle there between... Well, it's a long way to go, but Heath for CS Racing outside of the top 10. And then it's Butler Racing. They're into the pits now. There looks to be a little bit of damage on the front of that 23 BMW as they come into the pits. I wonder if they're going to get that repaired as they come around now.
You kind of hope they... Sorry?
We've got Hotshot Cinders cheering times 201 the Unicorns. Is that good, Voodoo? I'm sure it is. First time chatter for Hotshot Cinders. That's the mother-in-law sending all the money to her favourite son-in-law. How nice is she, Voodoo, there?
Oh, you got to appreciate it.
And we certainly do. We've actually got to a point where we can no longer really speak and produce any kind of sound that's logical.
We're just here.
We're existing, but we're not living, if that makes sense. But Hotshot Cinders, thank you for the Cheerio. With 1,000 of those Cheerios, is it some sort of other foreign currency? Unless I'm just completely losing the plot. I think I have lost the plot, and I'm starting to hallucinate as there is a large furry-like creature crawling down the front of the commentary box window here. Is it Chupacabra? It is a Chupacabra, you know, the mysterious Mexican creature with the red eyes. Voodoo, have you seen those shows?
No. No,
You've never heard of a Chupacabra?
No.
Never heard of a Chupacabra. Okay, so moving right along, the man, the Prince of Darkness, Burra the Colour Man, is smoking along. Can we say that? And HSV, Dino says, oof, I'm exhausted. Double stint really took it out of me. And I don't know how those blokes do it solo, says Dean, all the way from New South Wales. It is interesting. We saw Fly Sky try and he got about 3 hours in, and that was the end of him, wasn't it? But very difficult to do it in tandem with somebody else, tag teaming it. But it is just, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but a very tough task solo, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not an easy task to kind of get this far solo. So a very impressive effort to be able to do it for those that have achieved it. But everyone's been pulling some very impressive stints, so it's been good to watch.
And thank you, Hotshot Cinders, for that. That is absolutely fantastic, and they are madmen indeed. They're built differently, sim racers. You should know, Voodoo. You like getting amongst the... Do you remember the random Nürburgring Nordschleife 24 hours you attempted a few weeks ago?
Oh yeah, the one where I tried to do it solo, and it was going good. It was going good until I decided to bin it on the first attempt, and then I decided to try again for a second one. But you know, I guess when you decide to spontaneously try and drive Nords with no practice, starting at 1 a.m., it's not a wise idea.
Certainly not. As Bob Hoskins wants to know what Cool Boy's iRacing handle is so he can watch. And let us know, Cool Boy. And you'll have to do... It's a delicate balance of keeping your fluids up but not high enough to pee yourself, says Simon. And it definitely is a balancing act, that's for sure, says Cartoon, who joined us up here in the commentary box. Blue is the go-to Powerade. Do you have a favourite Powerade flavour by any chance?
Yeah, personally, I would always go for the blue, but if I couldn't get the blue, it was the red. So I feel like the blue's always been everyone's, favourite and go-to.
Orange or
what
purple?
About you? What's your
don't mind the red. It depends. If I'm doing something like sport or something, I don't mind that. You know that sort of funny coloured, is it the yellow ice, or what is it, lemon ice or something? Which one's that?
Yeah, the yellow one isn't too bad, is it? But I don't know. I've always been like a primarily blue, sometimes a red. But
I'm blue, baba dee baba die, and as if Trevor, yellow is. Thank you for that, Dino. And Pete Jeeks who's first-time chatter. Thanks for the follow. Got to be red or purple. No Prime fans here. Well, first of all, I don't think Prime will hit Benalla in the future until for a long time yet. But it's also very expensive, isn't it? The Prime, and isn't it packed with sugar? Or am I just is that what I'm hearing?
I've not personally drunk it before, but I'm fairly sure it's got like 3 or 4 times the amount of caffeine that you should have in as a daily intake.
Oh, that sounds bloody
from what I've
brilliant.
heard.
Send some up to the commentary box. It might help us get through. And if KSI and the other blokes listening, let us know and send some free samples, that's for sure. But pretty sure Prime has your weekly caffeine intake per bottle. I might duck out and grab another Red Bull, that's for sure. Orange or purple, says Dino. Red, pretty decent too. Strong contender. And there are blue all the way, says Low NZ. And like we said, Simon saying that Prime has a week's worth of caffeine in one bottle. Didn't a guy die, I think, after 26 cans of Red Bull? I saw Nigerian Prince.
Yeah, it's energy drinks I feel like are good in moderation, but I remember as a kid I drank, oh god, I think it was like 9 of them in one day. And dude, I could feel like, I felt like my heart was like outside of my body beating. It was a weird experience.
And there we have it. I was about to say that we'll head back to our race leader for a little bit, a couple of minutes, but let's hit him up for some sponsorship, says Cart Dude. Maybe we can get, is it Jake Paul or Logan Paul? Which one is it? I think it's one of them. And then KSI, of course, and hit him up for some sponsorship, says Cart Dude, Brody, or Up and About. And that tells you, Simon's absolutely spot on. It tells you, you know what that tells you, Voodoo? You can have 25 of them and you're okay.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can have 25 energy drinks and be fine, but you can't have 25 beers and be fine, so I don't know what's wrong with that. It's a bit backwards.
There's Captain Hugenberg from Captain Risky, right on board with your boy. And who can we ride on board with? Do we want to go to a close battle here? We might see. This is 1.4 seconds, is it, between Shawnee Fuller, who we heard from, or was it Ryan Walkinshaw in the commentary box a couple of hours ago, racing Marcus Harris. Is his name actually Marcus Harris, or is it, I'm referring to the Australian opening batsman, I think. But we're going to jump on board with Shawnee Fuller. And let's do that. I don't want to press the wrong thing after 6 hours. We're just about to tick over to 6 hours on the stream. And we're going to jump into some of these cameras here. And we're going to take a look at Shawnee Fuller. Camera select. Let's ride inside this car. We might go with helmet cam, I think, Voodoo, for a short while.
Yeah, this is a good view as we're watching Shawnee Fuller claw his way towards the number 16 BMW. He does appear to be on somewhat of a good lap here, and he has clawed a couple of tenths out of them from the last lap, so give or take, I'd say the next lap and a half, maybe 2 laps. If he can keep this pace up, we might see a nice battle here for P8.
Oh, a little bit too deep into the bus stop chicane, but that gap is closing to Matt Harris. It is Matt Harris, not Marcus Harris, so I do apologise. There's 9:37 p.m. and that sun still doesn't want to go down here in Belgium. But 32 minutes, we're just a tick over half an hour left in this race. And Nemo, there's still plenty of action to play out, I reckon, in this one. Can I ask what times Burra is doing, lads? Let's have a look to see what times Burra Dog is doing. We might flick through here. Let's have a look and see what Burra, let's have a look at the times. There we go. Best time on the top left of a 2:21.032 and a 2:22.120 last time around. So we might just jump on board and stay with this for a couple of minutes while I go to my final pit stop break. And I'll be back, Voodoo, in just a few moments. We might get a lap of Spa here at 9:38 p.m. here in Belgium. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. Pit confirmed. Box says Brody. But cheers, boys. Good stuff from Burra. Thank you, Exorcist. I was about to say we might get an onboard lap with Burra in the BMW. Why not, Prince? While I go back, and I'll be back in a few moments.
Yeah, copy that. I think we'll give you guys a nice driver's view of Spa with no voices. Just turn the sound up, listen to the car for a lap. As we exit bus stop, that was a good lap by Burra. Very clean lap, used the track limits where he needed to. Did get a little bit hairy, but he does look to be very, very smooth in this BMW over the course of the lap. There's no Rouge run though. There is really something about that, like, heart-stopping moment as you're making your descent to Eau Rouge, wondering whether you're going to be alive at the top or not. Sometimes things can turn on their heads pretty quickly. But I do like this driver's eye view. Not far behind though, we've got P1 Matt Simmons at the helm of the 96. He'll be looking to make his way past soon. I wouldn't mind actually seeing a nice onboard from Matt. He seems to be putting in some good pace at the front.
Sorry, we're going to head back. We're going to change. We're going to change back. Sorry about that, Voodoo. We are back. I do apologise.
No,
we're going to take a look at that. We've just gone and got some water. And what have we missed? Ripper battle for 8th going on.
Hello, possums!
As Bob still hanging in there, and I've got the water. There is an intense battle going on for 8th and 9th. Shawnee Fuller and Matt Harris. Look at this, down Kemmel Straight, if you don't mind, Voodoo.
Yeah, it's looking like he's got a good run here, but we've got a bit of a defensive action going on here. Shawnee Fuller is going to have to take the long way round, but can he get the inside? Can't get the switch back, but slots back in behind, so my guess would be he's really wanting to get this move done, but where can he get it done?
That is the question. To pass or not to pass, that's not the question. And there is contact with Shawnee Fuller.
Oh, no.
And how's that going to go down? That is controversy there. The battle for P8. is well and truly hotting up. Shawnee Fuller is through, but that is going to be very controversial post-race, isn't it, Voodoo? Because that battle now is no longer, but gee whiz, it looked a bit tight, and that is very interesting after all this time. Still, they can't manage to find enough space out on track.
Yeah, it's there's so many opportunities, but I guess people are just trying to rush the moves. They're coming into that closing 26 minutes, so you've got to sit back and go, is it really the time to get the elbows out and risk ourselves to finish? Because you think there's people not far back that wouldn't mind taking another position. So, I'd play it safe and just, go for the easy move in that final 10 minutes. Sure, get the elbows out, but, you don't want to be sacrificing your good result here.
We have 25 minutes remaining in this race, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everybody who's been part of this live stream here this afternoon, this evening, early in the morning. If you're in Texas, replay, says Bob Hoskins. And we don't want to upset the space-time continuum because we are off on our own little adventure here at the moment. 55 people watching us, Voodoo. Still, incredible numbers here right throughout the course of this race here this afternoon.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The racing's been entertaining. I feel like we've been entertaining. So, we're here to please the masses, and we love to hear from you. So please be sure to drop a comment in the chat. Tell us where you're from, how you've been enjoying the race so far, and kind of what your expectations are for this final 25.
Let us know in the comments where you're watching from. What is the time where you are in your part of the world? And 55 people watching. That's right, Bob Hoskins. If you're not a follower, please follow. We've got 179 at the moment. And Mick says, you guys have been awesome. And pretty please, says Bob Hoskins. Pretty please, possums, says, that's more like it, Bob Hoskins there. Thank you very much for that. Mick says, you guys have been awesome. Thank you for that. And great, it's the support, isn't it, that we get here on these live streams. After 6 hours, I thought we'd almost be going insane, Voodoo. We haven't gone insane, have we? Unless we don't know about it.
Yeah, I mean, what's the limitations of insanity, right?
Yeah, exactly. And what is it? And how much of a deep dive have we already taken into the depths of insanity? But I can tell you, if you're just joining us, we are going to recap this race. 140 laps of Spa. That's right. Just sit back and think about that. 140 laps around this circuit. And it is Mint Matt, BCG 1, BCG 2 in second in the hands of Keaton there. That man had tremendous pace in qualifying, and it's been nothing too different in the race. Jason Wilkinson for Kings Racing there in P3, along with Binger and Mac Miller. Had mac and cheese for dinner tonight. I ducked off a little while ago, but an hour or so ago, to have some dinner. And they're in P3 at the moment. Viper in P4. Good result. BCG 3 Racing, so the Kings splitting the BCG teams. Borough, that's not a bad result either, is it? Borough P5 for FTSC Racing 27. There's a BMW up there amongst the Audi action.
Yeah, it's good that we've got a BMW that's looking to shake things up for the Audis. They were locking out that top 5 for quite a while. So, I'm looking forward to seeing Borough take a P5 here. I think that's going to be a good result for them leading into round 3, I should say.
So round 3, of course, if we'll get a calendar up at some point. Borough winning class. Not Audis there. Thank you, Simon. Pissed and Broke, P6 for that team with Randall and HSV as well in there for the ride. And somebody else I'm probably missing there, but there we have it. So Pissed and Broke in 6th. And then it's Hooncorp, HC Lewis inside that top 10. That's what the boys were aiming for. Can't argue with that, can you? It's been a pretty good result for them. Shawnee Fuller. Most of the drivers at some stage of this race, outside of their driving time, have been good enough to give us a few words and come up and give us a chat if you don't mind. As Flying Under the Radar says, let's go Lewis. And it has been a solid run. Just agreeing with Simon and myself there from Hooncorp in P7. And Shawnee Fuller there, human class. Audis are alien, says Riggsy. But Shawnee Fuller, that's not done with yet, with just a tick over 20 minutes to go. That gap between 8th and 9th now, 2.2 after the argy-bargy we saw a few moments ago, a couple of laps ago, Voodoo. So that could still play out before the end of this one.
Yeah, exactly. And I think P10 is not far behind as well. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of pace these guys can have and see if they get elbows out and scrap to the line. It's going to be good, I think.
And do not forget that round 3, we do have a calendar, beg yours, that we can look at now, of course. And I can tell you that round 3 of the championship, Friday the 21st of July, will be qualifying. And Sunday the 23rd of July will be 4 hours of Watkins Glen. That is a fantastic track, not only to watch racing from, but to also race around. And I've got to say that that is also coinciding with the weekend I have off again for football. As Cart Dude says, might have to see what my plans are for the 23rd of July. Lock it in your calendars, along with the 21st as well. So also have that weekend off. And then the big one, of course, football season over for me by this stage for round 4. The 4 hours of Kyalami in South Africa. And that is thanks to a Lifeline for our Charity Month event, Voodoo, of course.
Yeah, that one I'm really, really looking forward to seeing the guys take to the track. And, you know, it's going to be for a really good cause, supporting mental health and suicide prevention. So, yeah, I hope the cars end up getting a repaint for that event, but I'm sure everyone's eager to get behind it.
And I do apologise to Simon in advance. He goes, if you dump us for football, Trev, I'll be very upset. I said, never again. No more footy on endurance race nights. So there we go. As I missed the 4 hours of Paul Ricard. Never again, Voodoo. Please strike me down with some sort of black magic that you do if I dare to call the football. It's not even played with a foot, says Bob Hoskins. And Connor the Butler says, promise or poor miss. Whichever way you want to look at it. But there we go. Less than 20 minutes in this race to go. And everybody's joining us for the business end, because we've got 57 viewers here, and it is lap 142 of this race. And it is BCG1 Racing with Mint Matt, the GT7 Academy champion for 2015. And these GT7 boys at the front making the switch very smoothly across to ACC, we must admit. But how are you seeing things in the last 20 minutes? Unless you've completely gone blind after talking for 6 hours, Voodoo, how are you seeing things in the final stages of this race as we approach the end of the big one?
Well, I think Matt's pretty comfortable driving in P1 at the moment. I think the rest of the team's probably pretty comfortable running P1 at the moment. I don't think you know, Keaton was somebody that we had our eyes on over the course of the qualifying night. He was definitely one of the outstanding performances there, and you know, that team in the 76 also hasn't shied away from being very competitive here. So, you know, I'd like to say that, you know, the 76 in maybe a bit better circumstances would have been a bit closer towards the end of this race to fight for that. But look, they'd be happy with the podium as well. And you know, you look a little bit further back. You know, you've got Wilco in the 19. Those guys have been running really good too. Wilco lost a little bit of time and has gained a bit of time, but you know, is sitting around that 11-second mark at the moment too. So you sit back and look at what could have been, and I mean, I think one of the biggest standouts for me has definitely been the BCG3 guys in car 56. You know, they were all not long ago driving on Gran Turismo and recently purchased ACC. I think we heard one of them bought it on Monday this week. So, you know, 7 days of practice and they're running P4. You can't complain about that. So, you know, one last one I want to touch on before I cross back over to you, Trev, is the 76 was it Sidewalk, I believe, was driving the car at the time and went from P10 to P1 in the first 24 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, the top four have been outstanding in performance, and everybody else in their own right has also been very, very outstanding.
It's been an incredible performance. It has to be a team performance if you're going to get across the line in this one. Even finishing is a fantastic achievement. But these guys are racers, and we know that, and they'll need more than just to finish. They want to win. They all want to win. That's what they want to do. As we take a look at BCG2 racing in the hands of Keaton, climbing up Eau Rouge. Fitness is awesome. The skills, not so, says Bob Hoskins. But I think they're talking about a different sport all together, as Jason Wilkinson for Kings Racing there in P3 as we approach the end of this race. 16 minutes remaining now as the time ticks away. BCG3, you mentioned them just a few moments ago, Nigerian Prince. They have performed brilliantly in this car, and they've really driven the wheels off the thing. Borough in 5th as well. Piston Broke in P6. And 45 seconds further back, Hoon Corp as well. They've done well in one of only 2 Hondas in the field tonight. But of course, the other Honda of Heatstroke, 14 laps down and well down the field. But they've done fantastically well. Great race from them as well for Piston Broke. And there we have it, all the best. Also the best team name, I was about to say. It is a fantastic team name, is Shawnee Fuller. And Sofa King right up behind him. Hello, what do we have here, Mr. Prince?
We got ourselves a nice battle. This is going to be good. Like, closing 15 minutes, Sofa King's been closing this gap in. So, Shawnee Fuller has got everything riding on his shoulders. Might only be for P8 and 9 respectively, but, you know, if I was racing for this, I would still be wanting that position by the time I go over that.
And you've got to say, you think all of the decisions that are made over the course of, what is it, 6 hours, as somebody's off there. I think that's OGT though, just to get out of the way and do the right thing there. Get out of the way, blue flags, as Kimmy would say. But yeah, you've got to say, after 6 hours of racing, all of those decisions, all from each one of the drivers in the team, Voodoo, and for it all to come down to a second between them with 14 minutes after 144 laps around here, you've got to say that is the most incredible thing about sim racing, isn't it? We've almost gone 6 hours, 144 laps, and these two, after all of that time, are only a second apart.
Yeah, it's one of those glory moments of endurance racing, you know, like, it doesn't matter whether your lap's down from, you know, finishing on a podium, you know, you've still got your own battle to the line after hours and hours of racing. You know, your team has not only had to put in a good strategy, work on your tyres the whole time, make sure you're not messing them up, and, you know, making sure that everything else is done correctly. You know, you're consistent. Like, it all comes down to this. It doesn't matter what position you're in. If you get a battle like this to the line for position in the closing minutes, man, it's one of the most exhilarating feelings. It's almost that adrenaline rush that you get when you start one of these races. You get that at the end in these moments. So I'm sure that team is sitting there, heart in mouth, kind of hoping they've got the pace to get in by the line.
And you can see 50, there we go, Bob Hoskins about to say 53-second lead, started 10th. Hats off to the boys. That is an incredible effort, to say the least. And Simon saying, given how easy it is to smash the car up here, to only have one big crash, that's a good point, isn't it? Out of 6 hours, we only really had the incident at Eau Rouge, didn't we, Nigerian Prince? And that is a pretty good effort from everybody involved here tonight to have really one major incident out of the entire 6 hours.
Yeah, it's been very impressive. I mean, we've had a couple of smaller ones as well on the side, but, you know, I mean, we've only seen one big incident resulting in quite a bit of damage, but those guys are still running, thankfully. But honestly, it's very impressive, you know, like, console driving, the community is so tight-knit, and everyone's more than happy to have a joke and a laugh, and and you know the racing is just as fierce. You know, like elbows will be out, but you know respectfully. So it's good to see.
And questions coming through from Nemo, who says that we know the sun's gone down in New Zealand. He's wondering what time does it get dark in Belgium? What is the time? What is the local time here? All this is close through the
You're
bus
coming up
stop.
to 10 p.m. now.
10 p.m. and it's still not dark, is it?
It could be ACC things on the console because on PC it'll be well dark by now.
As Rain of Fire saying, Belgium must have moved to the Arctic Circle when we weren't looking, as it is getting. Oh, look how close it is. We talked about this. Climbing the hill towards Eau Rouge onto the Camel Straight and Radillon, and look at this. So close indeed through Eau Rouge. Oh, so fucking fantastic! And what a time to follow. A Gunt plays. I had to look at that twice. But thank you for the follow. We've reached 180. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a big finish for these two. Thank you, AG. Another one to the family, but I've got to say that's 180, Bob. And we have 3 warnings, says Disco Stu. Close to eating the fence there, Sidehawk, but that was a moment and a half, wasn't it, coming up Eau Rouge, Prince? I had my heart in my mouth, so imagine what was going through Sofa King's mind there.
Yeah, I don't know, but hopefully his big crew has got a spare pair of undies ready for him, because I honestly was seeing barrier. I was seeing sadness.
And you can see, I'll tell you what, and that is so close, but he's going to have another crack at it. Are there any other battles going on? I think this is the closest one, is it, Prince?
Yeah, I think this is our closest battle to the line, I think. I think everyone's a little bit more spread out from there. You've almost got that 1 minute lead for B1 to B2, and everyone else has got a few seconds gap. I do love the sparks, though. When the cars bottom out after smashing some of the curbs, the sparks are good.
Never gets old, does it? I absolutely. We saw it there a few seconds ago between these two. 8th and 9th battling for P8. Less than 10 minutes remaining. 54 people still watching us. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is where you are in the world. We've just ticked over to 7:30 p.m. Eastern time here in Australia. 7 p.m. in South Australia where you are, Prince, and whatever other times, the various other time zones around the world. And Sofa King looking to dive down on the inside of turn 1 and comes back in, falls back into line. He's not going to get through there, but now he's going to have another chance up the top of Eau Rouge, side by side. This is incredible heart-in-mouth stuff. We saw what happened last time around. And they are side by side through Eau Rouge. They touch, and that could be a plane crash.
Oh, how are they alive?
Oh,
no way.
And I thought they were gonna. Oh, that was so close. They must have backed off. I cannot believe either that they survived that, Simon, because it looked for a second like they'd chosen a fate worse than death, Voodoo. But they've managed to keep all 4 wheels on their wagons. I thought that was going to go tits up very quickly.
Yeah, look, I was talking not long ago about, getting the elbows out in the final 10 minutes, but come on, lads, don't end it like this. You're giving us a good show, not like this.
And fantastic stuff. And first time chatter down there in Wonthaggi.
Oh, God!
Great part of the world down there in Wonthaggi. 7:34 p.m. Eastern time as well. And please sub and do all that stuff if you need to. But this is where it's at the moment. Look at this battle. And I'm still trying to take a breath, Voodoo, after that last go through Eau Rouge at the top of the hill.
Come on, where's the full flag? Do I have to try to overtake him or what?
I have to overtake him or what? Thank you for that, Kimmy. And very ambitious. I think ambitious. Very ambitious. That's one way to put it, isn't it? But I just thought that was going to end in tears. But 7 minutes remaining in this race. I think I've gone somewhere else, Voodoo, but we're going to stick with it because we're almost at the end of this race as we'll go through the order. Matt leads for BCG1, and then it's Keaton for BCG2. We're going to get the drivers in after the race, aren't we, for the post-race driver interviews?
Yeah, I'm sure
Okay.
we'll
Yes,
have
it's
the
called a
teams
motor
in
race,
for a bit
okay?
of a post-race
Sorry?
interview, which would be
We
good.
went to car racing.
Thank you, Toto.
Nice sparks from Keaton over the top of Eau Rouge.
And you can just see the car bottoming out there. It is fantastic. Makes us look, puts on a show for us, I should say. As I'm forgetting how to speak English. Thank you. More a cell. There we go. If I'm talking a bit slow, it's because I've been talking for 6 hours. But side by side through Eau Rouge, Alex, that is not a place you want to be, that's for sure. Who should have backed out of the turn? Mark Ledwich wants to know who should have backed out of that one. It didn't look like either of them wanted to back out on that occasion, but who would you say should have backed out? The car behind Voodoo or the car in front?
If I'm being honest, I would have stuck with it. I would have just gone, fuck it, we've got 10 minutes to go. I'm going to go too wide through Eau Rouge and see what happens because, you know, you've got to take a risk like that and, you know, you want to put on a bit of a show. So, yeah, look, I mean, we'll see how they go. Like, I think they know there might be a broadcast because we saw him flash a little bit before. So, yeah, look, hopefully Sofa King, he's got 6 minutes to go. So, we'll see what we get. But nonetheless, though, I mean, they did put a good show on, you know, prior to that little bit of a bump. But I still don't understand how he lived. I was 100% sure they were dead there. But yeah, no, look, it can work. But, you know, you got to have respect for both drivers.
And Sofa Lights saying, Disco Stu, I should say, saying Shawnee was slightly ahead there. Nemo, Sofa King should have backed out. Simon saying, very ambitious to think you'd get given a spot in that circumstance. At this stage of the race, they're fighting for every inch, of course. Mark Ledwich, Sofa Lights are flashing. He's not a happy boy. He's 2.2 further back from Shawnee Fuller. And thank you. Thank you both. Have and good try of saying my name, Kid Byers. More, Moraesell. Voodoo, you want to crack at that after 6 hours? Moraesell, thank you.
If you put a bit of a twang to it, maybe.
But both big call after 6 hours of racing, says Glasso. Lucky both are still in the race. A bit hypocritical in flashing the lights was shocking under blue flags. Wow, it's really taking off the chat. And he's still going. He's still flashing his lights. And this could finish. This is 1.5 now, that gap, Voodoo.
Yeah, look, in my understanding, there's a fair play to be, you know, a little bit frustrated at what happened, you know, whether you think you're in the right or the wrong, but real-world motorsport, most leagues that have stewarding, he would have been slugged with a penalty for constantly flashing the way that he is, so, you know, you know, you've got to take into that account, you know, you've been driving door-to-door and bumper to bumper for 5 hours and 50 minutes to get involved in a moment like that. Like, you know, I don't think flashing the driver in front is going to do any more than what already happened.
So that gap is closing. We'll just stick with this because it has been the talk of the chat in the last couple of minutes since they almost, I guess in real life racing as well, Voodoo, you'd be a brave man to go side by side, wouldn't you, up there without it ending in an absolute plain disaster, but clearly not managing to get in his head, says Captain Risky. Not the first incident car 5 has made contact, so it's taking off in the chat, but Sofa King is right behind this man, CFD Racing, Shawnee Fuller 5, and imagine...
Okay. Yes, it's called a motor race.
And
okay.
Bob,
sorry, we went to car racing.
Bob has given us his thoughts through the Kitcoin way, and the only way that he could was we went car racing. The famous Michael Massey and Toto as a type 1 in the chat if you're following. Not 1, not 2, says Captain Risky. Started 10th, BCG2 starting 10th. And now looking very nice indeed. The chat is still taking off. 2 minutes to go until the end of this race. We're going to get to that. I think we tipped 150 laps, didn't we, earlier on, a few hours back?
Yeah, it wasn't long ago. So Oh, look, we might only get one more lap, I'm going to say. I think Matt's going to be coming around and we're going to be getting that final lap.
Final lap, we're going to get race control telling us it's the final lap, and oh, it's been a long stream from when we began, and I love talking to Voodoo for the 6 hours. Sorry you had to put up with that, but we've got 90 seconds to go here, ladies and gentlemen. 55 people still sticking with us.
Come on, where's the blue flags? Do I have to try to overtake him or what?
And Connor the Butler says, you should go on The Voice. Oh, Team Radio, Simon. Oh, he's done it to us again. And Leader is on the final lap. He's flashing his lights. That has been the talk. Let's jump on board with Mint Matt for the final lap. Why don't we? You reckon we should do that Nigerian Prince? And
yeah, I think that's going to be good. And then once we jump out of that, we want to jump onto that battle because
that's the battle.
That other battle's not too far away. But let's get the onboard of Matt as he takes us around Spa for the last time.
And yes, it's 10 p.m. As we'll get which camera do we want, ladies and gentlemen? See the master at work. There we go, right through the eyeballs of, that sounds painful, doesn't it? Right through the eyeballs of this man, the 2015 GT Academy champion. And Sofa has gone for it, we're hearing.
Yeah, they've gone for that move.
And should we jump out? Yes, I think we're going to have to. We've got to do the right thing. We're going to get out of this.
Cross over to them and we can come back.
Okay. I beg your pardon. Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. We're all about the show here. And there we go. Sofa right up behind. There's someone else behind there as well, but I think that might be some traffic. But here we go. Down to the bus stop. They're only going to have one more crack at this. It's Shawnee Fuller versus Sofa. For P8, we'll get... he's around! He's around!
That was unassisted too. He's around.
That is not good. After 6...
did he turn him? It looked close. I don't think he turned him. It looked very, very close.
Well, that is... Well, we just managed to jump off board with Matt, but I think that might have been... How's Shawnee Fuller doing? And we're getting some comments. Was that a bit of argy-bargy? Was that a kiss? Did he drive?
Oh my goodness, this is fantastic!
And
that's going to be a bit of controversy later on. I feel sorry for the stewards for the post-race.
That is going to be controversial. A kiss says Connor. Absolutely railed him. But as Viper, I think, for BCG3 going through there. The chat is going off as Matt wins the 6 hours of Spa, round 2 of this Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. I do apologise for the late cutaway to Matt, and it has been a fantastic effort from the whole team as Keaton comes around not Stavelo, what's this? Blanchimore, I think.
Is that a podium, boys? Is that a podium?
That's a podium. Hey! And there we have it, BCG versus the world. Get me the footage, says Bob.
Moto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? Sorry?
Here we go.
Went car racing.
We went car racing. Bob, there we go. Round the final couple of corners. It's BCG1 taking the win. It's BCG2 taking second place across the line. P2 here in this round 2 race. And we've got Wilco with some traffic. I think it's Hancorp. Don't want anything. Oh, that looked a little bit... What happened there?
Wilco getting elbows out, wanted to make it through.
Just as down to the final corner. Through the final corner, it's finally dark here in Belgium, but what a race, what action we've seen over the previous 6 hours. They finished line astern across the line. Great effort, everybody. Coachy1 says, hello, first-time chatter. Please follow the channel if you haven't already. Would help us out immensely. But that is the end of the race. Viper now coming around in 4th. What a race we've seen. Unbelievable stuff. Great driving from everybody. Couldn't agree more, HSV. Wow, but after all of that, we could go for another 6 hours, another 18 hours, and we've got the 24 hours. But there we go, Viper across the line for P4. P5, P6 in the pits. Nice commentary job, all of the drivers and the commentary. Thank you for that fantastic stream. Thank you very much as we see Lewis doing some donuts there for the Hoon Corp racing team. Just recapping, ladies and gentlemen, the final results of the 6 hours, that's right, 6 hours of Spa here for round 2 of the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series on PS5. It was Mint Matt BCG1 Racing. And not just Mint Matt, of course, but let's have a look. It was the boys down there, and Mint Matt, Jono, Sidorg coming from 10th to win the race here tonight. Keaton, who started on pole position with Norm and Nemo finishing in P2. Wilco, Jason Wilkinson for Kings Racing along with Binger and Matt.
Suck my balls, mate. Yeah, you're really good, mate.
Suck my balls, honey.
And they were the winners of round 1 at Paul Ricard. They back it up with another podium here. And then Viper in 4th for BCG3. We won't name in the entire teams. We'll just go through BCG in 4th, FTSC in 5th with Burradog. Piston Broke 6th. Great performance from Piston Broke. And it was Randall taking the car over the line. Hoon Corp, not a bad effort as well in 7th. JB in 8th. 9th for Shawnee Fuller there in the end. That conversation will go long into the night or into the early hours of the morning, depending where you're watching it from. Matt Harris there for Rubbins Racing. Heath in 11th. And Heath for CS, Mac B. Team 77, Shakedown in 14th, one close to your heart. FFK with Heat in 15th. And then some of the boys that were a few laps down. 9 laps down for OGT. Heatstroke, 17 laps down. 70 laps for Selby. And it was Fly Sky, 89 laps. So I think he did the first 3 hours, so roughly half the race. And then the Prince of Darkness, Exorcist 666, who left us a long, long time ago to do other things as the fireworks continue here in Spa. We are going to get our drivers in to the post-race driver interviews very, very shortly. And but what a race, Voodoo. Where do we begin to unpack all of that?
Oh, look, it's going to be a challenge, I think, to unpack that one. What a 6 hours, honestly. You look at where a lot of the teams started, especially the run for the BCG guys to go from P10 to P1 in the first 24 minutes. And, notably, you've got other teams that, jumped up a good, healthy amount of positions as well. So, it's one of those ones, I feel bad for our 2 solo drivers this evening. Fortunately, both disconnecting at various points from moments that they had. But honestly, a standout race. I'm very impressed the whole way through. I think, for the most part, it was very clean. Everyone was respectful. They got their elbows out where needed, sometimes a little bit too much. But nah, look, a very impressive run. And, where do you start with unpacking this one personally?
Well, yeah, where do we begin to unpack all of that? It was, I think the big thing to take out of it all, we had quite clean, respectful racing for the 6 hours. Not too many major incidents, I think, was the big thing to take out of it, but just very close, very tight racing. You're always going to get that field spread, aren't you, Voodoo? Just with the with the amount of time of the race, of course. 6 hours, the difference in pace, the difference in drivers. You're always going to get that field spread, but I think for the most part, I think it was all quite fair and above board and quite respectful. And another example of how wonderful this sim racing community can be when everybody comes together for an event like this.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. The community and the series these guys have been building on has definitely been a spectacle. I think like I say, I've been driving on PC for quite a while now, and it makes me wish I had a PS5 so I could participate in these races and form a team, because the racing, it's what I love. The console sides of the community, the racing was always tip top. So without rambling on for too long, Trev, would you like to start taking away these commentary interviews for the podium?
We certainly can, as we get our winners here this afternoon or this evening. It's been quite a long race. It's been pretty long for everybody involved. But Sidorg, Simon, of course, Jono and Matt for BCG1. That team going from P10 to P1. And it didn't take him too long to do it. Have we got Matt there with us? Matt, are you there?
I'm Trev.
Yep, thank you, mate. So welcome back to the commentary box. You've already been up here once this afternoon, but mate, congratulations, you blokes. BCG1, obviously qualifying didn't go entirely to plan, but managing to get back to the sharp end and keeping that lead and driving perfectly there throughout the race, mate. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're pretty stoked with that. Obviously, Simon was just awesome in that first stint. He was absolutely mega. Obviously, we didn't get the quality spot we wanted, of course, but made it interesting for Simon, and he just showed what he does, and that's why he starts the car for us. He's awesome. So, and then it was just a matter of not putting a foot wrong, and just we just kept doing everything right. Straight up apologies, Captain Risky, on the touch up on that last one. Didn't really want to mark the car, but ended up doing it. So sorry to those boys, but well done on P4. It was a mega effort for them for their first enduro. And of course to our BCG2 boys, Keaton, Norm and Nemo on a solid P2. Seemed like they had a bit of a cracker battle between them. Fantastic! So in the second last stints, that was pretty cool. But yeah, a big thanks to Simon and Jono. They were awesome all night.
Suck my balls,
and
mate.
they're really good. Stoked to get the win.
Great stuff, mate. And for you personally, mate, what's coming up in the future for yourself? Any more sim racing, real life racing? Let us know.
Nothing too exciting.
Suck my balls, mate.
The next really good series that comes on next part with all the boys. So, but yeah, just trying to do any sim racing that's coming up. So yeah, should be fun.
Great stuff. Fantastic, Matt. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations. You got it over the line in the end, but it was a team win, of course. Congratulations,
Oh my
mate.
goodness, this is fantastic!
Thanks, guys. Also, big shout out to Wilco and the boys and King's team for getting P3.
Suck my balls, mate.
Work on the podium.
Fantastic. Great stuff. I do apologise. Those sound effects are coming through pretty loud.
Oh, God!
And they're still coming, but we're going to move along to Simon as well, part of the team that got the job done.
This is fantastic!
Simon, have you got us loud and clear, mate? Give us a
Suck
yell.
my balls, mate.
I do indeed.
Come on, where's the blue flags? Do I have to ride over? Thank you for what? Blue flags. Do I have to ride over? Thank you for what?
Talk us through the race tonight.
We went to car racing.
And just got this in my ear here, but talk us through the race tonight, mate.
Everything came together, didn't it? First stint was a lot of fun. Everybody raced really, really well. And then from there, I was just kind of sitting and waiting for something disastrous to happen, but never did until Matt drove into the back of our teammate. But other than that, it was pretty smooth sailing, which doesn't happen all that often in these kind of sim races. So Jono did amazingly well. Matt drove well. Everybody else in the BCG teams drove really well, particularly their BCG3 cars. That was great for a lot of people for racing in the game without a lot of experience. But yeah, otherwise enjoyed it. I'm glad it didn't rain.
Yep, and fantastic performance, mate. Congratulations also to the top three, of course, the GT World Finals heading to Amsterdam in August, mate. Congratulations, great team performance tonight, and all the best going forward for yourself.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Great stuff, and we've got Jono as well. It couldn't be done. It's a team effort, like we keep saying. Jono, mate, talk us through it.
Thanks, mate. It was pretty fun. After the disaster I had in qualifying yesterday, Simon did a pretty good job of getting us up to first place within 10 laps, and yeah, it was pretty smooth sailing from there. Matt did a pretty good job in his stints. It was really, really fast, but yeah, it was pretty much a launching pad from Simon's hard work in the first stint.
Great stuff. Team performance, mate. And yeah, so what else is happening, mate, going forward in the sim racing world? Have you got anything else coming up? Any other championships or anything else you'd like to give? Anyone else you'd like to give a shout out to?
Not really. I'm pretty much just doing this from now on, and the race on Oz ACC League. Yeah, that's it really.
Good stuff, mate. Well,
But yeah,
congratulations.
huge shout out to the BCG Free boys as well. Like, they've come in with basically zero ACC experience and smashed it out of the park. So really, really proud of them. They've done a super job.
Fantastic stuff. Has been a fantastic effort from everyone, mate. But congratulations on the team, and all the best going forward into the future.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's a long time coming, so we're all really, really happy. This is why we wanted to do it. So yeah, we're a very happy team at the moment.
Great stuff. A happy team down there. Simon, Mint, Matt, of course, and Jono for BCG1 Racing. Thank you, fellas. You can take a well-earned rest now after that performance. Absolutely terrific. As we go along to what comes after BCG1, Prince?
I believe it was BCG 2, if I'm
BCG2,
correct.
yeah. Oh, sorry, after 6 hours, the humour didn't quite come through, but there
No,
we go.
you're good.
BCG2 with Keenan, Norm, and Nemo. Hard fought P2 back in round 1 at Paul Ricard. And if you don't mind, they've backed it up. Back-to-back podiums, doing an Alonso thing, if you don't mind. And Keaton, we might start with you if we've got you in the commentary box.
I don't think we've got Eden, but I do believe we've
Keaton
got
sounds
Norm
suspiciously a
and
lot
Nemo.
like Cameron Norris, but we'll go ahead with Norm. Have we got Norm there? I think we do.
Yep, yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. Norm, mate, talk us through a P2 in Paul Ricard for you blokes. P2 again, consistency here. Are you happy with P2 tonight, or any other things that you would have liked to have happened here in this race?
Yeah, first off, big congrats to BCG1 on taking it out. They just had way too much pace for us tonight. And also the Kings as well for an alternate strat to pull it home in third. But yeah, it's awesome night. Very happy with the way the team went. Very consistent. Yeah, what else can I say, really?
And it's been a fantastic performance, mate. Well, judging by that, P2 at Paul Ricard and P2 this time around. P1 next time around?
That would be the goal. Obviously very happy to back up the P2 at Paul Ricard with another P2. The point system maybe needs a little bit altering. With us scoring pole in the fastest lap and getting more points than first place. Maybe needs a second look, but yeah, really happy.
No worries. Thank you for that, and we'll move along. Thank you, Norm. We'll catch you next time around. Thanks for joining us as well. All the boys, in fact, joining us. My voice just broke then, but that's what 6 hours of talking will do to you. But Nemo, we're going to move along to you now, part of that team in P2 for BCG. Have we got you?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, loud and clear. Talk us through the race tonight, mate. P2 for your boys in the end. Fantastic performance from you guys.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Firstly, congratulations to BCG1 and Kings on third. First stint for me was just nothing really there, just keeping the car nice and consistent. But stint 2 is where it really started to spice up. Had a battle, on-track battle with Kings and Binger. Fortunately, little to no room left going into Lakecom. But into turn 1, Binger lost it and I had nowhere to go. Bit unfortunate, but gave ourselves 17 seconds worth of damage, I believe. But yeah, just tried to keep the car straight from there on in and hand it back to Keaton. So yeah.
No, fantastic, mate. You did a terrific job. Like we said, team effort. And you managed to do your part of that tonight. And P2 in the end for your team. BCG2, fantastic result.
One thing I will say is it was very hard to navigate the blue flags. It was pretty poor, to be fair. So yeah, probably needs a bit of a stern talking to for the next race.
And thank you for the feedback. I think we can pass that up the line. A little bit of feedback there around the points as well, Prince. So we'll have to take that on board as well as the blue flags. I think you were furiously hitting the Kimi Räikkönen blue flag sound effect there. But thank you, Nemo. Congratulations, P2 tonight for you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think Keaton's here as well. So, yeah.
And he certainly is here. Keaton, mate, can you hear us there? And whilst we wait for the tumbleweed to keep going across, we'll keep moving along then to Keaton. One more chance. If you're there, speak now or forever hold your peace. If you want to be a part of this post-race action, he's giving us.
He's on mute.
Okay, he's giving us the
Unmute it, mate.
Shane Van Gisbergen. Was it Shane Van Gisbergen at the start of the year? No, he's doing his talking on track, and that's all. Yeah, but anyway, moving along, we're going to go along to P3, of course, in the end, which was Kings Racing with Jason Wilkinson. And Jason Wilkinson, and that's not just Jason Wilkinson. Who else? Binger and Mac, of course. I lost the plot there once again. But Wilco, we might start with you. Talk us through it in the end. P3 tonight.
Yeah, it was a good first stint. Pace was right up there, and yeah, obviously we were fuel saving and had the plan to cut a stop. And yeah, after the first stint, I think we're only about 10 or 15 seconds behind the first car, so we're looking good. And then yeah, just I think the BCG guys just put it into seventh gear and just sort of had too much pace the rest of the day. And then we're always looking at P2, looking okay, we're on here. And then Binger had to defend, and just lost the back end, I think it was, and unfortunately had a little incident. But I think it was both cars had 17 seconds of damage. So from then on, Keaton was just a little bit too quick, and we decided to just bring it home in third, which was a good result. Well done to Mac and Binger for their stints. It was a big day, and well done to everyone, of course, for actually getting through the race. And again, congrats to the first two teams, and also thank you to Trev and Voodoo. How good have they been today? Absolutely amazing.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay then. All right. Well, thank you for that, Wilco. We'll send those famous medium rare lamb skewers your way. But no, fantastic performance as we move along to Binger King. I want to talk with my Bingerling if he's there on the line. Binger.
Yeah, I'm here, mate. How are you, Trev?
Fantastic, mate. How are you, more importantly, after 6 hours of that? Talk us through the race and, wow, bringing it home in P3 for Kings Racing after winning round one, mate. Back-to-back podiums.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it was a good result for us, I think. Well done to the BCG boys. They were, ultimate pace today. So we went with the alternate strat. We were looking at second place was probably as high up as we could have got today. But coming into T1, Nemo was hunting me down. I didn't have a great deal of pace today, so I tried to defend on the inside line, picked up a few too many marbles in the T1 and just gassed it up a little early and little slight lose, and he was right on me, so there's not much he could have done about it. So we had a little coming together. Yeah, it was a surprising 17 seconds damage each, but gave Wilco something to hunt down towards the end. But Keaton probably just had a little bit more than us today. So well done to them boys, and well done to everyone for finishing. It was a tough race. I think I drove the most out of myself, Wilco, and Mac today. So I'm bloody stuffed, to be honest.
You've deserved a well-earned rest, my friend. Congratulations, and go and have a beer and relax.
Sure, I do. Thanks, Trev. Well done again to all the boys.
Thank you for that. Captain Risky, just redeeming some sound effects there. We've put them back on, so behave yourselves in the chat. But as we move along to Mac and Cheese, who is in the chat, I believe. I did have a chat with him not too long ago. He is not in the chat. But Wilco, if you would please, a word in his own language.
Oh yeah, I'm glad Jason and Binger carried me today. Looking good for Watkins Glen. I'm pretty good at Watkins Glen, so they're pretty good. That's not what Mac sounds like.
And just a quick final question there before we let
Oh,
you
it's
go,
on
Mac.
fire.
Before we let you go, Mac, are you at all annoyed by kid buyers calling you various different names and various different variations of those names during live commentary?
Nah, it's all good. Mac Miller, Mac and Cheese. What's the other ones?
Easy Mac.
Easy Mac.
30 seconds and he's done.
Yeah.
But thank you for that, Mac, which it's great that you could join us. But that is almost a wrap. My goodness me. Thank you.
O'clock.
It's beer o'clock everywhere, wherever you are, 8:05 here on the Eastern States. But thank you to everybody. And wow, what a race, what a stream we've had. And apologies, says Keaton, couldn't get the mic to work. That's okay. We translated for you. And that is almost a wrap. But Nigerian Prince, Cameron Norris, all the way over there in South Australia. What an event. We've been through so much together, but what a night it's been.
Yeah, honestly, it was a really good Sunday. Racing was tip top, and honestly, it was a really good day here in the commentary booth as well. And we got to share it with plenty of the drivers over the course of the 6 hours. But no, honestly, thank you to the viewers as well. It's been a pleasure to have you guys in the chat and being up and about as well. And Trev, thank you for allowing me to share the 6 hours with you. It's been a privilege, and I actually look forward to jumping in for Watkins Glen if there's a spot open again.
100% there's a spot open.
I'll take it.
Yep, I was about to go Wilco. We've got, I think, end of July, the next round of the
Yeah, July
endurance.
21st is Watkins Glen, so that's 5 weeks away. And then the Sunday again is the 4-hour race. And then I think it's June. August. End of August is the Kyle Army round, so should be good.
Which will be tied in with our fundraising event that we like to do in August as well, raising awareness for mental health and suicide prevention. But that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. After 6 hours and 58 minutes on stream, 6 hours on the track, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring this to you. But that is a wrap for now of the round 2 of the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series. Wow, what a race it's been. Don't forget to follow the channel if you haven't already and keep up to date with all of our sim racing, where we're going to next. But it's Watkins Glen next time around at the end of July. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.